And you have a southern strip mall. There was a, where I used to live, there was a appliance store that had like no glass left in any of the windows. And it got taken over by a, I'm not entirely certain where they were from. I just know that they were like immigrants from Africa. Church. And it was definitely like a non-denominational, loud as fuck, like gospel church. Because you could hear them like 3 blocks away on a Sunday. Like they had a fucking rock concert every Sunday in there. And like I peeked inside once because like there's no glass in any of the windows for that thing. So like they were basically open to the elements. And in the winter it was just like full of space heaters and shit. And they were just like having a concert in there, and they had like the full size like Marshall speakers, like 4 of them. It seems from the little bits I've played, Petrolsky, more of a Settlers, or if not Settlers, then a little bit of Stronghold. Not very RimWorld. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. I haven't played enough. A little bit of Banished, but a little bit more Settlers. Like, Settlers is a little bit more RPG asterisk than a Banished. Like, Banished is a bit... It's... I mean, that's why I'm playing it, Petrolsky, because I also like how it looks. This has been on my wish list for years, it feels like. I don't like how the background's looping. It's a little bit weird, actually. I'm gonna put the record away. What, just have a fucking rock concert? Yeah.
Crypt Derplin.
Nimlark, thanks for the 30-second month. And Jody, thanks for the 95 pennies. Am I not allowed to have a variety of tastes? Petrolsky? And also, I don't think that's entirely accurate. I could not tell you the last time I streamed purely in ASCII. It's been at least 3 years. But Nimlark, how you doing today? How's things? That sounds like an extraordinarily pathetic and boring way to live your life, Petrolsky. I'm sorry for your loss. Okay, yeah. I would say about the same. Broken foot. Get exhausted with the year already. Yeah, it's crazy because like I was born in '94 and Dwarf Fortress wasn't born until at least like 2002. And wasn't publicly available until 2006. The really early access build. Yeah, no, I was playing Dragslay the year I was born. I think Dragslay was out in '94, or at least playable. Yeah, so this game is in early access on Steam, and for all I know, it's got mostly negative reviews. I actually haven't looked. It's got 5 reviews, so who knows? It's a mystery. This is in early access on Steam. This released in early access yesterday? Question mark? So, I can't speak to this game's quality. I have 0.2 hours in it. I played half of the tutorial and went, okay, it's pretty straightforward. But it's... I don't know. Looking at the reviews are pretty like, you know, it's a work in progress kind of thing. Seems pretty light on content, but it's definitely one of those games that was sold on aesthetic. Like, it screenshotted really well. I like the look of it a whole lot. I think it's got some neat ideas. And I'm curious to see if it's something that's worth playing right now or if it's something you should wait on. Particularly because, like, I really like a game called Goblin Camp, which is another game that very few people have played. But I really like what this game is doing and can actually very easily recommend this game. So if you're looking for a really interesting, deep city builder that is, you know, different but scratches a similar itch, this is a game that I can wholeheartedly recommend already. I don't know about this one. We'll see. It's a solo dev as well. Yeah, I'm a solo streamer. What's your point? You know, like, I realize it might sound kind of mean, but, like, saying that something was a solo dev used to be, like, something that made me go, oh. And now is like, ah, right, like the other 85 emails I got this week. So, like, you know, I respect it, but at the same time, that's game development now, especially the niches that I play, you know? Like, that was banished, you know? Like, allegedly that's Manor Lords. I don't know how much I believe that one, but, you know, like, that's Of Earth and whatever that other game was called. Yeah, I don't know. There's, like, it's like that, Ostriv as well. Yeah, I don't know. Like, a game being a solo developer is just kind of a footnote at this point. Especially because I almost never actually believe it. To me, like, when something says that it's a solo developer, in some cases it's true. In most cases, it's like true asterisk, where it's like, okay, solo developer. It's like, sure. It's just a bunch of Kickstarter backers. But, like, quit blinking. I'm not going to do your damn survey. At least not right now. It's like, how many contractors have you had help? Have I tried Odd Realms? Yes, many, many, many times. I have several hundred hours in Odd Realms. Yeah, it'll be like the developer and then the 2 artists or whatever that were contracted. Actually, these days, solo developer worries me. It's like solo developer and no contractors. It's like, all right, well, if you're the only person working on this thing, then how did you do all of this? It's like Dot Age, like that one developer took him like 11 years or something to make that game. Is Ostriv any good? Ostriv is, by all intents and purposes, great. I haven't played it ever, but all I've ever heard was good things about it. But I've heard very good things about it. And there's one call out for loving Goblin Camp in the YouTube's chat. Me too. Goblin Camp, very good. No, give it a shot. Yeah, it's not a game I've ever gotten around to, but people I trust say that Ostriv is very good, so I trust their word on that. But yeah, Odd Realm is interesting. Odd Realm is kind of like the Terraria to Minecraft and the Dwarf Fortress to Odd Realm kind of thing. It does a lot of things that appear pretty similar to Dwarf Fortress, but its like actual execution is categorically different. The thing that I always found exceptionally frustrating just as a streamer is just trying to explain to people constantly why I think it's interesting and kind of giving up. And then it released into early access, or out of early access and into 1.0. Redid the UI and introduced a bunch of bugs and actually had mostly negative reviews for a minute there because, like, the dev kind of bricked his own game and it had a really rough exit from early access, which is super unfortunate. And I haven't gone back since, which makes me feel kind of bad. But the developer's a cool dude for Odd Realm. I've had a beer with him because he's a Vancouverite. Because you got to learn a lot of stuff to do yourself. Well, it depends on what you're doing and the scale. I mean, like, Path of Acra came out in, like, what was it, like 3 years or something. And like that developer did all of the writing, all of the programming, all of the engine work. And it's funny, something that I've seen a number of times about Path of Acra is like applauding the stylistic choice of being in 4:3 and not being widescreen. According to the developer of that game, Ulsire, he made it not in full screen because he couldn't figure out how. Not because it was a stylistic choice. It was like an unintentional limitation. Like he couldn't figure out how to make the engine render in like widescreen, so he just kind of didn't. But also, yeah, RTL. I mean, for a really long time, it was just like everything store-bought assets, which is fine as long as you do something interesting with them. Like, this game has store-bought assets. These animations are default animations, and the look of the people are a Unity/Unreal Engine asset pack. Pretty sure that's the case for the animals as well, but I don't know the animals as well. But like that's a default animation. So I look at that and I go, and I get suspicious. But that doesn't make it bad necessarily. Plagiarism is like taking somebody else's work and pretending it's yours, Namek. I could not care less. Wait, when you say Warhammer Enjoyer, are you referring to like Warhammer as in like Games Workshop? If so, I couldn't care less. If you're talking about like the weapon, I don't know. It depends on if I have steel or silver. If I have silver primarily, then I'm making Warhammers for my dwarves. If I have steel, then I'd make axes. But I'd probably make swords or spears because I want to make sure that my woodcutters have axes and swords and spears train quicker. It doesn't really matter to me if they pay them to train on it or not. I want unique creative work, Namek, not an amalgamation of pre-existing work. An amalgamation of pre-existing work is cheaper and less interesting than somebody's own created work, period. So it doesn't matter to me if the company is paying them or not. Like, if an AI company pays Warner Music Group to use all of Warner Music Group's music and make mashup music of that pre-existing music, I still don't want to listen to that even if Warner Music Group is getting paid. That's not what I want. It doesn't matter if it's licensed. I don't want that. And I won't listen to that. And I don't have interest in that. I want something that somebody sat down and created themselves. That's interesting to me. So yes, I will continue to look down upon and squint my nose at amalgamations of pre-existing work. If you're using like a model or an agent to automate programming, that's one thing. But if you are generating art or music, like even promo images, like something that I think is really fucking funny is the amount of games that I get in my inbox these days where I click on it, I go, ooh, this looks like an AI game. And then I scroll down and it's like, AI was used to generate promo art. It's like, you paid $100 to get your game on Steam. I know a couple artists who would draw better promo art for less than $100 for your Steam page if you just asked them. It's just lazy. That's all it really is. More or less, yeah. Our lives. But anyway, I'll say this. I would rather a developer goes out and purchases asset from an asset pack and maybe modifies them slightly or even leaves them as is than generates something new. Like, it cheapens it for sure for me, but I would rather you do that. You'll do it for a pack of sausages? Not even a pack of sausages and a 6-pack and some biscuits? Not even like a meal? Just the sausages? Wow. You're not even getting a full charcuterie out of that. So what is this game? All right. Well, it's 10 a.m. so I think it's time to babble. And dive in. So this is Earth of Orin. This is a game that showed up on Reddit in the format of screenshots. $10 Subway gift card, take it or leave it, suited. This showed up on Reddit, and it's and social media. It's one of those looks really pretty aesthetically things. And I'm curious. I want to see what it plays like and what it ends up being like. If we tab over to the Steam page real quick, this is kind of the Steam page. It seems very Settlers-y. What we were just sort of talking about is like, this game is a solo developer game. And I was just kind of babbling a little bit about how seriously I actually take that statement in the current year. But the reality is, like, it does use some store-bought assets, which I noticed the other day when I was testing it, which are the character models. But I still really like the idea and look of it, and I would like to mess around with it a little bit and see if it's worth your time. It is brand new in early access. It hasn't been out for very long. It released, like, I need to stretch real bad. It released not super long ago. And could not be more similar. You build houses and they both have people in it. That's about where the similarities end, I would say. This is much more in common with like a Banished or a Settlers or a much smaller scale city builder. But we'll be messing around with the starting mission, and if it sticks, then cool. If it doesn't, then eh. And I will go play some Songs of Six after. But this is gonna make no sense to most of you and a little bit of sense to some of you. My Dexcom apparently just like expired, so I'm gonna go replace that. I will be back in like 2 minutes. I'm just gonna run a real quick ad break because I'll be standing up anyway. Which is gonna run in 2 minutes anyways, and then we'll get started if that works for everybody. BRB. Whoa! Apologies. Hi. I was in the washroom. Chair raid. Hello. Hi newcomers. I guess we should start the babble over, or we should just dive in. I don't know. This is a city builder that launched into early access yesterday, and I'm curious about it because it looks pretty. That's about it. But welcome, Raiders. Chat, can I get a round of beers to the Raiders? Please don't drown them. What were you up to today? What were you playing? I mean, honestly, blind chair hosting is about right. So you can generate different worlds, and every time I do this, the entire game freezes. And I think, like, OBS stutters too. Like, no, it doesn't. Not as much as I thought it would. But, like, So it's definitely generating a map. Yeah, it looks like I can, like, enter a custom seed if I want to, which is kind of neat. Excited to see someone playing it. Yeah, I don't know. I saw it pop up, like I got a, like it came through. It's kind of surprising, actually. It was like back to back. Also, MPHK5BU. Thanks for becoming a YouTube member in the YouTube chat. It was kind of funny because I had this on my wish list for a really long time, and it was like, it released on Steam. Like, you know how Steam will be like, game on your wish list is just released, and then like minutes after that, I got an email from the developer saying, here's a key. I was like, I didn't even need to ask. Cool. So that was kind of neat. A custom Ice Age for map generation? What? Because it's freezing? Haha. So now the question is, do I play the tutorial or not? Probably not. This crow has sworn to teach every ruler with pecking and claws. Listen to its advice or ignore it at your own peril. I did play about half the tutorial the last time I played, so I'm probably good to just do this. Small group of settlers is starting a new life on this land. Help the settlement grow and prove you are worth following. Expansion alone is not enough. Trust must be earned. Why so dramatic? I mean, we could ignore it at my own peril. Peril. Is that how you spell peril? Kind of just looks like a phonetical spelling. Also, this scrolls, but there's nothing to scroll through. That's interesting. Feels like it should fit. Crow seems suitable. Yeah, we could run through the tutorial. It won't take too long. Why? I don't know. Ask them. As in, why did they join? Who possessed you? What's wrong with you people? Don't you know I've never been here before? I wasn't even supposed to be here today. I wasn't. Just babbling. Get fancy thing. Whatever that thing. That kind of looks like the head from Alien. I don't like the idea of a crow calling me dear. Flying in the sky, I've seen many men trample these lands. I'm here to guide you in this new adventure. Is that really how you spell peril? It looks wrong. All right, well, I know we've got your standard spinny spins. I wonder if there's a way to, like, I guess you can't lock it. Corners. Oh, wow, there's actually, like, buttons. Ugh. Okay, I have this thing against games like this that let me tilt the camera up and down if it's isometric. It just makes me feel nauseous immediately, so I won't be doing that much. Fair enough. I mean, if transcription thinks that's right, then it must be right. First of all, let's talk about your situation. You are located in the mountains of Brandford. I really hope that's a real place. It's quite a nice place with abundant lakes and pine forests, but be careful of the freezing winters. Please report bugs. Got it. You will need to influence your citizens by gaining their trust and brainwashing them. And taking care of their happiness by brainwashing them. You can check their overall opinion of on the gauges located on the top right of your screen. I was gonna say that they seem pretty low, but then like they filled up to the middle. Okay, so gold reserve and fulfillment and enjoyment. They like the environment. It's time to ruin it. Mist generators, yeah. We know how this works. On the right gauges, there is a panel with citizens in the count and unemployed citizens count and housing count. Besides the gauges is a list of your gold and available items. Okay, so that's how many of them don't have housing, blah, blah, blah. All right, so the classic. I'm always amazed that games have that still. It's like, if you're gonna have a tutorial, maybe make it so that that don't pop up if I've already rotated the camera. Click on the zoning tools. Yeah, I did all this before. So this lets me make housing, essentially. So they'll just like prop up tents? What am I saying? They'll prop up tents. Unless you put it on a hill, then they won't do it. So I need to queue up 150 housing zone, which I could make bigger, but I'm just gonna build a little tent-filled shanty town. I wonder if they can place them on trees. Probably not. Probably have to chop down the trees to do that. Propping up tents. Yeah, everybody's favorite pastime. Pause the game. Already done that. Speed up the game. Repause the game. That's 1 and 2, and then spacebar for pause. Important notifications. Got it. I can close the housing tool now. Click on the build button and click on the highlighted prefabricated button. So something that this game does, it lets you like build custom buildings. Like, let's see if I can find it actually. It might tell me. Like there's a lot of little modifications you can make to the actual like structures, which is neat. But they want me to make a farm hut. So let's go down here maybe and make a farm hut. Don't actually know how close this needs to be. Let's say, rotate, sure, vertical offset. So I can rotate you, or I can do like, okay, that like isn't, oh, I see, it's like raising it up, got it. Got it. I wonder why you would do that. Generate a random build. Shortcut exclaim. What the heck is exclaim? Like, I have no idea what that would be. But anyway, let's... Sure, but like... I mean... It's not... Because holding down shift lets you raise and lower. Right? So that's what shift does. But exclaim? Like enter maybe? No. Shift? Nope. Question mark? Nope. Backspace? No problem. Calamate. I also need an exclaim button. I'm exclaiming right now that I need... Anyways, I should just not worry about this. Let's just rotate you once and plunk you down over here somewhere. Then select the farm. Let's build that. Yeah, well, we've done that. So now I just need them to build it. Need more storage for potato seeds. Storage. Stockpile. Kerplunk. Should it be caps lock? I mean, that did nothing when I hit it, so. When your ex fleeced you for your divorce? Yes, my divorce that I definitely had. These are really glowy. Is there a way to turn down the glowing? It's like, oh, there's UI scalings. That's nice. I don't see any, like... Oh, is that just when it's in windowed mode? That's just when it's in windowed mode. I'm sorry, hold up. Why are you capping the FPS? Oh, I see. The lowest is 20. I read that at the bottom as like, it's capping it at 24. I was like, why are you doing that? Okay, 60's fine. Whatever. very Nintendo-esque. Badooms. Then I have to make a field for it. Harvest zones. Create zones where farmers can farm. So when I did this tutorial initially, I made this massive, and they weren't able to keep up with it. And then I was looking at the... Are they all stuck? Why are they all humping the wall? It's probably because they're looking for a farm to go farm. No, they just have nothing to do, so they're just, like, annoyed. And I made it massive, and then the game was like, well, they can't harvest all that. And so then I was like, well, I guess I need to go look at the screenshots. So I went and looked at the screenshots on the Steam page, and then they were, like, much smaller. I'm like, I think I made them too big. So I'm going to just do that. Farmers are employed at the farm can now start working. Cool. Click build. Lumberjack. He's a lumberjack, and he's okay. He works all night, and he sleeps all day. Is that how that song goes? Okay, where actually is the door on this? Okay, so door is, like, right there, so I could do like that. Although, probably actually, like, right this. Yeah. None of that is true, Cladizzle. I can't believe it either, in fact. I love just the wait for your citizens to bring resources. I do like the little tents. Little tents are a nice touch. Everything is very shiny. There's a lot of bloom on everything. I don't think so. I want to say that I clicked on it and I have the naming turned off because I wasn't positive. Yeah. I don't see a way to name citizens. I want to say that, like,
You're not there.
that like citizen speech sounds like a person on a microphone behind their computer. I want to say it was Goblin Camp that didn't let you do that, and then they added it, and it was like super janky, and I could name somebody with a name that was so long that like it went off the screen. I was like, excellent, don't ever cap the amount of like text that I can put above a person's head. Your settlement is attracting new people. I don't even think you could actually like name your settlement. So, your settlement is attracting new people. 3 more people are on the way. Oh no! Anyways, can you dig a hole in the ground in this game? So there's a shovel button and a terrain button, and you can change the relief. Change the relief. So there is like a money cost, but yes. Yes, you can. We can make a really big hole. That could be the goal, you know? The town of the really big hole. The year is 420. I beg your pardon? Where's the year? Oh yeah, you're not wrong. That's the default, man. That's saying something. Click on the zoning tools button and then chop down trees. Oh, it wants me to select 5 trees. But I select 47, so maybe don't select all 47, just 5. Select the town center, connected workers, make 2 more positions available. I don't know what those do. Where it belongs and who it's connected to. That doesn't answer my question, game. I have a plus 40 trust aura and a happiness aura and a builder modifier. Does it make them build faster if there's people working in the town center? I guess so. Oh, hey, there's a little compass up there. That's nifty. I also like the day-night cycle and the fact that temperatures are in correct degrees. Many jobs will be completed faster this way. That's okay. It's like an administrative task, I suppose. Okay, so now I need to mine rock. Chat knows what happens after rock, right? It's rock and something. I can't quite recall. I guess that's the door. Sure, yes. Rock and roll. It's definitely what I was thinking of. It says 10C. It's in the very center of the screen. Rockin' Stoned Hobo. I don't think Hobo's here today, but...
No.
Whew, leg spike. Why are you glowing, sir? We're trying to reach position. Why don't you Halo reach position?
Yeah.
It's a little weird that there isn't, like, 2 speed ups. It's just, like, slow and fast. I'm very used to games having slow, medium, and fast.
Oh.
Or, like, fast and faster. So now you want me to select 5 rocks. 1, 2, 5, 4, 3. Done. Now you want me to build roads. How about bike lanes? Can we talk about this? I can do better than just roads. The question is... Oh, there it is. I see. I see. Way to make path. Way to make path. Check. Got it. Okay, I need to make 10 roads. 10 roads or 10 road tiles? These are 2 very different things, game. Let's also see how it behaves with me moving stuff after I've queued it up. Boom. Watch me run out of resources before I finish the tutorial. Then have to, like, you know, go gather more resources to be able to finish the tutorial. Next thing you know, they'll want luxury. Yeah, actually, I haven't built a well yet. That's a little weird. I think the icons are way too fucking glowy. Like, I get that it's an aesthetic, but I'm having a really hard time actually looking at them. Something is already placed here. Yeah. Hold on. Are you telling me that they built underground? I think they built underground. Oh, no, okay. Now it's letting me do it. Nope. That's fucky, man. So if I close all panels, no, okay. Terrain tools, no. How do I built a road underground and now I can't delete it. Can I delete it? How do I get rid of road? Game, you're giving me trust issues. Ha! Now see, now I can see it. It's right there. But now I've got this one. So if I raise this back up, it's now half covered. How to unroad. Yes, I would like to unroad this game. I'm wasting all of my money just moving this dirt around trying to de-road this road. Oh, I see. Destroy building. There we go. I figured it out. Neat. Making progress. I got roads stuck in dirt and then had to fix. Well, okay. I'm actually not even positive if there's any real difference between them. Oh, I see. It literally just gives them a slightly higher trust rating, which is pretty bad, admittedly, at the moment. Anyway, we need a laboratory and an assembly. Let's go back to buildings. Okay, I'm going to put a laboratory. I really find seeing the door difficult, and I'm not even positive that they need access to it. So that's the assembly, and then this will be the laboratory. That's a door. And there's 2 doors? Okay. WTF, 2 doors? Man, I really love the self-assembling scaffolding. It's crazy technology these people have for the year 420. That sounds like a very good use of your money, Smoking Top Hat. There's a game called, oh geez, Mashinki, I want to say, some others, that has very similar terrain to this as well and looks very good. Also, OpenTTD recently put out a massive fucking patch. Did they break my road again? God damn it, they broke my road again. We got 5 new, I can't even build a road above ground, and you're showing up here? That seems like a mistake. This is where you show me the tech tree, right? A place to create rules. My rule is no building roads below ground. Workplace, default priorities. Okay. Open tech tree. Okay, this is the first pass on this. Oh, I see. Okay, so we've got fireplaces. I can set fire in any places if you want. We've got, chat, put some fire in the chat, please. We've got hydraulics. We've got stone buildings, decorative buildings. I didn't know we already had them, but that's specifically new ones. That's wood. What am I building them out of right now, then? That looks like wood. Unlocks new business places. I like business places. I am a business place. I gotta say that there's some conflicting styles in here. Like, it kind of feels like a very... Like, the actual map itself in here feels very coherent, but I'm getting a lot of, like, conflicting aesthetics in the menus. SimCity 2000, you love it too. I mean, that's a very similar era. It's like OpenTTD or TTD in general, Roller Coaster Tycoon, SimCity, same era. What do you want me to do next? Research taxes. No, I want to be communist. Wait, and I want to not have taxes and instead just balance everything out and have no personal ownership of anything. That's how we correctly brainwash these people. How else am I going to become an overlord empire if you don't let me be corrupt from the get-go? I take all money. How can we tax the rich? Well, okay, screw the taxes and everything. I will just take everything and tell you what you can have. How's that? Open tech tree. Let's open. Okay, so there's, wait, hold on. So hang on a second. In the laboratory, I've got research and upgrades. Got it. And then in the assembly, I have research. Got taxes and order. And citizen tax? Hold on, I have to tax my taxes? The fuck is wrong with that hand? Hold on a second. Citizenship tax increases settler attractiveness or decreases settler attractiveness. So me taxing my citizens makes them ugly is how I read that. I'm assuming that means that less people want to move here? Yeah, that's definitely like some weird anime looking hand. This is what I mean by conflicting aesthetics. Feels weird. It's definitely what feels like placeholder art, I hope. I mean, that hand makes me less attractive. Service brings citizenship. I think there's military in this game. My accountant couldn't be happier. I have an accountant? There's citizens on the other hand. I mean, based on my research, that's the citizen's hand. They're just like dropping their money. Naturally. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be an evil person, like, picking up the coins, but to me it just looks like smacking the coins out of somebody's hand. Exchanging goods for money is key to your colony. I don't know. I don't know, game. You can buy items or you need from them, or sell the ones that you don't need from them. Okay. You can start by building a market. That is definitely a building that I've seen, which is in here. Does this have a strict door? Or is it just kind of a... I don't really like this little plateau. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to here. Okay, this is my biggest issue with this game right now. You've given me land manipulation tools and stuff floats when I remove land from beneath it. That yes, person. Uh-huh. Ain't great. Okay, game. Excuse me. Why is shrub in the way? Shrub is an impassable obstacle, it turns out. Money can be exchanged for goods and services line from The Simpsons. It's a good line to go for. Yeah, like they have to bribe me to live here, Ishmael. That's very accurate, actually. It's just odd wording, I guess, but I don't know. That can be a lot of things. I will say, I don't like a lot of these icons. They just don't fit the game, in my opinion. Like, I think that my opinions of this game have been very colored by the actual citizens themselves, because these are a Cinti pack. So to me these just look, whenever I see something like this and I go, oh, those are default assets from like a Unity or like Unreal Engine pack, I immediately just default to, oh, now everything, I'm just like looking for store-bought assets. Does anybody else do that, or am I just like broken because I see so many games? Because whenever I see these character models, I immediately just start calling everything into question. Like, when you zoom out, it's really pretty. But when I start looking at it closely, it's like, oh, okay. I mean, it's 0.1.1 version or whatever in early access. So yeah, absolutely, but... it's for sale, for whatever that's worth. And I was given a key for this. It's like noticing a mistake in the magic show and then you spend the whole time looking for mistakes. Yeah, kinda. Like, it takes me out of it. Like, I've seen games that use these assets before, but, like, modify them like quite a bit. Where, like, because to me the big giveaway is, like, the eyebrows. And, like, the way they walk, because this is the default animation, like, the kind of, like, they stick their arms out a little bit like that, and they kind of walk like this. Like, they walk like they've got a stick, like a thorn up their rear. And when I see that, I'm like, ooh, like, you could have done something to them, because now I'm just, like, looking at all the icons and going, like, do I recognize this from somewhere? Do I recognize this from somewhere? Is, like, this whole UI element from somewhere? Like, I've played games before where I'm like, oh, this is a really nice UI, and then, like, 6 months later, I see the exact same UI in a different game, and then I feel really dumb. You can now set what you want to buy and sell by clicking on the building. Yeah, or, like, rolls of hay or something. I mean, $17 is pretty cheap, but, like, there are other games that are much more developed than this for $17. Smoking Top Hat. I mean, like, we were talking a minute ago, right, about, like, game that's on sale, and now I'm blanking as to which one it was, but the Hooded Horse game. I know it's published by Hooded Horse. I can't remember the name of it now. You can set what you want to buy and sell by clicking on the building. I think this might be better if I make the UI smaller, because the UI just kind of feels giant. And I know that it has UI scaling options, so let's scale the UI down a little bit. Like, this feels like it's supposed to be smaller. That, okay. I was kind of hoping it would extend this and fit more in, but it still feels better. Okay, so am I selling this to my people? Okay, so stone's going up, wood's going down. See, now this is suddenly interesting. It's weird that it's just quantity, not quantity over. Increase worker capacity. Oh, okay. Is that like just for that one building though? Yeah, like there's a lot of little touches in here that are very good, but like that slider noise, and this is why I say that like when you have something that's purchased, I suspect everything. Like this whole UI element could be purchased. Yeah, I mean like Odd Realm is a very, very, very good money investment at this point. And also like I mentioned earlier, like this is a very early game in early access, and they're being direct about that. Like, so like all I'm trying to do right now is just point at things that I would think are things that would turn me off from this. I'm not trying to sell this game to anybody. I'm just curious. But a game that, oh wow, Marathon's got a Steam page now. A game that I would recommend to people if you want a game that looks kind of like this, that has had quite a bit of development and has a ton of content is this. It's a little bit more expensive. I mean, it's $25.99 Canadian, whatever that is in America dollars, so it's like $20. But this is a game that's got a ton of content for what it is. Like I'd say there's probably 50 to 70 hours, maybe more in this thing. And it's got a lot of really interesting like simulation focused systems that are like procedural, which make for some really neat mechanics. So, yeah. That is something I would recommend if you want something that looks like this. Until I've played this enough to where I can, you know, recommend it or not. Maybe if you, like, put out a free demo on itch or something. But this was Kickstarted, right? I actually don't know how well or when the Kickstarter for this was. Let me look. Wow. Okay. So it was estimated to release 2025 January, so it's been delayed by a year. I would say Odd Realm is worth it, but so this is the reason I stopped streaming Odd Realm, Reinhardt. Odd Realm is like Terraria to Minecraft in the way it approaches all of its mechanics. So it looks aesthetically like Dwarf Fortress, but almost everything it does is so categorically different that it's like, I don't even see the two in the same headspace. Like they are very different games. Like Odd Realm is a small goal-focused game where you have multiple nope, nobody remembers no more. Odd Realm is a game where you have multiple different playable races that are so completely different that like they feel like you're playing a different game. And there's like written characters that appear in Odd Realm. For reference, Odd Realm is this. Like there are written characters that you can find in like dungeons that exist underground. And like it has similar elements and like a similar camera angle to Dwarf Fortress, but it is a very different game. It's not a Dwarf Fortress clone. Like it very much stands on its own 2 feet. The problem with Odd Realm is it's just as obtuse as Dwarf Fortress in a lot of ways, and kind of a pain in the dick to learn. But I do recommend this game, especially at that sale price. It's fucking cheap as hell. Okay, so select your resources, mark it, and configure it to sell 20 stone. Build 2 barrackses. All right, it's time for Luigi. Okay, once again, where's your doors? I really wish it would give me little arrows where the doors are, even if the game doesn't require them, because it does kind of irk me a little bit that, like, I have no clear indication of what direction a building is facing when I'm placing it.
Mm-hmm.
No, well, the obtuseness in Dwarf Fortress is like the difference between a bin, box, and a barrel, and a bag, and like what they're used for and how they're used and how they function, and like a coffer, a chest, and a box, or like doors and portals, or like tubes and pipes, or like boulders and blocks and why they're different. It is getting better, certainly, but like that first 20 hours is kind of what I'm talking about. Like the initial, I'm learning this game right now, and it's included tutorialization and or the like outside fan tutorialization. That's what I mean when I say that it's obtuse. Not that it's like, you know, unlearnable or anything. Like, that's far from the case. And it's absolutely learnable, and it's certainly easier to learn than it was. But when I'm talking about it being obtuse, that's kind of what I'm referring to. Is that, like, there are things in-game that are not very well explained. Or, like, why are scrolls a tool? Why is a pot a tool? Why is that in the tools section? That kind of thing is what I'm talking about. This game does have a demo as well. I think I should state that, actually. With me being all nitpicky. Yeah, this game has a demo. So it does have that. But I think that, like, while on paper, yes. Like, demos are great, but for developers, they're terrible. They're great because, you know, they give you the opportunity. Is this full? They give you the opportunity to test your game and learn stuff, right? But they're also terrible because they're a lot of work to implement, and they don't pay the bills. So on one hand, yeah, no, I agree. Demos are good, but demos are a blessing and a curse because people expect them, and they expect them to be full developed games, more or less. And that's just not realistic for a lot of developers. Hire 8 soldiers. So, I'm assuming you mean add these? Yes. So I can hire 4 soldiers per barracks. At some point, you might like to get more insight about your colony. Open the dashboard menu. Okay, I think I ended up in that menu at one point. Feels clunky. Everything is so glowy. Looking for water. Collecting water. I'm detecting a problem here. Research a carpentry. I think we need water, man. Although first we're... Okay, that is carpentry. Currently researching carpentry. Well, it also seems like there's water. It's just down here. Which, by the way, looks really pretty, once again. I do wish there was less bloom on everything. But, yeah, see, they're all walking down here constantly. But instead, they're having me research carpentry. So, yeah, no. Oh, I see. It goes all the way around. That's kind of funky. But, like, how to get liquid in a minecart is what I mean when I'm talking about Dwarf Fortress being fiddly. Or how do you make a pump stack work? That's what I mean when I say that Dwarf Fortress is obtuse. The basics of Dwarf Fortress have never been difficult. Well, looking at them was the difficult part. But, like, actually playing the basics of Dwarf Fortress was never what made Dwarf Fortress difficult. It's the, like, why did water flood my fort instantly for no reason sort of thing. Or why did my frame rate go to 0? Well, how are you supposed to know to look for a cat in a tree? Although that's not really an issue anymore, but let's just speed up time. Finish this up. New buildings unlocked, okay. Settlers will arrive with some seeds, but you will need to buy or produce more seeds to increase your harvest. Why did you jiggle like that? Research salesman. What? What about water? But, like, water. Okay, fine. I'm seeing people complain about lack of housing. So while the game is doing other things, it seems like I just have tall houses, right? Okay, house and tall house. What's the difference? Okay, so one has 3 people in it and one has 4 tall people in it. Same sleep rate. Okay, well, let's make them some hosses. So just to give you guys an idea on my taste in city builders, just a wee bit here. Which one of those is the fucking door? I really like a city builder that does 2 things, primarily. I really like a city builder that looks really aesthetically pleasing and also has something interesting or unique about it. The main reason I recommend people play Goblin Camp is because Goblin Camp has a lot of interesting under-the-hood systems and a really interesting simulated environment with a aesthetically pleasing but also, like, compelling little city builder in the middle of it. Frostpunk made me very motion sick, actually. The way the camera constricts whenever there's frost on the edges of the camera made me feel really sick. And I found the fact that it's just like, here's a story kind of boring, actually. Like, that, I bounced off of Frostpunk pretty hard. So not in the slightest. But I like a game that has an interesting mechanical system under the hood. I also quite enjoyed a game called End Zone. I thought End Zone was pretty okay. But a game like Foundation, I kind of hated. And not because I think Foundation is bad by any stretch. I just think it's really boring. Like, there's not enough going on in it that I want to play it for more than a pretty short period of time. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a not worth your time or money. It's just not a game that I am going to spend any considerable amount of time on. I haven't played Minecraft seriously since like 2011, so don't know what that is. Well, I mean, I know what Minecraft is, and I assume that's a mod, but no idea what Mine Colonies is. They want a seeds market. Is that a separate? I do appreciate the search bar. So wait, this looks exactly the same as the market. I'm doing a lot of things right now, and I'm not entirely sure as to why. Trust is really low. I wonder. Environment. Okay, let's get rid of seeds. Okay, so none of these... Those increase happiness. Bench, hold up. Flower garden increase happiness more than bench? I disagree. I think bench increase more than flower garden. Okay, graves increase trust. Interesting. I do like, okay. I got all these. I'm 99% certain this is from an asset pack. I've seen these gravestones before. Just like building like gravestones with no purpose. But like, I do like all these decorative assets, but like, this is very asset store-ish.
Hello?
Please keep walking around these. Thank you. And a bench. Do they? Okay, they do. I wonder if they sit on them. It's kind of quaint. I also don't know if I have anywhere near enough. Hold up. That. Chat. Is that really what they're calling grain? Hadn't heard of this one? I've seen like screenshots of it periodically. It was apparently kickstarted. Johanning. It's been on my wish list for a while. I'm trying to decide if I'm regretting that decision or not. Cereal? You're calling grain cereal? Is that really a generic term for grains? YouTube chat says it would be nicer if they were all cat people. I mean, there's Whiskerwood and that Frog City builder. Okay. Today I learned. Not the word I would use, but... So what the hell does a seeds market sell? Is that just specifically for seeds? Okay. Potato seeds. I seem to be just, like, acquiring them. Let's just pause game for a second. So do I have to manually set this? Enemies have been spotted headed towards your settlement. Prepare your defenses with walls and military. Okay. Select some units, maintain control to make your cursor display the combat options. Eh. Eh.
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't know why I'm mildly surprised by this. Okay, well I can just continue, so maybe I'll just do that. So there was no enemies, and it's like, kill all enemies. To which I have to say, okay, did I do it, boss? Sorry, there's something about that I find really fucking funny. I'm ready to defend. Am I? So did I finish the tutorial then? Can I make you go away now? Or do I have to, like, start over? What do you think, chat? Should we question our leadership? How we feeling? They sound so bored. like they just sound so... Did it say eatable? I thought it said edible, but... I'm a little right now. Mostly because I haven't seen enough, but I think... I mean, how long have we given this? 70 minutes? I think let's give this another hour and see where we're at and go from there, chat. What do we think? I mean, I'm doing it, so. I feel like I haven't given a game a fair shake if I haven't left the tutorial yet. There's a lot of odd choices of words, which I think kind of boil down to just early access game, probably made by somebody who doesn't speak English primarily. Expansion without trust will lead to doubt. Authority without care will not last. Build a place worth believing in. They want me to start a religion? Worth believing in. What he said. All right, let's make a farm. Although, what's my starting food? It does say edible. It doesn't say eatable. You guys are slandering the video game. Not that it doesn't deserve it, but I think what I need to see is I need to see this game do something that is interesting and unique, or it's gonna lose me pretty quick at this point. Although something I do think is interesting is because the game is pretty focused on materials, I do wonder how much of the game is going to be built entirely around like buying and selling stuff. So like I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna see if I make a resource market and a stone miners camp. Can I just simply purchase food? Like, that's something I'm kind of curious about, because I didn't actually scroll that far down in the resource camp. So let's take a look, because I'm actually kind of curious about that. It said eatable on cereals and grains. Okay, well, we'll have to see that when I get that into the inventory again. I will say game's literally unplayable because I can't rename my citizens, so let me rename my goddamn citizens. I'm trying to think where I've seen a UI with elements like this before, because I've seen a very similar looking one. It's probably like a customized version of something else. Pop, 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 pop. You should go look at a game, Travenoid, called Mashinki in YouTube chat. Okay, so can I purchase food here? No, okay, so that's specifically wood and stone. Also, holy shit, where did all those wheat seeds come from? Was it because I built that? I mean, I guess so. Auto replace default priorities. Huh? Drag this cell to reorder. Okay, so there is only one priority on that. I got it. What happens when I open this tech tree? So that just increases the worker capacity for that building, I guess? Archeries, manufacturers, what's this do? Can employ one worker to manufacture, can transform items into more valuable ones, straw into bread, crunchy cookies, flour, planks, wheat seeds, potato seeds. What? Oh. So because I've got a high wood supply, people are happy? Interesting. I do like all these little graphs. These graphs are nice. Laboratory. Assembly. Okay, so for markets, there is the resource market. Later, I got the seed market, which I'm assuming I could research. I'm also going to... Oh, I see. Remove tools. That's good to know. I didn't see that earlier. Oh, wow. Okay, so it does let you cut. I was... can do harsh ledges, so that's good. It's a little dark. Can't see shit. Wonder if that limits things' ability to move. Spoopy wolf sounds. I haven't seen much in the way of wildlife, but there's wildlife on the main menu. At least not that I've noticed yet. Okay, so let's go. I'm broke now. I'm not that broke. Just gonna do tall houses because you get higher capacity with them. Is that the front door? Looks like it. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. Okay. Half a 12-inch pizza. That's a tiny pizza. Looks a bit like the Sims UI. Yeah. It feels like the Fortnite. It's kind of a similar color to the Fortnite UI, but I wouldn't say this feels like the Fortnite UI. That's like my old joke of everything is Minecraft. Research. So they wanted me to go tech tree that. Gets me new wooden buildings, gets me stone-based buildings. Kind of wish I could queue up multiple things, but... We made it! The land is empty and unforgiving. The people looked for you to direction, but no one knows yet if you deserve their trust. Okay, well, that's a whole lot of nothing. Oh, there's a little thingy above the laboratory when it's researching. That's nifty. Am I just like out of stone? I'm just out of stone. So they do seem to go out and mine stone when you need stone, which is kind of neat. Okay, so you can have up to 4 residents. Why is there only 1 resident? Cannoli you, Mr. Cannoli here, seems to have taken up residence in the only house that's completed. That's very kind of you. That's a fucking huge-ass step up into there, let me tell you. You'd be a bit more... yeah, I mean, especially like if like wood was the catalyst as to whether or not you lived or died, right? Of cold or exposure in the winter. I'm going to turn up the price for wood. Pretend it's real life. Mostly because I've got a stockpile of wood and I want to pretend that it's expensive and rare. All right, well, we've got our houses up. Population is growing. I mean, it better be because we have a lot of residences available. City's attractiveness is going up. Their trust is dropping, but happiness is skyrocketing due to the houses. Now, I have a question. Do roads increase happiness? Okay, roads increase trust, which I question. That... It's like if the existence of roads increases trust, then Texas would be the most trustworthy place. Buc-ee's would be the most... Actually, you can trust in their bathrooms, so... Can I can't raise... okay, so I can't do the roller coaster tycoon thing and raise the roads up. Can I right-click? Ooh, I can. Can I right-click and hold? No, I can't. So that should increase trust. And the food hasn't actually dropped yet.
No.
You ordered 2 kilograms of citric acid in powder form. That completely negates the effectiveness of my meds. Citric acid is kind of scary to me. An ad is about to run, and I need to go do something right quick. So I'm just going to pause the game. I will be right back. Hi, back. Ads are still running. Not really related to much of anything, but this past Saturday, I started Hungarian hot wax peppers and fire chilies and shishito peppers. So I've got seeds started for all those. I just keep seeing seeds in game, and it's making me think about plants. And also on the Discord, I posted a picture of the current blooms that the orchid my mom gave me is putting out. If you want to see orchid blooms. And orchid buds. Have I ever played Diplomacy is Not an Option? I played a bit of it. Not on stream, though. That's very much kind of a They Are Billions type thing, yeah? With a lot of, like, comedic flavor, I guess is the way I would put it. Also, thanks to those of you who've tuned into this, by the way. You know, it's always fun to try out something new, even if it doesn't land perfectly. I do appreciate the crowd for the day. This is a crowd-funded channel, so I make a living doing this because people throw money my way. If you guys want to see my most recent like silly side project, if you're on the Twitch side, there is a command which is !legends. But if you're on YouTube, just open up another tab and go to the URL legends.blindirl or legends.blindirl.net, and you can see the Dwarf Fortress Legends for the current world that I'm playing. I'm hosting this on my server, running through Cloudflare tunnel, so you don't destroy me. But yeah, it sometimes takes a little while to load things, and that's just because I haven't given the virtual machine that much RAM. But you can currently go through the world with hot springs in it. I think I should be able to. Yeah. This is my current world, if that's something that interests you. But yeah, if you enjoy the way we do this, I am allowed to you know, make a living doing this because people tune in and watch and have hats next to their name and throw bits and subscribe and all that. So if you are watching the channel and you like the way we do things here, do consider using a Prime subscription if you happen to have one, because those really do keep me funded. And thanks to those of you who've tuned in today. I get to do this job because people tune in and watch. Wouldn't be here if people didn't tune in and watch. We need more storage for wood. They always do. And next they're going to tell me that wizard need food badly. And I'm going to ask them, who said that you are a wizard, Mr. Need Food Badly?
Oh.
I do have to say, it's kind of mean of the tutorial to be all like, and here are enemies that are coming. Now it's time to make barrackses. And then, like, the tutorial ends before the enemies actually fight with you. It's whelming. I'll put it that way. Also, is there such a thing as a bigger stockpile? Because I'm going to end up with like 400 of these, like next to each other. Let's also go here. Gather resources. mining tool. And I think go to the mining camp. And throw 2 more permanent workers in there. This should increase trust a wee bit. Hold up. Are they walking through the buildings? Like, did you just...
Up.
Are they walking through the buildings? I'm trying to figure this out now. Oh, no, okay. They do walk in and out of the buildings. The doors open and shut, which is nice. Huh. Well, they're going to go up there and start farming. I do love, like, the look of the map when zoomed out and in motion looks very nice. Things look kind of rough and hodgepodge when you zoom in. The biggest issue I have with this game, Stratature, is the actual, like, little civilians themselves are using Cinti packs. And that in and of itself isn't a problem. But the second I see a game using Cinti packs, especially if it's like a game that the aesthetics of it make me want to play it, I then go, okay, how much of this is an asset pack? And my brain just like flips a switch and I just start looking for purchased assets. It's like a sickness that I have. I should make a seeds. Oh, I can't actually. I need to go to you. Tech tree. Carpenter workbench. Unlocks new wooden buildings. Well, I'll do that. Oh, never mind. Can't because I don't have enough gold. Okay, I'll do this one then. And you, what do I have a bunch of? I got a bunch of wood. Let's sell a bunch of wood. And then maybe sell it for less because they don't seem to be selling. I'm also supposed to research taxes, right? Which I also haven't researched. Okay, so upgrades does not equal research. Oy. I don't see anything new in there. That probably gives me... the seed market. No, it doesn't. It's resource. Oh, there's seed market. Why are you at the bottom? You weren't at the bottom in the tutorial. That's weird. They are clipping through the buildings? Okay. It's like kind of hard to... yeah. Well, the thing is, like, you can also, like, see into the buildings. Wait, hold up. Are you just stuck back there? So I think what's happening is they are clipping through the buildings and using it as a way up here. But instead of, like, climbing the little cliff, they're, like, rubbing against it with their faces for a bit. And they don't seem to prioritize the roads. Although maybe I could build paths, because I know there's paths as well. Yeah, I think this might be like a wait on it game. That's just my current feeling, but... let's see what they're able to build, put together. Less doomsday than seed vault. Well, seed market is like a store for buying and selling seeds. A seed vault is like for long-term storage. So this isn't for storage. This is for purchasing. This is a market. No, don't buy, just sell. It's very hard to accurately adjust this. Can I click on this? Yes, I can. Okay. Paul Harvey, thanks for the 37th month. Don't forget, chat, a Prime subscription a day keeps the annoying streamer away. Actually, it's more like a Prime subscription every couple hours, but... They are not happy with the environment. Wonder why. Is it the lack of food? Is it the fact that I'm taxing them now? I think I'm taxing them. Okay, I want to know what fire do. And also, I should probably open this up. You know, the more I look at this, the less it means. Be more orange. Thank you very much for the 12 months. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a couple beers for those 2 resubs? Okay, so I made a little bit of money in the summer. It's interesting. I had like another, I had like the new citizen tax thing, but it's just like not here now. Which is weird. That's almost a hype train, chat. Rev, thank you very much for the 32 months. All right, well, let's hope people buy stuff. Because I also have a ton of stone. Oh, there we go. Sold a little bit. Okay, so things are buying stone. That's something. Let's increase the price of this to 1 per rock. And quantity 40.
We love BLINDIRL, yeah, everyone honk honking eternally and forever always.
Are you really selling for 0? I'm giving wood away for free, chat. How did I manage that? Can I not set you to 1? Okay. Weird. Well, that explains a lot. Yeah, also you are right. The wheat says eatable, not edible. I also literally can't afford this building, so we have to wait until we get a little bit of money. They do seem to prioritize the paths a little bit more, but yeah, they're just like clipping through their houses. Hey chat, can I get a couple more beers for Bonesaw? Also, that's a hype train. Needs 3 subscriptions to level up, or $14 in bits. What in the shit is going on up here? My cereal field is degrading. I don't know why. Apparently we need more storage for wood. Oh, I see. We are hitting winter. Maybe that's why they're degrading. There's lanterns. Darius, thanks for the first gifted subs of the stream. Oh, I see. There's a little fire thingy. Yet these don't seem to provide much outside of just fire points. bit non-specific as to what I'm actually doing here. It let me place it on the road, but didn't actually build it. That's really funny. Market price 0.2. I wish there was just like a set it to market price instead of having to like very specifically do that. Strange, man. You are manufacture. Add production. Plank. Commonly used to potato seeds. Let's make bread? So that does what? Flour and water. Ah, okay. So how I water get? Better question. How I get flour? Well, like, okay, I don't have $12. Hey, Chad, I need $12 so that I can, how can I get water? I mean, that's something I'm trying to figure out, Chain's World. It seems like I need to make $12. And once I'm done making $12, then I should be able to upgrade hydraulics. Also, the hype train right now needs $5 in bits or 1 subscription, 1 Prime sub or resub will do it. Lighting needs some work in the winter, that's for sure. I think that it shows the humidity. I don't know, chat. What's your guys' impression of this? That's something I'm real curious to know. What's your impression of this game so far? I know I haven't built any walls or seen any combat yet.
Ooh.
Gameplay good? Meh. I don't know.
No.
Oh, hey, that thing appeared again. Hold up. So, I can destroy this, or I can just destroy the road. I can't destroy the plant box without destroying the road. That's silly. It has a demo. I would try that. I wouldn't currently recommend this. It's okay. It hasn't done anything particularly of note, aside from having some suspicious looking icons and animations and a lot of clipping. Oh, it wants me to reach an overall trust of
No.
okay, well. Infrastructure. Walls and fences. Actually, I wonder. If I build a fence along the top of this, I wonder if that'll stop them from climbing that wall.
Oh.
But like this stuff's interesting, so I kind of want to mess with this a little bit. Low stone wall. Stone wall. Can I not click and drag? You want me to place that individually? Can't hold shift to click and drag? That... eh. Okay, if you insist, game. Okay, so I assume they're just getting water. Although, let's just pause here for a second. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for that 5-pack, by the way. Greatly appreciate that. Quantity in Q 0. So I need you to not do this. I need you to make flour. Select a quantity to produce. Let's say make 40 flour. So then do I need to make another manufacture building and set that to baking? 'Cause that seems a little clunky. Is there somebody even working here? Now I guess there is. Curious if they're actually gonna go do that. I'm also seeing this person just like moonwalking. And then you make bread. I'll just try and have 20. Let's see if any of that works. Except for the people's, I mean, the people's grunts just sound like whoever made this game recorded it on a microphone in a bedroom. Like, honestly, those are kind of charming to me. I think it looks a lot better when it's not in winter time. 56 seconds left in the hype train chat. This game very much, to me, seems style over substance, and I question the style due to the fact that when I see these guys, I go, okay, are these all Cinti assets? Because they very well could be. I can't find any storage. Okay, I guess we need more stockpiles. Also, it's a little odd because, like, there's stockpiles, but I haven't found any additional places to put things. It's just stockpiles. Like, can I make a zone or something? Harvest, housing. That's managing. Yes, that. Like, I can't make that bigger. Like, that's the only size I get? Like, are you for real? I mean, I guess then. We'll just do that. Because, like, what else am I going to do? Also, I wonder if they can reach the one in the middle. Thank you very much, Darius. Appreciate you, man. And thanks, chat, for the 15 subscriptions. Okay, so that is like fixing my scores, just doing that. What are we up to? Got more cereal. The real question is, are you making grain? Because you take cereal and make flour, but you're thirsty and not getting water, and I don't appear to have a way to make a well, at least not at the moment. I am trying to, sell wood and stone. Let's just go into here and mine more stone. Whoopsies. Mine more stone, which I don't seem to have infinite of. So that's going to run out inevitably, I guess. But we got fuckloads of wood, so I guess that's good. What time of year is it? It's early winter? Medium winter, okay. Still in the year 420. I really am curious to see if the world, if it turns into the year 421, or if it stays the year 420. Yeah, it kind like I'm not gonna go accusing a game of being vibe coded, but it like I think in a screenshot it looks really nice. The more I look at it, the more it just kind of starts to feel like kind of an amalgamous blob of things that don't have a lot of coherence. And like the fact that it seems like, I could be very wrong here, but it seems like these are your manufacturing things, and for all intents and purpose, most of your recipes are kind of done in these buildings, which is weird. Like, why don't I have like some specialized buildings for things? Like, I guess I at this point, outside of the fact that in screenshots, not during the winter, this game looks really, really nice. The rest of the time, it just kind of looks... nah. Especially when you start seeing people, like, scuffing through things. And then when, like, all the fields start dying and losing HP when you hit the winter, like, there's a lot of things here that just feel very amateur and not thought out, if nothing else. Which kind of sucks. I don't want to feel that way, but at the same time, it's also extremely early access, so it's like, okay, how much of this is placeholder and intended to be improved upon? But, like, you know, they're wandering and have nothing to do, so they just, like, find a corner and have a rave. That makes it look like they're bugged and not looking for a task to complete. So, I don't know. I do kind of like the focus on the economy, but, like, even that also seems kind of scuffed, from what I can tell. But let's see. Let's just get a little bit more research done and see where we end up. Because, like, now I have hydraulics, apparently, so let's see what that gives me. No new major buildings. If I go to... does it give me a well? Like, what did that give me? Sure, but, like, what did that unlock? Oh, can't afford that one, right? Oh, I see. Huh. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, chat. A fountain. I have seen that asset before. And a smaller fountain. Yeah. I think our time is maybe better spent elsewhere, chat. That's a bummer. What do you think, chat? Am I on the money or am I missing something? Like, I kind of want to see the point where we hit baddies, but, like... I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. Do I need to tell it where to take from? Do I need to then separately? I mean, where else am I supposed to put the open air crapper? The real question is, why are the plants on fire? Oh, I know why. Because that's the brazier. Did I just fail? Oh, I did. All right. I think that is my time to say, I don't think I can recommend this, chat. I mean, maybe I just suck, and that's certainly possible. Maybe I just don't get it. But, like, I really like the look of the worlds it's generating. I don't think the mechanics currently stand up at all. I think, like, yeah, the water looks awesome, and the environments look nice. But there's just not enough going on here. I don't know. I think phone games and PC games is kind of a moot point in the current year. Like, that's a very 2010 comparison thing to make. Like, and you're purely due to the fact that, like, I don't know. What's the name of that fucking game? Those Hoyoverse games run on phones. Those don't look like console games. Fucking Red Dead Redemption runs on phones. If you're a Netflix subscriber, you can go grab Red Dead Redemption right now and play it on your phone. So in that world, calling a game a phone game is like kind of silly. But yeah, I mean, if you're saying it's a phone game as in like there isn't a lot going on, then like yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Yeah, I don't know. Nah. That's all I got. I think it's time to swap games, chat. In the cloud, still runs on a phone. I think it's streamed, yeah. But I mean, like Resident Evil runs natively on a phone. It's like Resident Evil 7, I think, or maybe it's the 4 remake. One of those runs natively on a phone, and I remember it like caused a bunch of a kerfuffle because like it cost them like several $1 million to make and sold less than like 10,000 copies. Yeah, many phones are actually more powerful than most people's PCs. But I don't know. There's a demo for this. Go try it if you're curious. I'm gonna give this a solid 2 to 3 years of development before I take a look at it. Yeah, it's like there could be something here, and it's just a lot of it either feels placeholder, which in a game that's for sale makes it feel cheap, or like maybe should be on itch and not Steam, you know? But like I would kind of expect a game that was kickstarted in 2022 to have a bit more of a, like, I don't mind bugs. Bugs are one thing, but I want to see a game loop. I don't see a game loop here. I just see an aesthetic, and the aesthetic's pretty good. But at that point, I'd rather just have a diorama builder. You know, like these little walls and stuff looks really nice. Like there's obviously the ability to make really cool little buildings, but like I need a loop. I need a loop. I don't see a loop. Good luck, Earth of Orin. You might be in for me at some point, but not right now. Let's go play some Songs of Six. Just gonna go to this scene while I set things up behind the scenes. Harbity barbity. Play the demo. It bugs you that roads don't connect. They do, but not on all terrain levels. Undercooked is the best way to put it, yeah. I'm trying a pun for the title. I don't know if it's going to land. They don't unless you drag. Oh, really? If you make them one square at a time, they don't connect? Oh, that sucks. I agree. That sucks. I managed to make a road underground, which also kind of sucked. I'm also going to start new, because I don't want to play as humans. I've thought about it. I'm just going to play as orcs. I'm down with the Songs of Syxness. Syxness is what I'm going with. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to see a game like that do what Brigador is doing. I don't know. Like, I talk about Brigador kind of a lot, because Brigador is a game that I really, really enjoy. And Brigador Killers, which is the sequel to Brigador, technically is in early access right now, but it's $25 and it's on itch. And it's like, it's enough of a demo that they can make videos out of it, and there are functional-ish levels, but like, it is exceptionally clear that you are buying something that is not fit for public consumption. You are paying to QA test. And that's kind of where that game feels like it needs to be right now. Because like, it doesn't feel like it's got the controls down. It doesn't feel like it's got the anything really but like the baseline aesthetic, and even that doesn't feel ready. So also, do me a favor, chats. Refresh the streams and tell me if I'm in the right directory while I set this up. All right. Alright, so we should all be set up now. Six degrees of separations, you're into the puns too. Hey, that's all good. How am I? Pretty okay. Foot still sore, but pretty okay. Manor Lords, I need to check in on it. So YouTube chat mentioned Manor Lords again. Manor Lords is something I need to check in on again. Because, like, when did I last play Manor Lords? Actual question. I last launched Manor Lords September 2024. Yeah, I need to play that again. Because that's a game that's progressing pretty well. I'm trying to think of, like, a game that I've played before where it's like, it's just not ready. It's just not there yet. Like, similar to what we were just playing. That then got there. And I think Farthest Frontier might actually be the main one that comes to mind. Because when that game first launched into early access, it had some very... It has some very, how do I put this, like, or had some very questionable decisions early on, which have since been smoothed out. Well, it is certainly not 6 o'clock, Lanix, I can tell you that. I see him talking, but don't hear him. I don't know what to tell you, man. Maybe try unmuting the stream? Sure, I mean, No Man's Sky is like a weird example, but an example, yeah. I think the issue with No Man's Sky was just that they were marketed by Sony. Like, Sony gave them a bunch of money in exchange for marketing, and like, or gave them a bunch of marketing and money in exchange for like, exclusivity, quote unquote. It was like early access overhype, but not early access, and entirely the fault of Sony, as far as I'm concerned. Because, like, Sony was just like, you have to release this game. And they were like, we need 2 more years. And Sony was like, no, you have to release this game. That's usually the case, you know? No, Mald. Yeah, biggest John alive. I how many hours do I have in this now? Oh, it doesn't tell me on the screen anymore. Is it weird that I've never really bothered to learn the last major rework of the Steam overlay? I have 140 hours in this game. All right. We're gonna start a new one. I started a new one last time, but we're gonna start a new one. I'm still going to turn like chances of being rated down to easy plus plus because I don't like the combat. So I'm okay with like having combat. I just want it to be much less likely. I'm too sexy for this game. Is that what you're saying, Eric? I mean, something about my shirt? Actually, no, then I'll actually be cold. So I know we started a new one the last time we played this. I'm going to play as the orcs. Because I know how to get going as the orcs. Okay. You pick laptops up and put Linux on them and purge them of the taint of Windows. The way you say that, it makes it sound like it's a workout. Also, now that I think about it, games that like had a good idea but like were just too early. I think Manor Lords actually probably fits into that. Kind of is. Acer fights you? I guess so. I don't know. I haven't had any issues. Although I don't own an Acer computer. I own Acer monitors. Or owned an Acer monitor. I don't actually have it anymore. I gave it to my parents. One of the nicest monitors I had, actually. It's my first 60 hertz monitor. It was an Acer monitor. Extra stuff nearly impossible to customize. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I remember Acer bloatware being a big deal. So who here has never played this game before? Or seen it? Let's do a little show of hands. I also just wanted to mention that it costs 1 bit to get number 3 on the bits leaderboard if you want your name at the top of the stream. Never seen this before? Okay, first thing I need to say about this game. The demo is the full game, but the demo is roughly a year behind in development. So it's an older build, but you can literally play the whole game for free as long as you want. It's the demo. So that's the first thing. If you're even remotely interested, just go try the demo. You will have mostly the same game with less polish. The next thing is this game is like obtuse a bit, but there is decent in-game assistance. I almost always run into problems and then get annoyed with it, but it kind of comes with the territory, I think. There's a bunch of different starting races and they have their different difficulties. If you start as dwarves, you're fucked. Good luck. Dwarves are a pain in the ass to play as early, but just wanted to get that out of the way. So essentially, the race that I know the best are the Cretonians. We tried 2 weeks ago to play as the humans, and I kind of was bumping into some stopgaps. I think like my preferred way to play is start off with the Cretonians and then bring in a few humans. Because these guys are very good at farming and keeping happy initially and getting you through that early game, kind of get your economy rolling, and then bring in humans and then just subjugate all of the orcs and like turn them into a submissive subclass of pathetic, not quite humans, and then let the humans run the show. Because that's what the humans would do, right? Makes perfect sense. Or you could just bring in the elves and eat all the orcs. But that's besides the point. This is a game about kind of being the bad guy usually. So do keep an eye on that. It does actually simulate like segregation in cities in a really interesting way. Like this game has a lot of interesting internal politics, which make it neat. So that's kind of my baseline thoughts on it. But yes, if you would like to just try this, should you bring your PC to the living room and play DF on your couch, or if you play it on your desk, if you have two, or if I play it on the desk, you have 2 monitors? I would do it on the desk with 2 monitors because then you could have the wiki up or stream up. Thanks for the 5 or 15 pennies. Appreciate it, Volpine. It's okay, I suck at Dwarf Fortress too. So now I have 2 very important questions, chat. What do I name my ruler? The default is Bob. And what do I name my faction? I should name the I'm looking at the name of this faction and go, what would you do? I feel like naming my leader for a Klondike bar might be a bit... maybe I should name it... I mean, my ruler being Klondike bar. For a Klondike. No, well, that's our war cry, right? For a Klondike bar. Right now, currently, probably not much. Actually, would I do for a Klondike bar? That's the exact right amount of on the nose. No, I mean that would be naming him this. That would be on the nose. I don't know how I would do that. Klondike sounds like a name. And Bar could be a last name. Okay, now the question is how would I doodle this? Because like you can draw your flag, right? How would I draw a Klondike bar? It would be like, hold left mouse button to draw. There we go, okay. So it would be like... It's a damn shame I don't have an additional shade. Because, like, that's all I can really do. And, like, that's not a very descriptive ice cream sandwich. Random brown square? I mean, yeah, no, I can't add in additional colors. I can just, like... Yeah. It's just those. Like, it can change the color of the pole, can change the color of the foreground and the background. Guess I could go more white. Maybe, like, how would I do black? Guess just do that. Yeah, I think that's about all I could really do. I mean, I could do like this. That's not really a Klondike bar. Oh, a K? Yeah, I guess I could do a K. That kind of works. I'm not a very good pixel artist, as you can clearly tell. True, actually, KB would probably be the better way to do that. It's gonna start looking like a KB Toys logo. I think that looks worse. Do a bear? Okay, let's see if I can free draw a bear here. Chat's just like, I don't know what I fucking signed up for here. Okay, maybe I need to do like a that. You know, that's like 1,000 times better than I was expecting that to turn out. But also, like, it's off by a pixel. So, let me just see if I can unfuck this. The fuck did I do to your ear? I didn't fix it at all. I like unfixed it. There we go. What would you do for a Klondike bar? You'd fight with demented Mickey Mouse is what you would do. Now the question is it better like this? Or is it better like this? Angry Mickey. How about blue? Can I make it like a blue? So rounded ears and not Minecraft ears, Eric? It's more cute with less blocks. If I want to make him angry, I could do that. He's frowning. Now he's screaming. So many emotions. Now he's got an angry unibrow. I could also make his head taller. I could go up to here, maybe. Bigger ears, maybe? This is the classic streamer still in the character creator. Yeah, now I can give him a full-size smile. He can truly be the angry bear that we always knew he was. Let's see if I can do this, maybe. Yeah. You once spent 3 hours in one? Why the long face? True. Well, I mean, just have to make him less happy for the long face. Could also do that. Or like that. He's got like drool or tongue. Now he's got a handlebar mustache, or he's very pissed off and we'll never know. The single tooth. I think I like that. I think I'm gonna send it with that. I mean, what would you do? It's either what would you do for a Klondike bar with this, or it's like, what's the really cheap? It's like Kraft brand peanut butter. I swear this is a city builder, by the way. In regards to spending like hours in a character creator, I paid for Black Desert Online and just built a character in the character creator and then refunded it. I spent an hour and a half making a character in Black Desert Online because I wanted to mess with the character builder. What did I do for a Klondike bar? Spent $4.99 at the corner store up the street this past summer. That's what I did. Save as default. Nah, I don't want to be... Well, fuck it. I will be subjected to this as embarrassment in the future. Send it! All right, I don't have many art options, so I'm just going to take the Artisan and the Nudist, because those are the only perks that I have available. The Nudist, you unlock these as you play. I don't think I can save the game, actually. Maybe I should refund that. And disable that. Because I don't actually think I can. Outside of, like, you know. I can turn on name requests. So if you want to name a citizen, you can do that. They might randomly die with no real indication as to why or when, but you could do that if you want. So the Artisan gives me what? It gives me plus like 12% to all of those constructions. And the Nudist, each race when you unlock this title will make its boosts more potent by an additional 8.3%, plus a current boost of 5.83% speed. I think that's movement. Now I can choose a map type, or I can just do random. We'll just do random. I think I'm going to say a little bit more southern. Haha! Then it generates you a world. Then you find a place. So this game kind of looks like a game that was made for, like, in the mid-90s that never released. This is very much one of those games. So now we're looking for somewhere where I'm not super isolated. I want a good mix of resources. As you can see there, it's all 0 right here. At least something, like at least like clay or clay stone or a source of iron. I can also regenerate the world pretty easily. I might actually do that because I'm not really seeing much in the way of areas where I'd want to settle. Where I won't just be super isolated. I mean, that's actually pretty good. But it's isolated. But there will be little opportunity for trade. Little opportunity for trade means slow progression. Let's just regenerate. Ooh, that's actually a really... It's like the mountain serpent. That's pretty dope, actually. That mountain range coming through here. Look at that. Good for lumber, mountains, fresh water. Good moisture, various different pastures, a little bit of everything. I think this could work. Look at that. Serpent's Pass, yeah. Mount Darfurum and the Dillburn Hills. Is Serpent's Pass a thing from something specific? What was the snake way in Dragon Ball? Where Goku dies and has to run to get out of hell? To those of you who've played this, chat, what do you think of this? That's not Avatar, that's Dragon Ball. I mean, maybe there's a snake road in Avatar too, but I'm thinking of Dragon Ball. Where does it say secret tunnel? No, this is just a random map. I literally clicked the generate button a minute ago. I really don't like the combat in this game, so. Serpent's Pass is an Avatar. Okay, then what's the long... It literally looks like a fucking snake. Now it's generating all the trade routes and all the different factions. And it's plopped us right here. What would you do for a... right next to Buxu? Which is a something. Ninbura. That has bug people. That has a fuck ton of orcs right there. I like how it's like you're gonna be isolated, yet there's like bug people right there. Looks like these people will be able to trade with, but it's mostly just these guys. Hoogland? What's the Hoogland peoples? We got Winsta over there. They're the Winstigators. We got humans. What's up here? More dwarves. Are those humans or dwarves? Those are humans. A lot of stuff going on down here. A lot of little countries. Free state. Oh, so as in like they... How do you know if they're a free state? Where does it indicate that? Is it the colors? Because I know that they're like the insect people. There's 5,000 of them though. It's because of the gray color? Interesting. Okay. So then, like, these aren't free. Right, I see. All of these guys are part of Hoogland, and then these are part of... Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. So then that would be a free state up there. Same with here. And up there. And over here. I do, like, I do want to mess around with the combat and try and figure it out properly since it's been redone, but I want to be the one that instigates it, is my primary desire for the combat in this. Is like I want to decide when I do the fighting. I don't want the enemy to do the fighting for me. All right, so now I click this button. OPMs means about as much as free cities to me. I don't know what that means. So now I decide where I put my city on rock. Okay, so we got lots of wheat over there. We got fruits over there. We're going to need to get my duders here to gather stuff. We've got gems, coal, and metal. We got rarer minerals. We got stone deposits. We've got whatever this shit is. Looks like deer poop to me, but I think that's a thing that I can mine. We got a clay deposit. Lots of grain. It's not, is it adamantine or is that something else? There's also a pre-built road here, which seems to stop right about there, which runs down the bottom of the map down to here. We got opium and animals that we can harvest, various varieties. I think we stop over here somewhere. Also, let me overlay moisture. So I want to farm over here, basically, along the river. But there's actually a lot of moisture right there. So I could start here and farm over here. What do you guys think? Closer to the river or closer to over here? I mean, over close by the river would make some sense. Yes, no. Namaki's right. You know, the richest and most successful run I ever had in this game was literally just becoming a giant opium factory. I exported so much opium, and there's a clip of me playing this from a while ago saying, "Who knew? Drugs sell for a lot of money." Turns out. I don't know why I'm shocked. Yeah, let's just go kind of like right in the middle here. The British strat is sell everybody opium. Now, once you've placed this, I would like to point out that the weirdest bug I ever encountered in a video game, and I just like to mention this because it's amusing to me, was while playing this, and it was when I placed the throne, or if I moved it, OBS would disconnect. And I still to this day don't know why that was happening. The weirdest. It happened to everybody who played this game and streamed with OBS. Because if you looked at any VOD the first week this game was out on Steam, there was a break in everybody's VOD right when they did that. It was bizarre. Cheers, chat. Thanks for tuning in for Variety Week, where we play Songs of Six and whatever the heck that previous game was. Maybe we'll do something else this week and add in a little bit more variety. Maybe we'll check in with some Manor Lords or something a little later in the week. I would like to remind everybody, I am hosting Legends. So if you like Dwarf Fortress, this game that I sometimes stream, the Legends for my current world are hosted on my personal server. And if you're watching on Twitch, you can just type in !legends. But for the people on YouTube, go to legends.blindirl.net and it'll give you a link. I'm kind of beta testing it right now. So like if it breaks, now's the time I want to know, because I'm not constantly having to update it. But I will update it probably at the beginning and the end of most streams. Ideally. I've ever played Kenshi. I find it really, 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 really hard to look at Kenshi. Like just aesthetically, I don't like looking at it. In theory, I would like Kenshi a lot. In practice, I find Kenshi really boring. But the main reason for that is I've just never gotten over that hump. I probably would really like Kenshi, but I play enough games already that I could sink 5,000 hours into, and if I was going to play a game like that, I think I'd rather get into Mountain Blade very heavily or Star Sector very heavily, because both of those games are more interesting to me than Kenshi. I will play Kenshi 2 whenever that releases. Okay, so let's start off with farming. Now, I'm not going to lie. I was watching a friend... Oh, actually, the first thing we got to do is we got to start off by harvesting. I was watching a friend of mine, Deep Space, play this relatively recently. Now, love Deep Space, love his soul. But I got to tell you, chat. He made a much nicer looking city than I do. I need to take a real quick peek see at these people. Now, Nomal, you told me to save the game. Now, I unfortunately will not be saving the game. However, what I will do is leave this person's last name. That's you now. Overall likes in your hamlet, but offered those suggestions to make it more harmonious. I am a follower of Cretoism, and I cannot worship properly in this plantation. We need more and better shrines to Krator's honor. My foremost chieftain, the first step in building a mighty settlement would be to build some homes for us. Our settlement is beautiful and all that. But just imagine, my leader, our streets covered with Klondike bars. I mean, a forest plaza. We would like to be allowed to wear more clothes. Clothes? That's funny. One thing at a time. Let's not be hasty. All right, so let's see. What do we need here? Services. These are their likes and dislikes. You can allow them to use resources in their homes. Environment, buildings. What do they prefer? Okay, so they're not so much... I really wish I could hover over that for the different building types, but... They really like wooden buildings. So it seems like they prefer round buildings. This is liked by your plebeians. Higher value equals more fulfillment. So they don't want square buildings. And they want buildings made of wood. Yeah, okay. Let's see what we can do here. Fell tree. Ah! Sorry. It always takes me a minute to remember how to play this game. Controls-wise. Now let's unpause. I'm also going to shrink this down, just to give us a little bit more space here. Pig menu. You're Mac Grunt. I am going to adjust your last name slightly. You're Alan Mac Grunt right now. I'm going to change you to Alan Mick Grunt, because that's just funnier. We need more homes for our people. Yada, yada. What else do you need? You're sure that... I'm sure our splendid leader, like me, would prefer a forest plaza for our streets. That would make all Cretonians happy, as they can be. Variety of foods is a bit bland. My leader, if I may be so bold to suggest, you use materials suited for Cretonians when building. I shall provide you with more wood, madam. Let's go. Should probably start off... I think we'll start off with storage, because that'll actually tell me what's in my inventory. And then we'll move into the realm of... Warehouse. Warehouse. Oopsies. What is the hotkey to the thing that I was trying to do? Oh well. Let's see. What shapes do I have? I've got brush, clips, hexagons or bestagons. Excellent. But what about you? I see. These are tools I need to mess around with a little bit more. I think. Hexagon, hollow hexagon, eclipse. I see. Warehouse? Yes. Their house. And then I can go... Actually, let's make you a little bigger, because that was 13 by 13. Let's do like a 15 by 15. And then go thunk, 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 thunk. How's that? So this is going to be our first warehouse. If I hold down Control and scroll up, I can make this big. This is going to be kind of a pain to fit, isn't it? So what's fun about this is you'll be able like, I've got this figured out. I've got this one faction figured out. And then you'll let a bunch of humans in and they'll be like, fuck all these round buildings, man. What is all this goddamn orc propaganda? And then you'll have to like rebuild half your city for them so that they don't hate you. But like they'll be more specialized in different tasks to complete different things. So that's kind of what this game turns into, is just like having to constantly... Not constantly, but like decide if you're willing to let in a different population, because now you have to deal with what they want, which is kind of a, I don't know, a fun mechanic. Capital F. We just have to keep asking them what they would do for a Klondike bar. How you doing, Anander? Make Nomal the QA tester for opium, don't worry. I'll also let you run the brothel, don't worry. We'll get there. I could make you the master baiter. Unironically. Because that's the master of fishing. I think I should, like... cancel a bunch of these. I got too much wood being hauled or worked on. I want them to go build that instead. I can't give anybody the master baiter yet, though, because I need, I think, several hundred population before I can assign those. Because those are under this, which you need nobles for, which I don't have yet. Hear me out, Solitaire. What am I naming this poison? Yeah, you can have different types of housing blocks for different peoples, Joel. But still. Also, Whiskey is this guy's name? Right. Right. Speaking of Solitaire, have you guys seen Forbidden Solitaire? I'm a follower of Cratoidism. You need to worship, yada yada. I think my house would look lovely with some furniture. Don't you think so, Elder? Yada yada. As they slowly work through this. Well, well, well. This is going to take a little bit to build, isn't it? Actually, hold on. Let me check something. Did I fuck up? Did I fuck up? Okay, so I made this out of the wrong material. They want wooden buildings, not mud buildings. So I will, I think, just replace this. Yeah, we'll do that. Let's just plop you down here, and then go to here, and then go smart remove. Let's get them to work on that instead. We're shoveling 16 tons, and what do we got? A pile of orcs and not much of value. Telling Artho. What, like once the structure's built? I didn't know that, Joel. I'll have to find that. Like if I go to this, is there a way to do that? And it's instant. Well, that's news to me. That seems a little buggy. Just have to find exactly what tab you're talking about then. Getting a tip from the YouTube side, but... no, just let them finish building it. It very well may be one of those, like, it also needs to be finished. You do realize that I streamed about 3,500 hours of RimWorld and burnt out so hard on that game that I never want to play it again. And the last time I launched it was in 2022, early 2022, as part of recording a bit for a charity event that I didn't end up taking part in. So yeah, it is very unlikely you will see RimWorld on this channel. Well, if you wanted me to be a RimWorld channel, you should have watched me when I was playing RimWorld. I realize that's like not a fair statement, but no, it is very unlikely I'll play RimWorld. I would need to be really desperate for money to have to inflict that game upon myself once more. They're all napping. They also really want housing. Maybe it's unfair of me to not give them housing. I'm just gonna plunk down a singular longhouse right there, just so that they have somewhere to snooze. Yeah, would have been the last RimWorld Hot Potato I took part in. I just don't enjoy that game. I would say at least 5 to 6 times per stream. Like if I got a subscription for every time somebody subscribed or someone asked me if I was going to stream RimWorld, I would probably have around 2,000 subscribers concurrently. Yeah, I know this, Smart Sala. Although usually I don't bother with the hunters early game, I usually just go to the actual herds of animals and just hunt and click and drag rather than like making the shop early game. Just trying to get them to finish this. But it's not the greatest spot. I mean, over here is obviously way better, but over here ain't bad. We're gonna need to harvest the actual fruit that's around here too. Has playing it more kind of solved it? No, I have a lot of fundamental design issues with this game. But, like, me saying that I have issues with a game doesn't mean that I don't like it, necessarily. Like, I have a lot of issues with Dwarf Fort, as an example. That, like, I wish were better, and that I can point at and be like, that could be improved in any number of ways. But that doesn't mean that, like, I don't like it. It just means that I wish it was better. And when I'm, like, reminding myself how to play a thing, it's very easy to fixate on things that could be improved. But, I don't know. If the developer can ever convince me that I like the combat in this game will increase in quality, like, tenfold very quickly. I think I'm just going to quietly just kind of put... let's do a little bit of that, let's do a little bit of that, let's do that, that for right now, and maybe a bit of that as well. Then I will build a second one of these in a little bit and put in resources as well, but for right now, let's just throw wood in there. Anything else can be stuff that we gather. Why did I put eggs in there? Don't need that. Just more wood. Now we have 13 people. Brings in a little bit of extra house. I'm trying to just make a little town, primarily here. Longhouses are like the lowest quality housing, but it's something. You probably would have a very hard time relearning it. Yeah, and that's a lot of what this game is like this game requires a lot of trial and error and fiddling to learn. Let's just do fire. Nope. What's it called? Burn. Nope. Mass grave. Where's the afterlife? Entertainment. Home. Health. Lavatory. That's something we can make, but that needs furniture. Could just make a shrine. It's 153 wood. They really like their shrines, so I will... It's a hearth, that's what I need to make. Let's plop that down there, and a hearth. There it is. That can be our little starter. Because currently we are in fall, so I've told them to go up to here and harvest these. And they will harvest those once they are ready to be harvested, which we are getting there. I'm also going to drop down the amount of meat in here. Just increase fruit. Same with mushrooms. Those can go down to like nothing. We still have not a lot, but there is a little bit of rations left. Very little. Almost none. But so far, so good. So far, so good. If we get desperate for food, I can always just manually tell him to go hunt. Feel free to drown him. Oh, I'm sure he'll drown himself. Or she'll drown herself. I'm actually not sure what Nomald is. But yeah, I don't know. When it comes to me in RimWorld, I think my main reluctance to go back to that game is I know in my heart that I don't enjoy that game. And when you combine that with the fact that I just don't want to play it, and also there's a lot of other people who stream that game, it's very difficult for me to justify playing a game that I know more or less has that niche filled. That just makes it very difficult for me to justify playing something that I know I don't like playing. So that's the main reason I'm hesitant to ever go back to that game, because I know it would be very difficult for me to enjoy it. And it's not like there isn't enough people playing that. I would rather play a game like this, where I enjoy it a lot more, and I don't have the historic like burnout issues with that game, or just like overplaying fatigue more than anything. And instead I just get to, you know, enjoy the process of playing a game. Be sick if you could create your own races in the game. I mean, that's called modding, yeah. But no, I mean, in-game customization, like, that would be neat. Also, we lost a person. Which means I gotta build a mass grave. They got mauled to death by things we're hunting. Area is too thin. Oh, I see. Guess I actually have to make it a square. Ish. Okay, let's just go house. Oh, shit, we're in an ad break. No, pause. So wait, you changed the name and color palette of the pre-existing ones, made the orcs green? Because, like, the game literally already has humans, dwarves, elves, and orcs. What's different about them in your version? Mind? And honestly, I don't even want to talk about RimWorld because it turns into me stating why I don't want to play it. But did I play RimWorld with Combat Extended? I remember talking with the person who made that mod in my chat. Yes, I played with Combat Extended. That doesn't improve the base fundamentals of the game that I don't like. I've moved beyond it, and you will never get it again. Unless someone wants to give me $1 million to play it once, then I'll do it. Maybe, like, $5,000? I play it for, like, an hour? You can get that. I love how, like, diplomatic you're trying to be with that question. There's breeders, and there's nurseries. Humans have nurseries. I want to say the orcs have breeders. But, like, if they're mating in it, sure. Like, do they multiply? Yeah. Is it, like, hanky-panky sexy time? Not really. It's just, like, a mechanic in the game. Hey! Bunk. How are you? They've got too many tasks to complete, but at the very least we got a farm up and running. We have no food, which is great. It's gonna be a fun first year, let me tell you. The stats of the races are changed. Fair enough. I just think it's funny that, like, the game has all of those archetypes in it, mind, and you're just like, yeah, I modded the game, and it has everything the game already kind of has, but like no real description as to how they're different. Again, like, I actually really like that this game has its own unique flavor of fantasy, even though we're all starving to death. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Should see. Yeah, there you go. Go get him, bud. Meow. I'm sure our splendid spirit guide like me would prefer a forest plaza for our streets. Age 6. You're 6 years old? I was definitely not a 6-year-old, but I will believe you. Game. If you tell me that enough times. Oops, no. They need to finish making that so that the mauled to death person can get put into the mauled to death person room. Well, at least I've got a bunch of meat now. I was hoping it gets put away soon. They're over here farming. The houses are getting filled up. We got plenty of extra housing around. Let's bring in the peoples. I do have food. The thing is, it's like just not distributed into here right now. What is this? It's grain, livestock as well. Can you commit genocide in this game? Can we use words that don't make me want to throw up? Can you kill everybody? Probably. Have I done it? No. Like, you can just enslave an entire chunk of your population if you want. Like, there's just an enslave button. So if you have, like, a populace of, like, humans and, like, dwarves and, I don't know, the lizard people, you could just, like, click a button and turn them all into slaves. Like, this game really lets you be a maniacal shitbag, if that's what you dream of. But I think, like, the individual factions are more multi-race than... are more multiracial than you might want if you were just a racist piece of crap in real life. But there we go. Now it's counting all my stuff because everything's getting put away. I'm just going to copy you. Plunk you down there, and this is going to be for more raw resources. Whereas this is going to be for more food and other related things. But I did interview the developer of this game once, and he once said that he hopes that all aspiring oppressive dictators play his video game instead of becoming oppressive dictators. Because he said it would be more, it would be better for society if they just played a video game instead of, you know, being oppressive dictators, which I don't think is like how the world works, but I respect the approach to a degree. I'm gonna give them a little bit of wood that they can take, and then we're gonna start doing carpentry. So how much are you gonna produce next year? 8.1 days you'll produce. Still don't know. Don't know just yet. Bring out the weird in people? I don't know if they necessarily bring out the weird in people. I mean, it's a fair question in a game like this. Like, I think it's just, like, choice of words. Maybe not the wisest in some cases, but... Like, I would say that, you know... Civilization can bring out the weird in people. It's just how you choose to word it. That's all it really is. It's just how you choose to word it. So you, let's remove all of this. Just add in more general resources for manufacturing. This one's going to be a bit more specialized. Actually, I think what I might do is just send these down to 0. Increase everything else, send these down to 0. Increase everything else. Send these down to 0. Send you down to 0. Increase everything. 0, 0, 0. Let's increase like fiber, because we're gonna probably have some of that pretty soon, or I'm not gonna have any time soon. Coal I'm not gonna have any time soon, so let's bump up that. And fiber. Maybe, yeah, fiber. I will be farming fiber. I'm not gonna be doing anything with leather though, initially. Or not prioritizing it anyway. And then this last one, we'll put something else in it, but probably furniture, like more processed goods. I might leave this one empty for the moment, actually. I could just use a woodcutter. Why don't we do a woodcutter here? So woodcutter basically manages a forest for you. I don't think they... Okay, so I know they like round buildings. Do they care if a building is, if not round, then like... Do they care if a field is round? I don't actually know. I will say, building roundness as a preferred building trait might be one of my favorite things about this game. Like, certain people liking square buildings and certain people liking round buildings is just fucking funny to me. And I will like that forever. Auxiliaries uses what? That uses furniture. Okay, so... Could upgrade you later and give you auxiliaries. Or I could... You know what? I'll just make a carpenter's shop. Because I'm going to need it anyway. So efficiency is what I'm looking at now. So that's 59. Because those are storage, so it can keep stuff on site. Gives me 72. Man. $95, eh? And then I will do carpenter. Carpenter, more like carpentered. I don't want brush. I want eclipse. Think it's dependent on walls? Yeah, no, I believe that you could be wrong. Wish I could, like, pick it up and move it once I've placed it. Let's do that. And then in the middle here, just gonna do that because it looks nicer to me. If you right click, it gets rid of the last thing that they were working on too, which is really nice. Okay, so workbench is what I need. Let's see what I can fit in for workbenches. I'm kind of making my life difficult by doing these as round rooms, but it's what it is. Storage. Excellent. Why did you work there, but not there? Oh, max amount is reached. Okay, well, that's interesting. And then auxiliary workstation. 66. 75. Hundo. It's kind of a lot of wasted space. Let's see what else I can fit. Do like you there. Do that, and then I can do just one more of these. One more sets of these. 91, 95. Hondo! Send it. It's a big-ass carpenter. Yeah, I'm not going to fully employ it. I'm going to run that at like 20% capacity. Maybe less, actually. But yeah, I always start off with very large things. If I set the warehouse to auto-hire workers, I don't ever do that early. I think somebody's behind in the VOD. I don't think the question necessarily reflected on the person, bro. I never said it did. I just said I wouldn't have used those choice of words. Like, does this game let you commit genocide is one way you could word a thing. Another way you could word a thing is, does this game let you go to war with everybody? And does this game let you go to war? Actually, you could just ask that. And it has much less sticky connotations, even though it could more or less be the same question. That's all. Uno, when, was me. If you're watching my chat and watching my stream, if you're in my chat and watching my streams, and you are bothered by me critiquing your choice of words periodically, then I do recommend for your sanity you watch somebody else. If you're okay with me doing that, then welcome to my channel. We'll get along just fine. Can you commit genocide in this game? Travenoid. I literally just said it a second ago. But anyways, I'm leaving it at that. Bald supremacy? Man. I guess I'm screwed then. You don't really know how you don't really like how the research works? The thing I struggle with in this game, what dang fung in YouTube chat, is I liked the way the older versions of the research worked more than the current one. All right, I need to go gather up a bunch of stone. I think it's clear. like stone field over there. I'm just gonna let them finish doing this, and then we'll let a bunch more people in, because how many are waiting? 13? Actually, that's not too bad. Yeah, let's just take the 13. Take the extra hands. And Emir is the rightful ruler of a land. As such, we can now conduct trade with our neighbors. Good to know. Time to get stoned? I mean bouldered. Boulder dash is the task that they are completing now. They want to give me money and alcohol. I'm gonna deny that. I don't want your money nor alcohol. I don't know. I tend to try to avoid this game's combat because you fight with your city's population. And it's kind of like clunky Total War. And the part I like about this game is the building a hive-like city. So I tend to focus on the parts of the game that I like and ignore the parts I don't like. So if I'm a bit unaware, I guess, of certain mechanics, that's part of the reason, to be honest with you. What do we need? More wood? Yep. I have 53 people. I just find the combat clunky. I don't think the game's aesthetic or view lends itself to combat in your streets. Visually, I can't follow it. I don't find it pleasant to interact with, which is why I have all of the combat turned down to a minimum and pacifism turned up to a maximum, so that I can interact and engage primarily with the parts of the game that I enjoy and automate and ignore the parts of the game I don't. Because, like, look at the way this game looks. Having to spot one person causing chaos in a city of 10,000 is not really my idea of fun, generally. DS, thank you very much for the 29th month. Appreciate you. Check, can I get a round of beers? For DS, keeping that sub alive. Appreciate you, DS. How you doing today? Welcome to Variety Day. The first game missed pretty hard. Also, Clino, I hope you're enjoying your lurks. Clino, did you see the thing that I did over the weekend with the help of Suited Giraffe? Yeah, no, it's still similar, Georgie Pie, but it's more abstract now. It used to be more if this, then that. Now it's if this, then that, and also this. Which is a little bit but... Just really curious to see what the harvest from these is. That's not going to be much, but... We also need more housing. Let's just plunk you down here. Type an exclamation point legends, Clino. That's the thing that me and Suited did. We've certainly got some people talking on some old GitHub repos. Well, at the very least, you can wrap up in blankets. Make warm beverage. It's not too bad. Sucks, but... This game does not have Z levels. YouTube chat. I don't think it would be better if it had it. If it had Z levels, rather. I think I might wait. Estimated harvest this year, 40 and 45. Okay, so that's not much. I mean, those are tiny, so I'm gonna need to make some bigger farm fields before I let many more people in. I also don't even need to underemploy this. We've actually got enough people. Now that's slowly getting put together. And you can take furniture. Most games don't need Z levels. I mean, my favorite example actually of that is is it cancel job, suspend jobs, cancel jobs. One of my favorite examples of that actually is Keeper RL, where like the developer for that game added Z levels because people bugged him to, and I actually think that game is objectively worse with Z levels turned on. Like, the Z levels do not add much, they just make it harder to navigate. Round buildings are, if I zoom out, they might be clearer. These are warehouses, and then that's a carpenter. And then this is, like, a natural farm where fruits appear. I've got 2 little cultivated fruit farms, and then I've got this big old woodcutter down here. And then I got my mass grave down there, where one person got mauled to death by a bull. Yes, these are those. It's time to make the lavatory, everybody's favorite lava. Trying to figure out if that's the right size or not. Seems right. Hey, that'll be my toilet. It's time for the communal pooping. Everybody's favorite activity in this universe. Those little doors down on the bottom there. We need 19 furniture, so after that's done, they'll build that. And I'm going to place one there. And one down here. They drove you crazy. There was a I assume it's still in the workshop and still compatible, but there was a mod that I spotted pretty early on when I was first messing around with this game, that made them honk like a goose when they pooped. So instead of making farting like raspberry sounds, they would just go meow. It's truly one of the funniest fucking things. Yeah, there's various different flavors of get rid of the pooping noises. That gets insane. What the I don't know, there's an element of humor to it. I've seen credits in Caves of Cud. What Dang Fung in YouTube chat made many videos. I first purchased it in 2015 when it went into early access before it was cool. And now it's getting ported to phones. Which is truly wild to me. You love the silly goose energy? What would you like to name? You could name a warehouse. You could name a big snouted orc poison. What do you think? Pink Primeval. I mean, it just sounds like a flock of geese. Dragon tea. Can you be a toilet? I can't name them until after they're constructed. So remind me once one of them are done, because this is getting priority. And, you know, right now this is just using up all my wood. Subject of yours has become sick. Oh no! Anyways, there's literally nothing I can do. It's fell tree that I'm looking for. But I just would like to get wood in there. Wood over here. There we go. Yeah, wood goes over here. I actually don't want wood here. I want everything else more of. So I could bring in 18 more people. Those hands would be useful. Let's bring in the people. 71! Now we have 3 days worth of food. Just gotta get all this stuff inside. Worst case scenario, I can go hunt some wild animals and risk our lives. And we still have 9 free houses, so that's good. All of these are getting put away. Got 74 fruits. Should probably make a bigger farm field for next year. You got 30. What are the other recipes? All right, yeah, you can make shields. I always forget about that. I kind of wish that I could do half of each. But I think what I'm going to do is warhammers. We've got spears. We've got metal spears. I think I'm going to make just a bunch of furniture until we have like a decent surplus, and then I'm going to make shields out of all of the leather that we've got sitting there. Being an orc in a toilet is a busy job. Yeah. So chat, what did you guys get up to this weekend? I didn't do as much as I wanted to do, but there's a world where I would have ended up doing a lot less. It was decently productive for what it was. Oh wow, it's just a bunch of that over there. That was not what I intended to do, but here we are. You upgraded your Amiga 1200. I love how that's a thing that people are still doing in the current year. It's like the one time I ran into somebody in my chat who was way into typewriters and was like just going on and on and on about typewriters. Or I don't know if anybody here watches Techmoan, but he put out a video recently on music cylinders? Like Edison's cylinders, like the wax cylinders, like the 3-minute long things, and then kind of deep dove into like pre-1950 free jazz scene and like the people who collect cylinders. Like, I don't know, that was a neat rabbit hole that he fell down briefly. I like me a Techmoan video. This is just slightly off, which is kind of funny. I screwed it up, chat. Please don't hate me as much as you currently do. Hold up. They put out a new Trials game? What? 'Cause, 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 Oh, trails, not trials. I shouldn't misread what you said. I got excited for a second there. I was like, there's no way that Ubisoft is releasing a new Trials game in the current year. How is that possible? Trails is in like the JRPGs, right? You read 3 books. Those were either really short books or you read really quickly. Should be through the ads mostly. I don't think I'm good enough at this game, Dragon T, to really have a goal in particular. I feel like you need to kind of know what you're doing to be able to set functional goals. And I'm certainly not at that point. Yeah, I mean, I usually just try to have more population than I had the last time I played. That's usually my goal. Maybe that's a bit boring, but 23 more people. I don't have the housing for that. Once those houses are done, we'll bring these in. We do have 6 days worth of food, so it's pretty good for the moment. That's almost done. That's getting there. Activate that job. Because currently I don't really have any food supply or income of food, so that is all the food we have. Yeah, let's wait until around halfway through spring. Reclaimer book series? Neat. I hate doing anything other than crafting and mining, especially hate farm. Wait. Oh, we're talking about dwarves in this game, right? Starting as the dwarves, I think, is very difficult. Dwarves are like... the most success I've had with dwarves in this game is bringing them in mid-late game as like an additional population to whatever I already have set, and then specializing them in just being underground and farming, and not farming and just like mining. Basically, like, they don't like collecting food. They just want to be underground in the dark and dig, which is like very dwarfy and honestly quite in character, but like it's just not easy at all to start as them. I've done it before and I've pulled it off, but that was also in an older version of the game, so some things have changed. What was the other thing I needed? Okay, so I could, let's just slow down time here real quick and figure out what I should be building next. Yeah, so like if you look at the little face icons, it shows you like whether or not the people that you're currently playing as would enjoy that task. Like the orcs don't really like carpentry, but we kind of need it. It's like a means to an end. So the people working in the carpenter will be upset, just kind of by default, and it's going to be up to me to compensate for them being upset and make them happier with their pathetic existence, if that makes any sense. So like that sort of thing. Just build a bigger fruit farm. This area seems to have decent moisture in it. Oopsies, that is not at all what I wanted. Stick to Eclipse. It's like actually kind of hard to click and drag with these. I'm just gonna get rid of these corners because I'm not a fan of those. That'll do it. Right next to the mass grave. Perfect. Basically, like, the orcs enjoy all of the skills necessary to get you through the early game. The humans are, like, kind of neutral there. The elves are pretty similar in their ease of getting through the early game, in my experience, except they also hate everybody. So it's hard to get past just having elves. And they also, on top of hating everybody, mostly want to eat meat. So instead of starting on farming, you start with animal husbandry. But they're also, like, very good at forestry. So, like, you start off with really big forests and a lot of furniture construction and, like, a lot of, like, livestock pastures. And I think that actually playing as the elves is quite enjoyable in the time that I've done it. I kind of want to avoid mining right off the bat. What do you do? That makes paper. Could do a weaver. But we're probably going to end up with, like, humans and orcs. I can't... Chat, remind me here. Do the orcs hate the humans and vice versa? I know that the humans kind of aren't a fan of anybody, really, but... So that produces meats. And more livestock. Although I think I could also set you to produce... Oh, you're the one that produces leather. I mean, food variety is good, so. Let's just do like a... something like this. So, Pink Prime, I need to name you a toilet. I can do that. Actually, do those just increase efficiency? Yeah, they just increase efficiency. So I want it to go up to 75 with one. I kind of don't like the way that looks. I'm just going to do the square ones. There you go. You're right there. Your number, Pink Primeval. Everybody hates the insects. I mean, they are the bugs in the game. Is it these guys? The Garthimius? They love death and destruction. Yeah, they also breed really quickly and don't have a lot of, like, real cares in the world. Got one day worth of food left. I'm actually amazed they're as happy with me right now as they are. Holy shit. So, like, everybody's working here. Everybody's working in the wood chopper. Well, good news is we're producing a lot more wood than we are using, so I should be able to go to access and just be like, oi, nerds. Take a little bit more of that. Kind of amazed. That this supposed surplus of furniture I have hasn't been... Oh, there we go. Now it's all getting moved. I was going to say, I'm kind of amazed they haven't done that. Because they do that automatically without you having to do it, but, like... In this here instance, they seemed a little bit slow to get to it. A little bit slow on the punch. Experience gains. We now employ over 50 woodcutters. You don't say! As a result, the combined experience is boosting performance and will continue to increase up to 1,000 employees. Build a market. Is it market or like the food provider thing that you have to make first? Food stall and market, so both of those things. I can never remember which way is forwards. Just a nice little market right there. What's up, Tygel? I am not sorry. I mean, you did it. So why would you be sorry? If you didn't want it, then don't do it. All right, so there's the food stalls, and now, market. We're talking about Flea Market Montgomery, obviously. These are also another thing that I never know how big to make them, so I'm probably doing it wrong. But, you know. Let's do it that way. Feels a little better to do it that way. And then there's also like the secret super speed. So like there's normal speed, which is like screensaver, right? There's middle speed, which is like normal speed. And then there's fast, which is pretty fast. And then there's fuck you, which is just even faster. That's the I'm tired of waiting speed, which almost feels like a dev tool. This is a game that like you'll probably bounce off the first few times you try. At least that's been my experience pretty consistently. Is the first few times I try it, I bounce off of it. Yeah, okay, so I built this backwards from the way I wanted to actually build it, but... I'm just gonna place you there. And just get rid of this one. So I have no food left. Which is always a good sign. Where are we? Okay, well, you're not done yet. Let's lower down some of these workers, just so that we have more odd jobbers to get things done. And let's go down to here. Maybe not you. What else do we have around? These guys. These things. Hunt! Let's go hunt that. I don't know what these are, but let's go hunt them. They'll give us something. Because currently we're just out of food. I do think, like, tutorialization is a problem in a game like this. Oh, no! Anyways. My wood production has gone down because I don't have enough people working. The game is informing me of this. Getting this up and running. That'll slowly start getting us a little stipend of meats, which will give us a little bit of food variety. I may actually just turn this whole area into a fruit farm once this one's up and running. But I need fruits first. I now no longer have the housing supply. What do you guys think of the little kind of town center thingy over here that I built? Just those little warehouses. I quite like that look. If I can repurpose those buildings for other zones, I think that could be pretty nice. I mean, those are the elves. I'm pretty sure it's like the elves and the bugs, right? Or like the bugs just kind of don't care. They just want food supply. And so because they breed so quickly, it's easier just to feed them to themselves. I'm pretty sure it's the bugs. Would be very bug-like. Whereas the orcs are vegetarians, specifically. Currently, we've got 0 days of food supplies stored up. That's not what I wanted. Slow down. Okay, so that's like in the 50s. I need the darker color. That's fruit orchard. I want fruit farm. Bugs me that it closes that menu when I go to check the moisture, and it doesn't tell me the moisture until I've like confirmed it. It's like, just fucking tell me the moisture. So this fruit farm down here might actually be a bit too far away for them to make the trip to commute. Look at these orcs wanting a short commute. Some needy sons of bitches. Just don't like the tiny little divots at the end of that. Clearly just not enough food. That's producing a very small amount of meat for the moment. Just cleared through everything that we ate, or that I killed very quickly. Not a lot of livestock around. Hunt! There we go. That'll help. And so then you'll see a person probably running over there. There you go. Tiny little dot runs along the map. There you are. Got one. I think elves are into cannibalism because everybody needs to be unique. I mean, they also hate everybody, so it kind of makes sense. Like, if you think about it in the, like, how that group acts in this game, like, it kind of, I don't know, it checks out. They're much eviler in this game than they are in Dwarf Fortress. They're like the industry isolationists. We'll just eat you if you, we'll use you as a food source if you live here. People. Forest consumes all. You're not wrong, actually. Forest uses everything and consumes. Okay, so something I do need to do is I need to make a janitor. Janitor is a small building. What repairs things? Just want flat walls along in here. The janitor is building maintenance, so they maintain the building. Buildings around it. Pretty critical if you want your city to not fall apart. Okay, you've been around this channel long enough, Anander, to know that I just want to throw up if we're just sitting here talking about cannibals. Please don't be that guy. Like, it doesn't need to be brought up every 90 seconds, especially considering I'm not even playing that race. You know? Like, no shit. Thanks, Captain Jackass. We don't need this. Let's not be that. Let's just play this for what I'm playing. And the parts that I'm playing. And not the part that I'm ignoring. So chat. Tell our lovely friend Anander that we love them, and please give me a round of beers so I don't need to read the shit that's in my chat right now. And let's talk about anything else about this game. You know? I mean, heck, I would rather talk about exterminating Anander or all of another faction in this game than cannibalism. There is a reason I avoid it in every video game when I have the option. Sure, once they finish building it, 409. Do you have a particular name you want for it, or am I just naming it 409? 1,000 new weapons? Fuck if I know. I haven't used any of them. I don't even know what's new, to be honest with you. Chat might be able to tell you, though. I'll do that. If you think of something else, let me know. But yeah, I have absolutely no idea what's new for weapons. I know that they made the combat supposedly less clunky, but I don't trust it. I have pacifism all the way up, and I have likelihood of raids all the way down. Which probably is how I'm going to play this game forever, but we'll see. Maybe one day this game will convince me to play it another way, but not anytime soon. I don't see myself doing that. There is also the reason that I just haven't actually gotten deep enough since the last update to get to that point. But yeah, there is a skirmish option on the main menu now if you want to practice the combat, which is good instead of spending like, 25 plus hours on one city and then it just getting wrecked by a bunch of bandits. It's very weird to me that the throne room doesn't have any flooring by default. Like it's just a dirt floor. There we go. We're starting to get a little city. It's starting to feel like a little city. Uninteresting, tedious? Tedious. At least that's how I always found it. Because like the combat you fight with your population, and I think like the off-site battles were always interesting, but like extremely unpredictable because like there wasn't a lot of agency from the player early on in the game's development. But as the game's developed, it's gotten better. But like there was a period of time there where it really felt that you got, or at least I felt that I would get to a point where the only option I have left is murder everything. And the game really felt like it was just pushing me into one singular playstyle, which actually stopped me from playing this game for quite a good chunk of time. Because I like having options, I guess, and being able to play a game in different ways. And it's like, no, like in order to get any further, you have to kill everybody here now. And I find that kind of sucks. So my main issue with the combat is there isn't alternatives to the combat. Because I will always learn the alternative first and then go into the main form of fighting, if that makes sense. Like, I want to learn the alternative first. But it never felt like it let me learn that alternative. Bastet, thanks for the raid. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Or just a couple? Zalvi, what up? You get depressed, your city is ugly as fuck? Yeah, I think building a suboptimal city is easier to make it look nice, but that's just me talking. Okay, so we're still super duper 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 low on food. I should just like not bring in food until like all of these have had a harvest, because they're currently cycling on those and we're heading into autumn. Is there any veggie deposits on the surface up here? There's fruits over there. Herbs up there. Yeah, I'm not seeing any veggies. Oh, nope, there's some veggies. Should get those harvested. I think it's forage, right? And then hunt. It's these bird things. Well, nice knowing you. See you again, never, Zalvi. Thanks for saying hi, though. Hope you have a good sleeps and lurks. wonder if I'm overcompensating on these trees. They just always go on about wanting lots of trees around, so. It's a quaint looking village, aside from the fact that we have no food. Aside from that fact, like, this is honestly quite nice here. Trade. No. Export. That's what I want. Miss you, Zalvi. Hang out with us, Zalvi. Don't give up on us. Gonna make 2 export depots and an import depot. I mean, it looks better than the last town I made, so there's that. Also have a lot of unemployed people, so I think I'm just gonna make a weave. Actually, fuck it, let's make some benches first. Slow down speed. So that's what, 3 and 3? Yeah, we got tons of that. 2 and 2. I'm trying to just make like an expandable template of like not terribleness, because then I could like basically copy this entire center region, plop it, and move it somewhere else. Are they inaccessible? What's the issue? Oh, am I out of stone again? Yes, I am. Clear! Rock. There's a bunch of rock, but it's all over there. Well, it's going to be a lean winter. Although we did get a little bit of meat just now because they are butchering all of them birds. Moving them into here, which something. It's not great, but it's something. Now we just need to hope that next year we'll actually have enough, you know, to get all these farms functional. How am I planting trees? By typing in tree to the search bar? Yeah, it's... decorations? Yes. There's also, like, fences if you want to, like, keep people out of certain areas. Because I know that they'll, like, trample farms and things. Which are actually pretty useful. What else can I make at the moment? What the heck does a gatehouse do? Gatehouse, let your subject pass freely while holding off enemies. Okay, so it's strictly like a wall gate. Too much more I can do at the moment, aside from just like hang in there until I have the population. They're vegetarians, yeah. No, they prefer to eat a wide variety of vegetables, but also like some meat in their diet. I mean, you could try and run them as vegan, but they would never be fully satisfied or happy with you. Copy area. Click and drag. I'm gonna have to move the mass grave because I don't think they like that. I want to say mass graves are ugly, but I could be wrong. We're in an ad break, so I will pause the game. if they don't dislike meat, because like if you look at their requests, they will be unsatisfied if there's no meat. They just don't want to only eat meat, you know? They want a little bit of like fruits and vegetables next to their meat. They like a balanced diet. What is this game this year at 420 in YouTube chat? This is Songs of Six. It is a very large-scale city builder. They have problems with eggs? No, but I don't have any source of eggs, so. I mean, like, we've survived multiple winters now just hunting. Like, when it becomes winter time and my food supplies are dwindling, I literally just tell them to go hunt stuff, and that's just meat. I mean, it's very obvious, actually, by the amount of leather that I have right now, which is a lot, actually. I've got like 400 leather. But I was going to make some shields and export them. Because currently I have 122 furniture. So I'm going to swap this out, actually. And use up my leather supply. And make shields, which I'm presuming are down here. How you doing, Red Dog? No, I think the rule of thumb with these, like the orcs or the pig people, is just make sure you have a variety of food. That is, I think, the main need in my experience with time spent playing this game. Is just make sure that they have a variety of food. As long as they have a variety, you're probably okay. Okay, so you right here. Import. Let's export. I'm gonna export shields. Currently, they're paying 244, so I'm gonna say that my price cap is gonna be 200. Or price minimum? The minimum price that you're willing to settle for, yes. That's not what I wanted. Let's go for closest. Just gonna start moving those down as they get produced. Yeah, the lizards are one of the easy starts, if I'm not mistaken. But they're like the start that you do if you want to do combat. Or the easy start for combat, I guess. I'm actually just gonna get rid of this mass grave and move it. Because I just feel like mass graves are ugly. And nobody wants to live near them. But I could also be very wrong. I'm sure somebody likes them. Somebody's like, oh, hell yeah, graveyard. Let's live there. I don't even want to live near a graveyard in real life. Let alone a mass grave in a video game that is specifically awful to live in. I'm actually really curious to see if this will just export, because I think it will. But I always need to fiddle with this before I figure it out for sure. If our money starts going up, then it's exporting. Otherwise, So we'll see. I may need to actually make a trade agreement, but I think you just get worse prices if you don't have a trade agreement. So I got no food, and it is now winter. Woo. I'm sure this will go just fine, right? Let's go murder all the all the random wild animals, if there are any. Well, there's none over there. How about here? Okay, there's a little herd of them here. There's 2 of these. Yeah. So we're going to survive another winter off of nothing but meat. Well, in order to bake grain, I would need a stove, and it would also need to be in season. It's not in season. So I would need to basically make a bakery, which requires coal or wood. But then I would be farming that instead. Like, I think right now the better priority is to just do this, because that's not going to produce a ton of food. Like, getting fruits and vegetables up and running, I think, for me, are what I'm going to focus on for the moment. That's kind of just like, pick a production chain and go in that direction. Right now, the production chain I've chosen is fruits and vegetables farming. Or you could just go straight into baking. But grain in and of itself, I don't think is edible. It might be. But we should be in a much better place by the end of this year because... Unavailable livestock? Do I just not have livestock? I thought I had livestock. Suppose not. I've got 89 shields. Yeah, it's an extra step, so. Grain is a more complicated production chain than from where we're at. I mean, why can't you share them with me? I grow chili peppers too, you know that, right, Amber? I started my shishitos and fire chilies and arapajos and Hungarian hot wax over the last 2 weeks. You can share them with me too. Hobo isn't the only pepper fiend in the Discord. Although I usually just make them into hot sauce and not much else. It's going to be a lot of tasks, but I'm sure they'll do it. It's called Yucky Blue. Not something I'm familiar with, that's for sure. Let me just grab one of you. Plunk you down here. That'll just be for unprocessed fruits and veggies. Okay, so let's see what I can do in the overworld. Where am I? Down here. Okay, so we got orcs over here. Sure, you're probably reasonable, right? Declare war. Yeah. I just would like a trade agreement. They need to have a much higher opinion of me. Question is, how do I make you not hate me? Here, I'll just give you 20 shields. And I won't declare war on you. Only Vexos in range currently? Then why? No, they're not. What are you talking about? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's the only one that has a little line connecting. But, like, doesn't this imply that I can trade with them? That's funny. I will give you chairs. There we go. 52 chairs in exchange for... Actually, let's do 52 chairs and some shields. You need to control Baxter for that. Well, that's a goal. Let's take over them. Yeah, I thought that that would imply that I could trade with these guys as well, but I don't know. Makes sense. I must control the ports of my region. It's a goal. Could probably just buy them. All right, so now that I've done that, we've also got food again. So it looks like they're just trading now, yeah. So that just goes that way. And then goes north. Yeah, see, we're just selling shields now. And now we've got money. So now I've got money. I can import stuff. And I'm gonna import fruit. Wonder if there's a way to extend the number of days per season per year. You want the game to be slower? I mean, you could just run it slower, unless you want, like, longer harvest seasons and stuff. That seems like the sort of thing you would need mods for. I think probably the course of action is to just import fruit until I have, like, a stable farming industry. Oh, interesting. But it still doesn't actually tell me how good the fertilization is here. I love finding buttons I didn't know existed. It's certainly a feeling of all time. Because that's like in the 70s and 60s. It's not great, but... Just trying to get all of these fully farmed out. Because right now I have no, like, fruits. So I can't actually fill these up. So what's going to happen is when the harvest season happens, these are just going to get filled up, and it's going to eat through all of my food supply. And then I'm not going to have any food supply again. So if I'm able to import, like, some food, or some, you know, goods, then I should be able to, you know, make up for it. But I also need the extra hands, so let's bring in the extra hands. New level unlocked. I've got training grounds, army supply depots, and stockades. Let's start off by making a stockade. I like how there's stockades, but also stockades. Does anybody know the difference between stockades and stockades? Aside from that, they're not the stockades, they're the stockades. I find that a little bit confusing. Not gonna lie, I kinda do. This is also copying the roads, which is kinda nifty. And then, oops, and then you down here. Let's just get rid of all this. Okay, and then you are just going to be fruit and vegetables. And grain whenever we, well, grain if and when. But outside of modding, I don't think there's a vanilla way to do that, Anander. I just want to say a real quick thank you to anybody who's tuning in. If you do have questions about this game, assuming it's not specifically about combat, I can probably help. This is a game that I've played off and on since its initial release. The way I'm building buildings is I'm just holding control and then basically copying them automatically, but the copy tool gives you a little bit more flexibility on that by doing stuff like this than being able to plop it down. So I'm using it to like increase the niceness of the area instead of just, you know, the baseline value. Like I can hold shift here and then just copy this well, move it down here, give them a well down in this region as well. See what I did there? Same with this. And that way I don't need to remember to go from place to 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 remake everything. Did I ever select a place that I'm importing from? They've just got an army right outside of my base. Well, that's lovely. Great. Thankfully, they're neutral, but still. Not super thrilled on that. Although I guess I am sort of arming them. There is that. Also, at this point, chat, we're not streaming Dwarf Fort. When I don't stream Dwarf Fort, interaction's always lower. Less people tune in, chat gets quieter. Anything you can do to help the chat keep moving by, you know, providing conversation is greatly appreciated in days like today. And weeks like this, as we'll probably be mostly doing this and amongst other things this week. So if you like variety, help the chat move, because otherwise I feel like I'm not doing my job very well. First one, I think, is the building where the guards live, and the second one is the walls. Well, one of them well, I mean, when it comes to military, it's like one of them trains them. One of them's where you put people who break the law. Yeah, like the supply is where you store their stuff. Training is where they learn. And then stockade is, like, where you hold criminals. So you beat the shit out of them and you stick them in there. Is there an end game to this game? I don't know. I've never seen it. If there is one, I've never seen it. There is, like, loose goals. Like, the further you get, like, you get little, not unlocks, but, like, you get perks for your next city. Theoretically, I have very few of them, but this is also a game that's, like, changed pretty categorically a few times. Yeah, that's why I like I don't mind the sieges off screen, like auto battling it. I'm kind of fine with it. It's when it's specifically like the in the city stuff that it kind of bugs me. Just try and keep you in line. Or I could just plunk you down right there. And also you are out of leathers. So we're going to go back to just making furniture. It's the in your own city combat that makes me shy away from the combat, but well, you know, we'll end up doing combat. It's just not going to be my priority when I have the option to not. That's the asterisk there. Oh, so this does not seem to be functional. Faction in all the territory joins you in your own territory. Wonder what I need to offer them. Like, how much of a resource would I need to give them for them to be like, yeah, we'll do that. It's like probably like literally everything I have, hey? It's like, join me! No. Okay, fine. Because they don't seem to be great for trading so far anyway. Hover you over unite on the right column? Yeah, but like then you have to barter it, right? Because like you say unite, yes. Asking for that. It's like, yeah, 14.2 million? Might as well not exist. Might as well not be an option. Well, I guess they know their worth. Should give them credit for that. Okay, you're gonna produce 93, 72. I'm gonna have to irrigate this area, aren't I? And then you. Where's the button? There it is. Going to export furniture. Because I exported all of my shields. And I'm about to have, you know, an extra thing for more furniture production. Oh, no, I don't want you doing that. Especially considering I literally have none. Yeah, I've got -2 leather. Although I could get you making wooden and stone spears or wooden and stone warhammers. Not that I have an unlimited supply of stone, but I do have stone. So let's do that once we get the research for it. So I guess laboratory is probably what I need next then, eh? It's actually just food is what I need next. What, like knowing a little bit, having more up-to-date information than me? The majority of the time that I spent playing this game was in like the first year of its early access, and admittedly it was a pretty different game back then. There is also like I actually haven't ever clicked on the button, but there's a campaign option. I don't know how much additional variety that provides, but there being a campaign option for this game is also actually kind of intriguing as like a future prospect. But like I said, I've got no idea what that entails at the moment. We've got surface ore deposits over there. There's also herbs. Those are pretty valuable if I recall correctly. Could also make a bakery for seasonal stuff. No work within radius. You trying to tell me that there's no furniture within radius? Because there definitely is. I mean, there's furniture up here and furniture down there. None of my people are claiming it. Well, you've got 10 now. They figured it out. Maybe I just need 2 people working here. Maybe 3. 5. We'll do 5. You don't seem to need anybody working here. Oh, looks like we've got 64 fruit incoming. Well, that's good. Somebody sold us some fruit. 59. because some of it got eaten already, probably. Immediately down to 20. Yeah, because that's going to get distributed to over here. Because it is fruit season now. So next year we'll have all of these nice big fruit farmers up and running. Thankfully, it seems that our furniture industry is more lucrative than the shield industry because we powered through the shields real quick. So my money is actually going up and down. If I actually click on this, you can, like, that's what we made off the shields initially, and now this is what we're making off of furniture. So that's good. But we have imported fruit off of our money. And we've got another what coming in probably. Nothing currently incoming. But it's a little bump, which is what we need. So now we can get this stuff planted for next year. We got 375, 370. We got 4 days worth of fruit. It's not much. Is there any live animals, wildebeests, bears, lions, and tigers that I can munch on? Or have we exterminated every single live species out here? I think most of them. I should probably actually make a hunter soon. That'll do something. You know, it's funny that we're referring to this game as something that needs more time in the oven because it genuinely does, but at the same time, like, the game that we were playing earlier is like, hasn't even been put in the oven if this game needs more time in the oven. Like, if this needs more time in the oven, then the game that I was playing earlier today, like, hasn't even been put in the oven yet. Like, they haven't even researched the oven or, like, found the budget for the oven. That's a little mean, but we're just like, what's an oven? Yeah, I know you mean the combat. The combat's always been like one of the, not like the last thought. That's like the word, a bad way to put it, but like not the primary focus from what I've seen of this game. Vegetables are going to take a little while to get stocked up too. Actually, I could just import veggies. That's probably a wiser thing to do. Much are veggies. Could also import rations, which are much more expensive, but where is mine? There it is in stockpile. So you can see like that little line there. That's the percentage that I'm willing to import. Only the tutorials are in the campaign menu right now, you believe? Fair enough. Good to know. The music is from the game, yeah. I basically just listen to the game soundtracks, unless the game soundtrack gets content ID'd. Like, chat being all like, yeah, they don't eat meat. I mean, depends on how hungry they are, I think. That's actually really funny to me, for some reason. For some reason, I find that really funny. Meanwhile, they're just like hauling mountains of these things over here. Cotton farm. Something else that I need. And moisture's pretty high. It's 97%. Just gonna quietly get this running in the background. Because now we actually have a food supply. Got 8 days worth of food. I could bring in more people. We do have the space. I mean, I could also just let them in automatically. But that would maybe not be that wise. We should probably get through the winter first. Let's slow down time just to the base speed during the ad break, which is happening at the moment. The orcs are just like happy village people, more or less. Like, they don't like doing anything that's too thinky. They're not very smart. They're not good at research or like libraries or any of that sort of thing. They're not great at combat, but they're really good at supplying you with large sums of food quickly and consistently. And they don't mind doing most of the base labors in this game. I think I just like playing them the most because they're the most straightforward in my general play style. You messed up your carpentry shop once and added a new room and it took down a wall. Oh no! Yeah, I do have that happen sometimes where like I accidentally like break something on a building and then it takes me like an embarrassingly long amount of time to actually figure out what I broke. Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream, hey? Don't forget to leave a like. I don't think I've actually asked YouTube to leave a like on the stream in like weeks. True story. Started not long ago and you were watching my old videos. When was the last time I played it? 2 weeks ago. On a Friday. Seriously. 2 weeks ago was when I last played this. Yeah, I don't know. I always feel like whenever like a new patch is announced, Cheese Enjoyer, I'm like, it's time to play this again, and then I never do. It's always like, and then he announces the next thing. I'm like, I'll just wait for the next thing. And I'm like, I'll just wait for the next thing. And I'm like, I'll just wait for the next thing. It's like the perpetual procrastination of playing and learning or relearning something. Either for the first time or for the 15th time. Either or. But yeah, I don't know. I like this game. I've played it for on and off for a very long time, but it's never grabbed me enough that I've stuck with it for incredibly extended periods of time, if that makes any sense. Let's just power through fall and then winter, and then once we hit spring, we'll bring in another round of peoples. Because they want 59. Good lord, 60? It's an eclipse. An eclipse has arrived, plunging Syx into total darkness for a while. Your populace is wondering if this is the final darkness that the Sumerians spoke of. Your subjects fervently try to pray the problem away, or failing that, will drink themselves into a stupor. So they consume more booze if it's available. Thankfully, we have no booze available, so can't drink yourselves into a stupor if there's no alcohol. You're just playing the demo? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, this is maybe one of the fairest demos I've seen. Like, I feel like you have to be a very brave developer. Like, Chad, actually, I'd love to know your thoughts on this. I wonder if the lighting is turned down, because it seems like it is. I'm really curious on your guys' thoughts here on this, because I personally find that that's just the best way to do a demo, is just, I feel like the lighting used to be more pronounced, or am I going crazy? But I feel like the best way to do a demo on Steam, especially if you're an early access game, is to just offer an older version. But I feel like a lot of developers are scared that they'll lose sales. I think having a demo will just lose you sales. Personally, like demos are actually not great unless you're the one game that goes viral. It's just consistently very difficult. We're gonna bring in 66 new people right now at the beginning of winter because aside from housing, we're more or less good. Copy area. Let's just do this. Thunk. Where did I put those farms in? There they are. I can't even remember what I named it. I had like 4 different puns in my head. Because the demo hooked you in? Yeah, but how many did you not buy because the demo didn't hook you in? I'll say this. Demos require a fuck ton of time to make And making a good demo for a lot of games is very difficult, especially a game like this. Like, what could you do for a proper demo? Like, actually, like, a traditional demo for a game like this? You just offer less in the way of the tech tree. And then you don't get an actual decent experience of the game. You just kind of get, like, a half experience of the game, if that makes any sense. However, that's why I think it's a good idea to simply offer the whole game, just an older version of it, as the demo, because then what do you need to do development-wise? People, as long as they're aware they're getting an older version and the newer version will be more developed, I feel like that is just a much better way to do the demo, because then you don't need to spend X number of months a year making a demo and updating your demo. You don't need to put development time into managing parity with your demo in the main version. Like, it's literally less work. I mean, assuming it's not an old enough version that, like, you know, OSs are still supported and whatnot, but that's all I'm trying to say. Like, I do think that demos are not necessarily a good thing for the developer in a lot of cases, purely due to the amount of time that demos take to maintain. But that's a different discussion. Oh no, somebody crimed. Chat, they're doing crimes. I don't know what to do. I should make a stockade, actually, is what I should do. Is it literally just like a room? Huh. For some reason I thought there was a lot more to a stockade. It's too thin in places. Oh, I see. Easy peasy, I guess. All developers should aim to make one ahead of / during gold launch, which is largely got supplemented by Kickstarter and early access marketplace culture. I think that the worst thing to happen to indie game development actually is Steam Next Fests, because the algorithmification, I don't know, of Steam is not a good thing. And I like Steam. I think Steam's great. Most of my games I own through Steam. However, I don't think that it being hyper algorithm driven, similar to YouTube, is a good thing for the health of the industry long term. I don't actually think that's a good thing. In fact, I would say I think it's kind of a negative. Because everything just being algorithmically driven means that people are more likely to make something that, you know, is like designed to be popular and not an interesting idea. That's why everything is a run-based city builder auto battler with a card game element. It just means that you're going to have a lot of very similar things, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I just don't think it's the ideal. How much of a mood boost am I getting from the round rooms? 100% currently. Where's the actual round? 72% is the current boost I'm getting. Although currently they're losing some satisfyingness. I guess this isn't round enough. Is there a roundness stat listed on this somewhere? I don't recall those buttons being there, but where's the actual roundness stat? Plays. Is it on here? Maybe it's not. Remember demo discs? Demo discs were a very different era, though. That was like closer to the era of shareware. That was where you had to like mail somebody a check to buy a video game. Okay, so you've got a bunch of that in it. I'm gonna swap you. Man, can't I just... Oh man, that sucks that I can't. From fabric or leather? Okay, so let me see if I can do this. I want to try something. Let's pause game. Oopsies. That. So basically what I want to do is I would like to plop you there, and I would like to plop you here. But I want to remove the actual inner of this room. And then set you as a... Also need to move the doors. But... There we go. Okay, so let's just go up to here and go bonk, bonk. And then do this. Cool. So now that I've done that, I think I also screwed this shape of this one up, but that's fine. I can just get rid of this one anyway. I don't need two of these. Then you are going to be a weaver. The thing is, I don't think that this actually has roofs set here for the moment. Expand room can... I don't think I've ever tried to do this, at least not since all this stuff was remade. Interesting. Okay, no, I don't want that. Let's just do this. Okay, so now that I've done that, I can now make looms. All right, that works. Can I make this into a square? Nope. And that'll give me 100% capacity. Yeah, the maintenance costs. It also depends on the foundation that it's on. Like if it's on mud, don't they cave in quicker? Yeah, I don't think this game has added music since it released onto itch initially. Travenoid. But the music that is here is lovely. I agree. So I need to put that one further up. Like right there, basically. That should do her. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. All right. I got warehouse. The asymmetry of the central workshops is killing you. That's why I'm trying to fix it. And if it's killing you, how are you still breathing and typing? It's crazy. Must be like lead poisoning where it takes a long time to set in. Hopefully the symptoms aren't too harsh as you slowly shrivel up into a pile of pus and mucus on the floor and melt. I wish you a long life with your newly discovered permanent illness. Undead? Oh, that's good. At least you don't have back pain anymore, I would think. They put him in an iron lung. Right. More like, I'm trying to think of like what would have like a fantasy equivalent of an iron lung, but just a brain be. They put him in a jar. You look like Walt Disney now. As I slowly continue my cotton farms. This is going to be... It's a weaver, and then that's a tailor. More like bone pain. Bone dispain. Okay, let's just do another copy real quick. Copy! Yeah, it's not gonna work. I'll just do this manually. It's not gonna be that much of a deal. Road. Do they like cobblestone roads? 50% like. 10%. Okay, so they do like cobblestone, so we should try and research those once that's an option. We've got 17 unused houses right now. Well, I can bring in another 15. Do that. We're heading into spring, and we got tons of food supply at the moment, too, which is also good. Foul G, thank you very much for the 30 months, and for the first notification of money in 1 hour. Appreciate you, man. Let's see if I can get one more of those up and running in time for Harvest Season. Harvest Sizzler. So you need 256 woods. Getting all that furniture in. You're just a warehouse. You're going to be for cotton and cotton accessories and things relating to cotton. I kind of wish the copying warehouses didn't copy like their inventory setups as well. I find that actually a bit annoying, but I think they've always done that. I wish they didn't, but oh well. I'm not going to lose that much sleep over it, just a lot. Just a little bit. Not a lot. And I'm also going to put the additional leathers in there. I didn't intend for that to have a hole in the roof, but I guess it has a hole in the roof. So is that going to be outdoor then? I might have to actually fix that. Yeah. That is my bad. That's what I get for renovating a room and not paying enough attention. There we go. So now they can get that up and running again. I at one point had a ton of blueprints pre-set up, Eric. and then the game changed and updated, and they all got deleted. And I haven't done that again since, but yes, that is true. Your blueprints are saved from city to city. I think our farming is about to explode. I will wait, though. Until we hit, like, midsummer. Or at the very least, close. Because currently all I have right now is a few veggies. Food supplies are actually dwindling again. I could make a bakery. Which I probably should make. But until I actually have, like, grain farms, I don't really want to do that. Currently the focus is... You're using leather at the moment? That's okay. I think I'm actually going to swap you to cloth. But I'm aware that I have no cloth. I'm going to make 10. What's that going to take? It's going to take 82. Okay, so you are going to be cut down to, like, a much smaller capacity. What's the remove? I must delete tree. Sorry, tree. It's so fucking strange to me that you make trees out of wood. I know that that's, like, certainly not the weirdest thing about this game, but my god, it weirds the shit out of me. It's like, that's not how tree work. Like, by any definition of the word. Do I have an orchard? You can make orchards, and they do produce more than farms for fruits, but they take quite a bit longer to get up and running. Like, it's like 5-6 years, and then it's a slow ramp up or something. I've done them, but, like, I've never done them off the start. I can't remember the exact numbers. But, we're just doing, like, fruit farms instead of fruit orchards, which are two distinctly different things. So that's currently using 18. But we are producing actually quite a bit of clothing, oddly enough. I'm just gonna swap over to leather clothes for a minute. And just power through all of the leather that I have, which isn't much. And I'm going to go to you. I'm going to go to access. I'm going to give them a little bit of furniture. And I'm going to give them... I'm going to give them fabric. I'm just going to let the people take the fabric. And we'll see how much that ends up eating. Because they will take it. And I want to see what the decrease is compared to the input. Then the other thing I need to do is I really need to make a lab. I've been kind of putting it off, but... But if I get the lab, there is a, there's a technology where you can basically just get like a flat upgrade to the amount of research you can do. Which is super helpful. Let's just do a little bit more of a square, just so I can work on this a little bit more specifically. There we go, let's do that. And that is the tech that I need right now, is I need the ability to, yeah, we'll just do it this way. Bit of wasted space, but I think it looks nice. That'll allow me to should also make another one of these down here. It's another little shrine. I mean, it's still rounded. I don't want them to be identical circles. Pink primeval, but you are right. Use squares. Squares gross. You can make diagonals? Today I learned. As in, like, will it cut off the walls? I'll have to look next time I'm making a building. Yeah, you either say the word beer, or you could also use the beer emoji, like the literal base beer emoji. You could also, what's the name of it? There's HS Cheers, which works. That's a default emote. There's actually several different emotes that work, plus a bunch of random like beer emotes from other streamers. But Crypt Burr is the follower one, which is just the MS Paint version. Yeah, also the word beer in various different languages. Obviously not every language, because there's a lot of languages and I have a small brain. Right, I forgot about this. It requires clay. All right, well, let's stop importing veggies and instead import clay. Grumble. Time to make all of them clay tablets, I suppose. And that will give me technology. And then I can unlock new roads, weapons, other things, libraries, which I think helps with. Yeah, that helps with innovation, which is separate. There's just the 10, or this is a 16% boost to farming. Herb farms, amongst other things. I think I should just go with that. Although, there's also this. Which is an 8% boost. That's a pretty hefty boost to refining.
Woo.
I'll also put a bunch of those points into there. All right, so now we've got better farming and better that, and I've also unlocked the guard post. So I've got better farming, I've got better output on crafting. So now we can look and see what the output difference is, and I can regret my decisions. Yeah, we're getting quite a bit more. I mean, these were giving me like 45, they're now giving me in the 60s, which is actually pretty good. We're almost out of food, but thanks, Anander, by the way, for the 2 years. 2 beers for 2 years. Appreciate you. Thanks for continuing to tolerate my bullshit. Unavailable livestock. I guess I should just import more of these. No prisoners. Well, that's good. I should really also make a bakery. Turn all that grain into bread. Yeah, it doesn't let you automatically renew it if that's what you're asking. Cheese enjoyer. It's kind of like a free trial, really, is like the best way to think about Prime. That shouldn't be too loud. We're in an ad break, so I will unpause when the ad is done. Or I will speed the game back up when the ad is done. But for right now, I'm just gonna slowly go through and queue up stuff that needs queuing upping. I consider Prime to be a free trial, yeah. Well, you're certainly a free trial for Pink Prime Evil. They're not even called, they're called Prime Gaming subscriptions now, not even like fucking Twitch Prime subscriptions. But they gave up so many years of meme marketing with that. Yeah, I don't know. Twitch Prime cough gaming subscriptions on Twitch, I consider to just be a free trial for a Twitch sub. It's the best way to think about it. And like it's an endlessly renewable one, you just have to remember to renew it. Which I think is fair. But it would be nice if that wasn't the case. But it's not the case. Tis what it is. Fair enough, but it's still, you've been around for 2 years to have accumulated such a number. That means something. Okay, let's go back to... Let's grab you. Grab a stage. And get some mighty performances in this grand capital. Now the question is, where the... Do I need this anymore? Nah. I think this is a nice spot for it. Does that increase the capacity? No, it doesn't. It just makes it less square. That'll increase entertainment, which will make people happier-ish, I hopes. As they build out more houses. So I do wonder... Still have cloth left over. Also, that means I can probably go to the tailor because I'm out of leather. So you're going to start just using cloth. So right now you are creating 47, and because of the 7 weavers, we're eating half of it. So I can increase you until you're eating like... Nope, that's too much. I want to be consuming like 30 cloth. It's like my farms right now are producing 37 cotton per year, but we're using up 47 of it, so we're gonna run out of cotton too. So I need to make another one of these. It's a fun little balancing act. Just all of those little spheres. I mean, I own it on GOG and itch and Steam, so I don't need to own it on another platform, but if you can get it for free, go grab it, especially if you can get it through GOG. It is an excellent mech game, if that is your shtick. It is also food harvest season, so let's see what we end up with. Good news is we are actually producing more fruit than we're consuming. at least for the moment. Whereas we're actually consuming more vegetables than we are producing. We've almost caught up on the cotton farms, though, so that's good at the very least. Can I not permit them to just take clothing? Nowhere near enough stages, nowhere near enough hearths, nowhere near enough speakers. They want all of the indoctrinations. Damn it, I'll provide. While you're farming, you'll have somebody yelling at you, and you can grab the rotten stuff from the ground while you're farming and huck it at him if it gets too annoying. I'm sure they'll appreciate that. As we're over here just like harvesting all of this fruit and veg. It doesn't get counted in the inventory though until it's like actually in a stockpile. So it's got a little bit of a ways to go. The only reason I haven't streamed Brigador in a very long time, if anybody's wondering, because you guys are talking a little bit about Brigador behind the scenes, is because I literally 100%ed it. I had to turn on God mode to get some of the harder achievements, but they do allow you to get achievements in God mode, so I respect the heck out of that game for that. So this is now the entertainment area. So now I can throw in more dirt roads into this central zone. And several more trees. See all these in the center? Those are all the rotten veggies they threw at them. I think, like, they might just accept cloths because they're orcs. Because, like, down here it's like, oh, I see, there's clothing. Right, I was just looking at furniture. Duh. Sorry, I had a moment. Certainly, like, overselling my furniture at the moment, too. Let's let them do that. You can have 2 pieces of clothing. 3 pieces of clothing. That doesn't actually increase it by a whole lot. Or is it just while they collect it, I guess? Let's see if we can do that. Two homeless people. Too far away from everything, I suppose. Let's also throw in another well over here. Another well up here. There we go. Okay. Slow down time for a moment. We'll do little apartment blocks, and I mean like little apartment blocks. So we'll do like 2, 2, like that maybe. Like that. Probably just like capacity, I would bet. If there is a difference, I haven't seen it, that's for sure. I'll also just permit a little bit of stone to be put in here because I feel like I keep running out of it. Yeah, let's do that. Or I keep running out of space for it, I guess, because they'll just fill it up again. Okay, I'm also going to stop exporting furniture. I'm instead going to export wood, actually. And then you... just going to export my grain. For the moment. It's just pocket change, really. I want to send 21 more people. I've only got 2 days of food, though. Oh, that's kind of wild. We're actually eating twice the food, twice the fruit than we're producing. So I guess I should keep importing food. I mean, at the moment, I'm just importing that. Let's just import some fruit again. So we don't run out. Higher throughput. That's what we need. Well, actually, what I can do is I can go into here and grab basic farming. Hey. Got one more point in it. But I need, once I get 8 innovation again, I can put more points into it. Maybe it was 2 more points, I don't actually know. Man, you got like no moisture. Oh, I see, that's the base, I see. The pigs eat well. I mean, they're orcs. Calling them pigs is kind of mean in my mind, but... because they're orcs. Or Kratonians, if you desire to call them by their proper name. It feels weird calling them pigs, I don't know why. I know that they look like pigs, but like... they're a more civil society than that. They're not billionaires, okay? You like the orcs? They're fun? Yeah. They're like the... It's fun to have a universe where the... So, I haven't been talking for the last few seconds. It kind of looked funny. Someone is just leaning on their horn outside. Like, it's like... meep. Do you think they hit a pole? Oh, speaking of funny sounds, last night it was like 12:30 at night or so, and I'd been sleeping for about an hour, and I just hear and I was like immediately awake because abnormal strange sound you don't hear every day. And peeked out the window and saw somebody's tire like blew up, and their tire was like 3 feet long and completely hanging off the wheel. I don't know what the fuck they did or how that even happens, but like the tire was not on the wheel anymore. It was like stretched behind the car. Like they didn't hit anything, like their tire just went pop. They were looking like pigs too. Yeah, it's certainly a fantasy trope. It's just not the Tolkien fantasy trope, I guess. Which isn't to say that it's, you know, incorrect or anything. It's just, it's a different I like variety. Variety, good. I'm also gonna build another one of these. Tolkien's orcs are like the equivalent of like a Nazi in Wolfenstein. You know, they're just generic bad guy, exist for being whacked. And every universe needs that to a degree. really need to get to the point where I have like... Oh wow, am I actually like... Are we... Just exporting this. Hauling it at 880. Kind of amazed. We're making plus 10, minus 2. Like, we should be in the positive for furniture. That's kind of nuts. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, it is much more interesting to have a nuanced bad guy, but I'm not going to I'm not going to complain. Hold up. Takes a long time to get productive and is sensitive to lack of labor and events and produces more than farms of the same size after the investment. And they're less reliant on fertility. Could just bankrupt myself and build a big-ass orchard. But then you need to, like, queue up the trees. I wonder if renovating this would, like, knock down all the trees. Regardless, I should suspend this until spring. Okay, that's gonna not annoy me, but I'll do it this way. So it's like several distinct places. Let's try that. Well, it's usually because the roads, all they need to do is like stand in a place and complete task. For a bakery or a shop, usually they have to move furniture there. That's like the majority of that. The reason for that. What's up? How's the game so far? I mean, I've played this game on and off since it launched into early access. It's been pretty chill. Chat, how's the game so far? You guys enjoying this one? You can research without clay clicking on the clay icon in the lab, can you? If usage is enabled, employees produce 2x as much. Oh, I see. So wait, is it disabled now? I mean, I don't have any clay, so it is disabled. It's just... But no, I mean, this is just a big city builder, so we're just building a vibey city and kind of hanging out. It's been pretty chill so far. Okay, so I am going to suspend this. And I'm going to increase the amount of fruit that I'm importing. And I'm also going to bring in more orcs. And we now have a bunch of homeless orcs again. Gosh darn homeless orcs. I'm telling you. They're killing me. I'm gonna bankrupt this city one orc at a time. Sure, yeah, I will, but I can't really guarantee that I can keep track of them. Or that they won't just die mysteriously for no real known reason. So if you redeem the thing, I will name them. I will also name a building or whatever. The redemption is available, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Let's just plunk. What would you like to name? Would you like to name a duder or would you like to name a building? I'd say you're less likely to get randomly unalived if you name a building. I don't know. I really liked the, like, mechanic that they had where it was just if you had paper, then you had research. I found that to be a super interesting mechanic, and I'm kind of bummed out that it's, like, more varied than that now. But, and also, like, you know, not going to lose sleep over it. I'm over it at this point. I just do kind of miss when that was the only system there, because it was just a lot easier to understand. Just waiting for everybody to actually have access to clothes. Just lower the allotment there. Let's also lower the allotment there. And increase it on wood to compensate. As far as services goes, I don't have a tavern. I don't even think... Do I even have the research for that? Yeah, I don't have the research for that. As long as it's something I have. I could give you, like, if you want something entertainment-focused, I could give you a stage. I could give you the laboratory. Yeah, I can't do a tavern because I don't have the industry for that. Because you need, like, pottery, you need brewing, you need the supplies to make alcohol, you need a source of alcohol, and you need, like, all of the input-output for that, which I'm very far away from. Where do they eat? They acquire food at the market, and then they eat wherever they're standing. So there's food stalls. That's what they got. Speaking of those, I should probably make another one of those. So I could give you a food stall if you'd like. Stage? Okay. Am I naming it the Cheese Enjoyer stage, or am I naming it something else? Market of Cheese Enjoyer? There you go. Go with the Cheese Enjoyer Market if that works for you. Currently, you have a supply of fruits, meats, and that's about it. It's like half of a charcuterie board. Just exporting wood. I can do better than that. Out of grain. Not out of grain yet, but running low on grain for exporting. Why do I always lose this button? There we go. Workload is low. Insufficient workers. Now workload is low. Make up your mind. There's a giant podcast, the interview of Razor and The Verge, where the interviewer is just absolutely wrecks the CEO over their coming AI products, and the CEO keeps saying, "We just listen to the gamers." And the interview is like, "Gamers would not be more clear that they don't want this crap." Yeah, no, I agree. I actually That's one of my personal pastimes at this point, is just watching CEOs get heckled by sane people. I'm going to fix my green screen. Can't wait for complaints of no cheese. I don't think there's cheese in this game, is there? Except for maybe like pocket cheese, like pocket lint kind of deal. Okay. Activate. We've also got all this fruit coming in. Not a lot, but that's gonna take a lot of jobs. Ugh, look at the food supply just tank when I do that. Oh, that's funny. It's okay. We still have 1 day worth of food. It's something, right? Okay, how many people do you have working here? Okay, so for cloth, you're currently in net 16, which means increase the amount of people I have working in the tailor by a little bit. But we do actually have clothing in a functional clothing industry now, which is good. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like, the most successful city I ever had in this game, I had like 70 plus food days. It was like actually getting a little bit nuts. But this is going to take, estimate, oh, you know, that's still 559 harvest. That's gonna keep 40 or 36 people busy. That's actually a pretty good harvest. Like, I kind of want to copy this. Just make 2 of them. You also got to remember, when I talk about those massive numbers, the game was very different back then. It was a much earlier version of the game. Just getting population was a lot more lax. Like, there wasn't a whole lot to it back then. I need that graveyard unlocked. There wasn't a whole lot to it back then. So if you... Oh my wordle. Look at that. Ugh. So harvest estimated next year is 871. This is 556. Damn. Yeah, no, this was like V20 something. Like, I had like 15,000 people. He did eventually reset the unlocks, but like, my stats made me look like I'm way better at this game than I actually am for a while there, because like the game kind of tracks like, you know, your biggest city and stuff like that, right? And there was a good chunk of time there where it was just like, oh yeah, no, your biggest city ever, it's like 14,000 people. It's like, yeah, no, I'm not that good at this game. Certainly not by any stretch of the imagination. But I did once have a city that was like fucking ginormous. This was before I was archiving VODs diligently, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of like when you tell every single dwarf to haul something simultaneously or get a big structure. I think like just a swarm of things cleaving through an area is just satisfying to watch in general. Right. I'm gonna follow this person, and there's an ad break running. I'm gonna go use the washroom. I will be back in a moment. If anything horrible happens, scream loudly, but the game will probably pause, so it'll be fine. Thank you for tuning in and watching during this week of a little bit of variety. I'll be right back.
This is madness! Madness.
Yeet. Alright. I made it back of beans. I mean, because we're kind of between Dwarf Fortress patches at the moment. And I'm a little bit annoyed after that last, how do I put it? I'm a little bit annoyed after that last fort kind of took the stream offline, so. Okay, so how many additional people will this give me? 64, yeah, we'll do it. Because that's going to give me a shit ton of food. But now we just need to survive this year. Thankfully, we'll be getting food soon. Like, very soon. Notice how these are producing, like, 250 now? Like, that's effectively triple what they were producing previously. But we still need to wait another 0.8 day before we have food. Okay, so these are just, it just climbs up, I guess, based on how many people you have actively working. That's interesting. So if I increase the number of people working, will that... Workload is low. Well, I'd rather workload be low and food output be high. Let's put that back down to 38. I don't actually care if the workload is low as long as we get lots of food. Your friend is trying to convince you to play The Division 2. Allegedly, The Division 3 was announced and I somehow completely forgot. So, I don't know, maybe your friend's onto something. What do I know? I mean, there's worse things you could play. They could be trying to convince you to play Destiny. I don't know. I don't really have anything against The Division, necessarily, aside from it being a Ubisoft game. But, like, I don't know. I like Trackmania. That's a Ubisoft game, so can I really judge? A little bit of schlock is healthy sometimes. Speaking of, like, everybody just running over and clearing out everything. It's about to happen right here. Just going through all of the resources. Also, finally, we have a good supply of food. And this is going to also just, like, immediately consume all of my cloth and all of my furniture. The reason we're going to be bottlenecked on furniture now for a minute is because it's all just going directly into that. Now we just have to wait a year. Okay, you're selling stone, you're selling wood. Let's stop selling wood. And stop exporting stone. And stop importing fruit. Let's see if we survive the year. Friend wants you to play the new Hio Tale because everyone is playing it. Is everyone playing it? Maybe I operate in the wrong world of everyone. Because, like, I can't say that I know anybody who, like, is playing Hytale. Like, the only people that I know who are playing Hytale are, like, in my chat, and there's only a few of them. But I think that might just be, like, a bit of a sign of who I interact with and play games around. I am kind of shocked at how much food I have at the moment. Let's go grab proper burial. That lets me grab markets. And then fine dining. Does anybody know what the fine dining or restaurants require? Could also start doing rural health. Work my way in that direction. The thing is, I got like 25 bonus stuff. I mean, actually, I could just do food. Just keep upgrading my farming. Although that doesn't seem to upgrade orchards. This does, though. Just put some points into orchards. It's like a 30% bonus to the orchards. Yeah, we'll just do that, I think. Sweet. How many more people want to move in? 21. Plenty of space. Not a bad little city so far. We're a little bit short on entertainment up here. Actually, we're short on wells. Feel free to shout if you see me super low on something that maybe I'm not noticing. And I will ignore you if I already have it or feel I don't need it. They really like having a graveyard, by the way. Like, graveyards are kind of expensive to build, but holy shit, they give a lot of really happy thoughts. Which is like I said earlier, I would not want to live near a graveyard. Mostly because it just feels like a massive waste of property to me, but I think they're kind of ugly. So now I need to get the respect meter up high enough, which is actually kind of a bit of a challenge to do. This is probably way too fucking big. I would like to know why flowers require wood. I guess like flower beds, but I could copy this and just put it the other way. It's a lot of resources, but that'll improve morale pretty significantly. You know, I have a way that we could actually fit graveyards and like an activity that people enjoy, and I think it would attract both people who like having graveyards around, people who will need them soon, and also provide space that would be, you know, functional. We should just make graveyards into golf courses. You know? I think that would be a perfectly fitting solution. Jokes aside, though, actually, like, graveyards around churches is not the worst thing in the world. because it's like practical, has a use case. I am mostly joking, by the way, but that would be funny as fuck. I mean, hey, you know, just like triple it up, you know, do like a graveyard, golf course, old folks home. Just have like little headstones everywhere. Although I'm sure that would like upset many of people because, you know, you'd be sitting there just like at the grave and then just like conk, you just get conked in the head by a golf ball. But one of the reasons I'm like not happy about the existence of graveyards is I actually saw the bill for my grandmother's gravestone for the next 100 years. And the concept of leasing a gravestone is something that whenever I die, please just like throw me in the nearest incinerator and throw my ashes into the ocean. Like, don't fucking stone, you know? Just don't. These are rookie numbers. I mean, there's a small handful of people with higher numbers, but most people don't have super high streaks. So once they build this, I mean, my loyalty is already like at 100%. So there is that, but they're like services. Wells are currently going up because I built a bunch more wells. I never quite know exactly like how to satisfy wells. Does it just have like tons of them? Because they don't seem to need them. They just need them on like every street corner basically. Zero wrongful deaths. Well, that's good. So, you know, this is what making the graveyard did to the religion score. Like, the religion satisfaction right now is just like, but, you know, like 4 out of 12. And now and it's just like, where was it at? You know, just chilling all down here, and then suddenly it's just like, boom, graveyards, +1. That's what I got out of building graveyard. I only made 1. It's got space for 63 people. I could actually just straight up copy and make 2 of them. Although maybe it would be better to put the other one like down here or something. Especially considering it doesn't use up all the food. Okay, so you're going to produce 156,000 fruit. And you're going to make significantly less than that. Okay, well, let's just, like, drop mushrooms down to nothing, increase fruit. Drop stone down quite a bit, increase fruit. This is just going to become a fruit shop, isn't it? You see its service area highlighted? Oh, I see. So I need to put like a well there, or like, yeah, basically I need a well like right here. But like that kind of doesn't make much sense. Why? There's wells like right there though. I guess there's like these not super well serviced areas like in the middle. Okay, I guess that makes sense. It would be really nice if, you know, if I highlight this well and I could close this while still having this highlighted so I could actually zoom out and see all of the areas instead of like having like a third of the screen used up. It's been a thing since the beginning of time with this game for me, where it's like, man, I really wish that it used that screen real estate a little bit better. I actually have a good surplus of clothing. Let's export some clothing. Touch at least 35% of our warehouses. There we go. Let's get some income. Yeah, it's a bit wonky. It's just clunky. I mean, it works. It gets the job done, but... Although, there might be an overlay. Nope, not really. Problem. What is problem with here? Right. I like the generic problem. Unavailable fabric. We're not making fabric fast enough. I think I should disable this. Look at you. What do I need for that upgrade? Need Weaver Revolution. Weaver Revolution. Weaver. Which needs basic refining and basic weaving. Great. Which means basic refining. This is why I find tech trees tedious, chat. I need this, 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 and this to get that. Great. Okay, fine. I need to make another lab, is what you're telling me, game. Because that's what I want. Where my lab? There, my lab. I don't think these produce much in the way of noise. So I'm just gonna plop those in there. Viva la Weaver. Yes. And extend to the dirt road. Although that's going to require a lot of furniture. Meanwhile, chat was all like, man, that's a whole lot of like carpenters you're gonna need, and I'm sitting here going like, oh, we'll power through that, don't worry. Oh shit, that's why I'm out of carpentry. It's because one of them's still making shields. Well, I feel dumb now. Well, at least I'm fixing that now. That'll be better once they start actually making furniture for me. So chat, what have you guys been playing? What's your between game when you're not playing the thing that everybody else is playing, or the thing that you think that you should be playing? Because I'm just very used to feeling like I should be playing Dwarf Fortress. And so when I stray away from that and trundle off into the great unknown, I'll be honest, I feel like I'm betraying somebody. Yet here I am, not playing dwarfs, playing this. What's your something else or something different game? Cut in Astronauts? Sometimes you just gotta cut into that Astronauts time. I really need to play Astronauts, but I think like I'm just waiting for 1.0 on Astronauts now. Like for a while there it was Space Haven. Man, I backed Space Haven on Kickstarter. And I also ceased to language for a second there. Let's just wait until we hit summer. So you've got 49 days until you get that harvest done. That's the issue there. Thankfully, these are all getting a decent harvest in. It's the hungry months. Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. In between game? That game's a lifestyle choice. Once you're playing Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, you just don't ever stop. Okay, so let's grab refining. 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 And I'm out. And then you are 58 days. Yeah, so it's basically like a several year lead time. You can also chop down the trees in orchards to just get a bunch of wood all at once if you are mean and evil. You just bring in more people. And now we have even less than 1 day's worth of no days worth of food. Let's just hunt. And if anybody dies, they'll be properly memorialized now. Sixteen days a year, so yeah, 3 years. I guess it would be 4 years now then. But when it does finally harvest, that'll be huge. I feel like I should just get rid of this mass grave. Days until clear, okay. Because we should move those over there. We've also got that food harvest incoming now. Whole bunch of meat all at once. And more food. Let's see what we're able to get. And considering I'm not exporting anything, or importing anything rather now, I don't think. Oh, no, I'm still importing fruit. I'm just turning that off. Okay, so now I'm not importing anything. We're just exporting clothes when I have a surplus. No work within radius. So wait, what? Where am I putting my clothing then? It's right there. Like, you reached that. Only 19 million to join me? Bum, 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 bum. I should make a guard post, shouldn't I? What about cotton fiber? Private parking? You never played the Grimlock games and you saw them both for, you forget, $6? Sounds about right. Does that studio still make games? Because I feel like that Grimrock came out and then, like, I never heard anything else out of them ever again. I think I just need more weavers. Help! If we don't pay this ransom, chances of our neighbor allows us for free passage through their lands or gets attacked themselves. Athuri has been praised by our dear Lord. I have been entrusted to convey this message here from a certain Gelt wretched who has come to visit. I quote, "Give me my stuff." Okay. You ugly, terrible person. I kind of like the bug with the fancy crown on. Or I'll come over there and make a hat out of your genitals. Well, I have the money. I'm not sure if I have the shields. And I have the meat. This game does have massive battles, Eurus, the militia commander, but I tend to avoid them. This seems like extortion. Yeah. Although the bug person with the crown is kind of adorable. I have an in-game day to decide, so like no time. I don't know, I think like the only real option there is to just be like, no, fuck off, good luck, bud. This is going to create noise. Smart remove. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. I mean, okay, hold on. What are my options here? Soldiering, I could make a training ground. And I could make archeries. I am kinda short. I do have all the things that they need. I could just pay them off and then start building up an army. Because I do want to take over them anyway. Because, like, I'm looking at where they are. Like, they've got an army of 76 sitting right there. Porker! Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate ya. What are those wiggly bits? Flowers? Probably. It's either flowers or water. Yeah, probably flowers. This bandit is currently raiding me. So how the heck do I get that? I'm gonna pay up for the moment. And I will have an army for the next time they arrive. All right, let's see what I can do, what my options are at the moment. Training ground. It's just furniture. Once done. Oopsies. Here I am making weird shaped buildings again. These look a little odd. thought I had the game paused, but we're in an ad break, so that's my bad. Hollow eclipses look weird. Yeah, let's just stick to these guys. A little bit easier to predict shape and size-wise. Much better. So now I can shrink you. I mean, it's an accurate representation of the things I dislike about this game. It's like, I just want to be a farming trading group, but there's a bunch of bugs next to me that are like going to work together with raiders and bandits to extort me. Such is my existence. You know? Although I do have like 170 spare bodies right now to, you know, train, so I guess in a way we are prepared for it. We'll just do that. I can expand that easily. Is there refining that I need for that or something else? Soldiering, which just increases the abilities of my training ground, guard post. I guess I could just import weapons. I could just import stuff. Just buy it. Artillery. I've never once seen any of that stuff. Because, like, if I go to the carpenter's shop, like, I could make spears, but I need metal for that. And I would need makeshift weapons for that. So, I think I import some metal. I just don't have anywhere to put it. So I need somewhere to put the metal. So I can get rid of that. Get rid of gems, get rid of herbs, get rid of opium. And throw in some... The thing is, and chat's gonna go lol at this, but there's literally just like a surface ore farm like right here. That's on the other side. It's all the way over there. I'll just pay somebody to bring it to me. At least at the moment, I would very much prefer to just pay somebody to bring it to me. And we're gonna make some leather armor. Because I got 529 leather, so might as well make some leather armor. Room is poorly insulated? Excuse me? Hold on. So just straight up holes in these? How long has that been there? Well, I feel dumb. It's like, how long have these been poorly insulated? Probably forever. Welp. I feel entirely stupid. Then you, let's lower down cloth. Just go there. Let's also get rid of this and get rid of that. And allow shields. Did I forget walls? Was I supposed to remember walls? I didn't realize that was in the, like, paperwork that I signed when I took this job. Oh, you mean, like, You mean, like, walls in that building, yes, apparently. Apparently I did. Unbeknownst to me, turns out. Too many entrances? I don't know. Well, it's been fixed now. No, apparently, I think it was just when I rebuilt this building, because I repurposed this building from a carpenter into a different kind of building. But it's fine. We're sorting it out now. I now employ over 50 weavers. Shock emoji. Well, I should have shit tons of cloth now. So you guys just just take all the cloth. That's fine. Unlike furniture. Furniture I always have a hard time keeping up with. But, like, other things I tend to be better at. I quite like the way this city is starting to shape up. I think it's nice looking. It's pleasant. All right, I want to say tax collection is a really good way to just suddenly have income, so I'm actually just going to go for tax collection. I want to say tax collection is a really good way to suddenly have income, says the guy playing the game about building a city. Oh, I see. I don't quite have enough innovation. And tax collection's an overworld thing, if I'm not mistaken. Not that I remember how to interact with any of this. Okay, I want to say I have to click on, like, the region. Yep. I don't actually know how that works. Tax plus 0. Don't know. It's just vassals? Oh, really? Okay, well, wasted points then. I want to say that used to be a thing where you could go to the overworld and then just assign, like, basically a tariff rate for anything that moves through your region, but maybe I'm misremembering. Or I'm remembering an older version. You can refund it? Yeah. It's a bummer. I don't know. I fucking hate this tech tree. I think this tech tree is hot garbage. The worst part about this game is this tech tree. It's just clunky and hard to search through. Where the fuck was that even? It's up here. How do I refund it? Like, do you wish to forget that? Yes. Waste of oxygen. That, on the other hand, can be useful. Yep. I know. Eric. I know. Stupid fucking video game. Developers should please fix. Make your game not dumb. And exactly the way my brain thinks it should work. Not the way it works, but the way my brain thinks it should work. Then game won't be dumb. Till then, game dumb. And I'm being a petty piece of shit. I'm not gonna pretend that I don't know that. Let's bring in more people and have no food, because who wants food? How long until you good? 36 days. I'm not actually mad at it. I'm just mad at it, okay? Don't think about it too hard. If you think about it too hard, then it'll start to make sense. They call it the user experience, not the developer experience. McConnell, have you ever played Cogmind? Because that is the most, like, the developers fixed it, okay? So this is no longer an issue, so I feel okay, like, bitching about this now. That game, for the longest time, was the most, this game is made by a developer with an extremely high-resolution monitor, and they have very, very, very good eyesight. Game I've maybe ever played. Visuous, what up? It's been like 1,000 years. How have you been? I need another warehouse. But, mods, can I get a shout out for the Raiders? RimWorld? Does this... do you have 600 plus people in RimWorld? No, this is a city builder. This has more in common with, like Anno or, I don't know, Pharaoh than RimWorld. It's like an empire builder slash city builder. It's like Factorio if it was a city builder, sort of. Because a lot of the game is like figuring out inputs and outputs and keeping your population happy, which I'm only trying to keep one race happy right now, and that's already a lot. Speaking of. We need wells up there. Wells in this area. So if RimWorld is a large-scale empire builder, then yeah, it's exactly the same. But otherwise, no, it's nothing alike. Probably also need more toilets. But when do you not need more toilets? It's a city. And you, please go back to making clothing. Because we weren't making armor. Abilities, where's the... There's the military. Army! They are 0.9% armed. Righto. Well, we have shields at least. Shield and armor we have. Weapon we do not. Speaking of weapon, do I has metal? Did I actually manage to import any? No, I did not. I didn't have anywhere to put it probably. I thought I made somewhere to put it. But I guess I didn't. That's a shame. Considering I'm broke fucking shitless. But yeah, no, this is Songs of Six. It's a large-scale city builder that... Oh, I see. I'm exporting it. I'm dumb. I want to import that, not export that. This is a large-scale city builder about being a maniacal overlord and enslaving everybody. It's about very, very, very large-scale populations. It has some light total war combat, an empire builder, and it's a city builder primarily. So it kind of... The only thing it really has in common with games like RimWorld, which is everybody's immediate, like, jump to conclusion thing it looks like, is it has a similar building style. Like, constructing it is similar. But actually playing this game could not be more different. It's a very different kind of game. There aren't many recent City Builder references. I literally played a brand new City Builder that released this morning. Or yesterday morning. I think there's a lot of City Builders. I think that, like, just not a lot of people play City Builders. But no, this is very much like Anno, right? I mean, Anno is like a AAA style of game. And this is actually has a lot in common with Anno. In that it's about building production chains and, like, macro managing a large populace instead of micromanaging a small populace. Anno is garbage in comparison. I'm not saying I like Anno. Well, I like 1404 or Dawn of Discovery if you live in the West, but if you want to try this game, the demo is the full game. So it's just 6 months to a year behind in development generally. So if you want to try this game, or it looks interesting to you, just go download the demo, because it quite literally is the game. It's just a slightly older build, which in some cases, depending on what build it is, might actually be better. Yeah, it's one developer working on this, and like he has some help, but it's mostly just one dude. And so development's like shockingly quick, all things considered. And when I say that there's like an empire builder, like, this is what I currently have access to. I want to murder my neighbors, which are these ugly bugs, and I would like to patch them out. But they do have 76 soldiers sitting right there. And if I look at them funny, they might invoke the name of Fallout. And then I've got this thing, which I would like to take over. Because if I take over that, then I have access to trade with these guys, and these guys without having to go through their fucking bullshit. So, yeah. Developer is a cool guy, but cool guy was a murderer. He killed several people. Sorry, that's a very specific series of YouTube videos that one existed, and then there was a sequel where cool guy killed a bunch of people, and then I don't think they ever made a third one. I think it just ended after the two. The bugs don't seem to be super interested in selling me metal. I will go make and refine my own if you force me. Actually, I don't even need to do that. And they call it a mine. A mine! Don't mind if I do. I'm gonna have to put a bunch of torches in here for these poor blokes. This poor bastard's gonna hate this shit, but the things that we do when we get threatened. I should really, like, actually increase my furniture efficiency, because my furniture supply is, like, fucking garbage. Alright, send it. Also, I'm out of food again, so, you know, things are Gucci. Who needs food? It's the middle of winter. I have to go murder every single piece of livestock on the map again. Oh, I'm out of wood. That's the problem. Clear. It's fine. Don't look directly at the forests that I'm murdering, you forest-loving orcs. But if you're on your way out, we'll see you later. Thank you very much for the raid, by the way. Seriously, enjoy your shower. And thanks for sending your people over here. On the day when I do something different. It means a lot. I did interview the developer. You hope Bob is in my army? No, so my king's name is Klondike Bar. And my city is named What Would You Do for a So Klondike Bar might be, but Bob, no, Bob doesn't exist in this universe. All hail King Bob. Let's also hunt again. Cause I'm out of food. Yeah, doodly doo. I feel like most of the deaths we've had have been to... Man, look at all of that fucking coal and gems. I feel like if... Like, I almost feel like I should bring in some dwarves. Although I feel like they don't like orcs very much. Just to run my mines. Like, you can just live up there, it's fine. You'll never see us. I don't listen to not in-game music. I only listen to the game's in-game music, and if I don't like the game's in-game music, you want to know a secret? I mute it and set up my audio routing so I can listen to my own and you don't hear it. Because I don't like getting content ID'd. It used to happen a lot. No, it doesn't. Our city is impressive enough to attract a tourist. I can't wait for them to leave me a 1-star Yelp review. Although, honestly, I can't remember the last time I turned off the music for... Actually, I do. The last time I set my own music on and listened to that instead was Megabonk. I like how this is the training animation. It's just like them spinning like office chairs in circles. It's like, brrr. Want to put my tender face in a blender, I guess. Yeah, the music in this game is very like Witcher. 30 more days, only 2 more years until my orchards kick into a gear. I don't know about a high gear, but a gear. We'll make another one of these. It's gonna take a bit because they're gonna need to catch back up on furniture. But I digress. Where's carpentry? It's literally just more of the basic refining, eh? Crude crafting, fine goods, does what? Such a grind, man. Thankfully, I can just turn the game on too fast speed. Also, we're out of food, by the way. If you're wondering why people are getting upset with me, we're out of food. Completely out of food. Thankfully, in 36 days, and there's 16 days in a year, 29 days, we'll have more food than I know what to do with. I can't wait for that to never actually happen. And I got a bunch of people starving to death. Okay, don't put the game on stupid fast. It doesn't actually help. Pro tip, don't do that. Okay, because they're obviously not going to import any of this. I'm just going to go back to importing stuff that I actually can import and afford to import. So that we don't all die. Yeah, thanks, game. Security low. Our stockades are poorly staffed because everybody's dying. Damn. Lovely. Foodless behavior? Well, I mean, if you're so foodless, then... Where's the pause button? Pretty sure there's just a pause button somewhere that I'm not seeing. 4.8 days until food arriveth. Well, okay. Technically, I should be, like, netting out positive per year on food, and I refuse to believe this. So I need them to purchase this stuff, and I need my money to go up. Mild weather. Lovely. Weather has been unusually pleasant for some time. Trade tolls have decreased. Awesome. Can you give me some fruit then? or don't. Okay, let's just hunt stuff then. But I keep like completely clear cutting, like clear hunting, like killing all of the huntable food on the map just repeatedly. Everybody's just leaving. It's fine. We can pick back up. We can survive! We just need food. Oh, hey, we just got a bunch of food and they ate it all immediately. Prisoner escaped. I had a prisoner? Oh, that's wild. Oh no, anyway. Problem solved itself? I'm a powerful wizard, appreciate it. Don't tell them that I also have wizard hair. I actually cut my hair, believe it or not. I took like that much off of it not too long ago. You don't need to buy this game in Ander, it's free. Dead ends? Yeah. Well, also evening it out, because I trim my dead ends periodically, and then, I don't know, maybe every other year I trim like that much off. Just to even out the dead ends that I've been trimming off. They keep on like gathering all of the food, and then immediately we just die. Okay, so now is when we're about to start getting fucked. Just straight up due to lack of people. It's like I'm already exporting clothing. Also exporting cotton. Trying to import like fruits, but see if I can save this. Not easily. And we'll do... Let's see what I can do here. Let's see what I can do. There we go. Now I have to wait for them to physically move it, but that should keep us alive. We are orcs. So why would I be zapping the orcs? I need them to not move out like they are right now. That would be bad. I'm just going to... Thanks, game. I really hate it when the game starts telling me the thing that I'm very well aware of. It's like, thanks, game. I know. Good news is, we do have a big old pile of food now. So the amount of starved should go down. Now we just need to make it through the season. We expanded too quickly. We'll survive this. It's just going to be a bit of a struggle for a minute. Just a bit of a struggle for a while. Because once these are ready, which will be in a day and a half, we'll be okay. Let's see if I can increase farm output. Can't currently because I don't have 9 innovation. I mean, I haven't put that much time into this game in the grand scheme of things in Andor. I only have about 150 hours in it. Although I don't know how much time I put into the original itch.io demo when that released ages ago. Well, we are harvesting veggies. So food should start to unfuck itself now. So that part's good. I should really just make some hunters. Hunters leave the map. So because we're actually so close to up here, I could just plop a nice size hunter up here. And that would just periodically acquire food for us. I'm gonna drop you down there and you down. Oh, I see what happened. This happened. Because I need extra odd jobbers up and around her. But I don't, under any circumstance, want to lose my orchard workers. Because this is what's going to feed us next year and the year after, maybe. Maybe. Okay, well, I guess now we just don't let people back in. We just let things truck along for a year. Because now we got the fruit incoming. So now it's just a matter of moving it from the fruit farms to the warehouses, and then we have a supply. Then we're good. Hiya. Okay, so we've survived. That was a decidedly tough year. There is a crime system in this game. I had several criminals actually escape. Up here is the number of criminals you currently have and the average, the average rate of crime that is committed and all that. I don't have guards yet because we're not that far in. But I do have a stockade set up here, and I should make a guard post at some point sooner than later. Okay, I'm also gonna go... Thanks, game. Please stop telling me that. You're not helping. Nobody is more aware of this than me. I can bring in extra workers. Gods have forsaken us, and the rains have stopped. Oh, yay. Now we got a drought. As if things weren't fucked already. Now I got a drought. That's exactly what I need. Just let people in. I'm still importing food. I think I just need more haulers. Do I still have to designate exactly how haulers work? Let's look at that system. You forget a lot of the basics. Oh yeah, me too. And this has been my first time really diving into this game in over a year. You should fetch that. Well, that works. That's nice. You're just gonna fetch fruit. I didn't think that farms would create so much noise, but yet here we are. I'm amazed that you have time to video game, period, in Ander. I know I've told you this before, but genuinely, I'm impressed by you every day. Every day that I see you, anyway. Maybe not every day. Just the days that I see you. Because it reminds me to be impressed. All right, so things are getting back into the swing of thing. Into the key of, oh fuck! I am actually truly a little bit annoyed that they were never able to. Unavailable livestock. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna slaughter all of these. I'm just gonna replace this with something else because it's just not providing any real benefit. Just give me the meat like Nowzers. What's the actual moisture levels here? That's actually pretty good. So let's slow down speed here. Let's make that into a veggie farm. I'm currently importing fruit. I'll also import veggies. Oh, we did actually import metal. Well, that's nifty. Can swap this out later, but for right now, this is just going to be... Bring metal right there. So I require one shipment of a monomarth. Which is currently not down there anymore. So it did get moved somewhere. Also need to get the barracks up and running again. Oh, looks like importing vegetables is faster, so that's good. I guess that was good news, if nothing else. Still exporting clothing, which, you know, that's fine. I mean, we still have a surplus of clothing somehow, which is kind of a miraculous situation, actually. 25 more days. Just 25 more days. Okay, so let's go up here. Something about these orcs, for those of you who came in from the raid or haven't been here as long, they don't like square buildings. So they get kind of annoyed if buildings are square. They're also vegetarian, so they prefer a varied diet. So we do our best to account for that. Elfie, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders and Elvies. We're playing Orcs. It is fine. We almost all died of starvation because I've put way too much time and effort into trying to make a very large orchard. But if the orchard runs out of workers, then all of my hopes and dreams for having a very large orchard collapse, and then I cry. I'm actually going to fire a lot of the actors, is what I'm going to do for the stages, so then I've got extra hands. So yeah, that's the current situation. $620 just to 490 piggies? It's, you know, that's like not as bad as the Black Death. Like it could have been significantly worse. And now I have a supply of meat and leather, so, you know, I could also move one of my only, actually, not one of my, I can also move my tailor back to making leather clothing for a bit. So we can get more cloth. Also, I need to check something. Produced this year, 62 spear. Okay, let's set you back to furniture. Or maybe more shield. Nah, furniture. But Tommy, thank you very much for the beers. But what were you up to today, Alfie? What were you playing? Trash goblin scrubbing? Gotcha. A little game about being a goblin who collects trash, right? One more year, and then a large amount of food supply will suddenly be here. We're just going to leave the game on maximum speed, me thunk. Although now we're out of food again. Okay, we are still consuming most of the food, but good news is we do actually have another supply of food now. We're all the way up into summer. You need 24 days, you need 12. I'm just waiting for this to hit 0. And then my life, hopefully, gets less terrible. But I can't guarantee it. We're getting close to the harvest season for this year, which means suddenly food supply should skyrocket momentarily. In fact, it's trying to. It's trying to as best it can. There it goes. Food supply skyrockets. 6 more days. Four more days until these trees become actual trees. Oh, great. We're getting extreme temperatures. Temperatures is rising for the end of the season. And I still have no food. In case you were wondering, I still have no food. I'm actually like a little bit amazed as to how this has happened. Actually a little bit amazed as to how, like, much I've just completely managed to run out of food entirely. This is kind of incredible. I need a higher value export, I think. Let's go back to exporting furniture. And cloth. Seems easier than Dwarf Fortress Tree Farms. Dwarf Fortress Tree Farms, you find an area with a lot of trees and click and drag, and if you have small brain, you click on the don't use step stools button. What do you mean? There is like no steps for Dwarf Fortress Tree Farms. Unless there is no trees on your map. There literally is no steps to Dwarf Fortress Tree Farms. It's literally like one step. I will say this. These have almost killed me 3 times. Dwarf Fortress Tree Farms, 1, are not like something that dwarves do. They just grow naturally on the surface. And 2, they take 4 to 6 years, depending on the tree type. So yeah, it would take years. This has taken... So a year in this game is 16 days. I planted these... like 5 years ago? At least they don't climb trees and get stuck. That you're aware of. How do you know? Have you ever seen one? Also, look at this. We're getting all this food delivered. Lovely. All 130 of it. Now is our chance to maybe not die. Same with this. When I'm no longer reliant... Also, they're Cretonians, not Syxians, by the way. Why did you almost die from a tree? Chat, explain to Emily.lgbt in chat why we almost died multiple times and why we lost hundreds of people. Please? I think you can do this. This will be on the test at the end of the week. It's like my only running joke. I should get some walking jokes. Because I'm getting tired of all this running. Yeah, all I can really do right now is wait. Sleeping joke, true. A napping joke would be nice. This game slaps me in the face, specifically. Ballpark Franks in YouTube chat. Some biking jokes? Can we get some less exhausting jokes? I'm into this sleeping joke. Maybe a napping joke. No, literally, like, food supply issues. Like, population increased faster than I could feed people is why we almost died. So why did I almost die? Because you have to use up food supply in order to make a tree. And I'm not entirely sure what happened, but something broke somewhere in one of my production chains. I ran out of something, and then suddenly we just had no food. And then I went from 600 something population down to 430. And then if I don't have enough population to run these, then the trees die. And if the trees die, then I have to start over. So like right now it's got 17 days left before it'll start producing. This one's got 7 days left before it starts producing. I would have gone back to like 70. So that's why. Like literally food production issues. And all I'm trying to do is make some ore mines so I can start like disassembling my neighbors' bodies. Because they keep threatening me. And the game's like, you know, making it very cold. But thankfully we're almost through the winter. And food supplies went up through the winter because I'm selling my neighbors who I'm planning to murder stuff which is making them richer. It's going to make them less easy to murder. But thankfully in 6 days, and 7 days, and 7 days, and 7 days, we'll get a ton of food. And then we can get back to our Former? Not really former. Our glory that we had a year and a half ago. In game. Okay, well, no matter how many deaths we just had, it seems like most of my graves are still empty, so that's good. Basically what I'm trying to say is in Dwarf Fortress, you just let a tree appear, and a dragon could fucking burn it down. You just have to remember to not cut it down, and it will eventually turn into a tree, assuming you don't put a bunch of cows on it that crush it. In this, like, if I don't have enough, like, production capacity, we run out, and then things collapse. Where's my tailors? You are using the wrong material, sir. There we go. I was trying to use up the leather that I built up. I should just sell the leather, actually. So swap from you to... Because currently I have, like, no use for leather. Okay, so I've got 6 days worth of food. 4 days until you harvest. So in 3 days... Thanks for the late raid, Swordfish. 2 days. Hey, chat. Name the tree farm Emily. There you go. 1 days. Chat, I need a big... I don't know. I don't have a fruit emoji, so, like, whatever you would think of as a fruit emoji. Because we're now getting a harvest from this. Hopefully, we are on the up climb from here going forward. Because I'm getting 70 fruit per day for my farms, but an additional 160 my orchards. Thanks, mods. Elfie, I like to think you shutted yourself out. That's probably what's happening, right? So. I can bring in 78 additional orcs. Send it! Let's see how many days of food that cuts me down to. Actually, still quite a few. Turn on the military post again. Number 1. Military post number 2. Or the training grounds, anyway. And I'm going to stop importing fruit outside of concerning situations, and I'm going to build another hunter. Rice wine like wine, but it's more like beer? What is rice? Oh, yeah, I mean, rice wine is just kind of its own thing. I mean, maybe, like, yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of its own thing. All right. I'd swear that I put a storage facility over here. Let's increase your number of workers. Look at all of that fruit. Although the only stuff that the game is aware that I have is the stuff that goes into the storage. So if it doesn't ever end up in storage, I might as well not have it. That's done. Okay, now I need to find that other screen. So I've got, okay, that's not what I want. Disband, yep. You, edit. I have spears though. Is this for specific types of weapons? I don't know, I'm just clicking buttons. Oh, I see, that's different banners, but like, I don't know. I'll fiddle with that later. Good news is we have 8 days worth of food. Making a very old world in DF right now. What's very old? How many years? What are the overall mechanics of this world? Don't worry about it too much. I'm sure it's on the back of a giant turtle or something. This is the sort of game where it would be something like that. Or the sort of world where it would be something like that. Like actually be completely wild and out there and relatively illogical in comparison to our sense of reality. Oh wow, that is pretty old. There was somebody in my chat for a while there who was trying to make a 40,000-year-old world, but that was on a much older version of the game, and he never actually managed it. It kept crashing after like a day and a half of like running. Which to me just seems like a horrible waste of time, but... what do I really know? All right. Numbers is going up. Numbers is getting better. I actually have enough people now that I can hire delivery men, for fuck's sake. Now it's time for me to check the fun numbers. History repeats. What, the world ends? I mean, eventually an asteroid's gonna hit it, you know? Oh, hey, chat, you want to know some good news? I'm $2 off of the daily minimum. So that's cool. Ends at a funny number? That's not one funny number, that's two funny numbers. Actually, it's a chill number and a funny number. Only one of those numbers is the funny number. Thanks for the $10, Letterin. It's very kind of you. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers because we hit the daily minimum?
Cheered. X1000.
Appreciate you guys. On most days we wouldn't make it, but apparently there's actually kind of a lot of resubs today, so did okay. Let her end with the save. I think I would have made it with ad revenue eventually, most likely. I mean, that's only if I end my stream in 30 minutes, though, strong, but that's fine. I've said for a while, like, I'm totally fine doing, like, 8 to 10 hour days in this job, purely because I don't have a commute. If I had a commute, it would be a bit more of a iffy thing, but because I don't commute, it's fine. It's whatever. How many more people can I bring in? Just one right now? So this one has been done and is now producing. We're about to get a second orchard So this one will produce 1,020, 250 fruit per year. This one is already producing 1,560 fruit per year. The view count skyrockets when ads are playing because two things happen. Thing number one, people aren't counted if you have ad block running because Twitch isn't making money from it, and because advertisers need to know what the concurrent view count is when an ad is running, it stops counting people who are ad blocking. The second thing is some people refresh when they see an ad, and then it takes about 30 seconds to a minute for Twitch to catch back up. So the view count will skyrocket literally every time there's an ad anywhere on Twitch, purely because people refresh and then they count as 2 for a minute. And because if you're using ad block, you don't count during those periods because advertisers want to know the number. That's it. It's actually pretty simple. Also, do every streamer on planet Earth a favor and don't comment on the view count skyrocketing unless there's like a raid or something. It's not generally very uplifting or helpful discussion. I mean, not really. It's the only people who play games with viewer counts are shitty people who try to view bot and cheat the system. Twitch is just trying to make it work for their business model and, you know, the platform as a whole. I generally am on Twitch's side when it comes to the view count stuff. And I think when people get weird about it, it's just pointless. Waste of energy. Doesn't really matter. What matters is how many people are actually in the chat. What the number says is arbitrary and doesn't matter unless you care about sponsorships, which I don't. So it's a bit moot for me to care, to be honest. What you pushing over there? There we go. Population going back up's helping a lot. Let's make some stages. Actually, what I could do... I only have 2 innovation. I need 5 innovation. Good news is, I have fuckloads of food. Got 10 whole days worth of food. I just don't have enough workers right now. I'm about to have less, but that's okay. I can actually take them from here. Because I don't need as much meat production, I mostly just need additional nerds. And here we go, additional nerds. Because of all that food getting harvested. So we're finishing winter now. Heading into year 10 with 8 days worth of food. Heading into year 9, we had 0 days worth of food. Year 8, actually, we had 0 days worth of food. 10 days, so a year is 16 days in this game. This is a very different game to DF. Like, forget everything you know about DF when like trying to process information in this game and just take it at face value. Because this game does almost everything different from DF. Like, it's not even worth worrying or, like, contemplating or considering. Because of how categorically different these two games are. Placing guard posts. Now we're down to 6 days worth of food because I just let a bunch more people in, like 100 people in fact. But we still have 51 free houses. also going to go over to here. We go Eclipse. Just give us a nice, large fruit farm. Let's not do Eclipse. Let's do this one. I might just go back to making circles manually. That's a little bit shitty, actually. Because I need, like, primarily along this beach. Not up there, because the second I go up there, I lose all of the moisture. And thus all the fertility. There we go, that'll be better. I will say the thing that the developer said to me when I spoke with him in an interview about 5 years ago, probably now, Emily. He'd never heard of Dwarf Fortress until people told him his game was inspired by it. Now it is in a, what's it called? Bundle on Steam. You can buy this and Dwarf Fortress. But, like, no. This has, like, nothing to do with Dwarf Fortress. No, this game's chief inspirations were Myth, which 12 people played. Pharaoh and, like, the Impression City Builders, which anybody under the age, anybody born after 2001 probably never played. And Total War. I think the truly impressive thing to me about this game, Shady Necromancer, is that it runs in Java. And it had, and I told this story twice so far today, but it had the most memorable bug I have ever seen in a video game related to streaming. It had a bug where if you would move if you moved the throne or started a game, OBS would crash. I don't know why or how it was interacting or for what reason, but it would. I mean, the thing that you know is the thing that you're the best at optimizing, and the developer of this game is a Java developer. So, you know, he knows it. He knows how to optimize it. Although there isn't really a lot going on physics-wise or, like, things that are super... Like, it's just... this game is, like, a lighter Factorio in the way it runs. It's pretty sleek, actually. I don't think I've ever seen a slowdown in this game. Outside of maybe the first version I ever played. Holy shit. Well, they want to send more people. I think I'm going to get rid of this one division and just go for 150 soldiers. Let's bring in all these people, crank the numbers up. That puts us up to 32, and then I can go all the way the fuck up to here and start working on this again. Oh, no, I want to active. Actually, I think I already did. Yeah, I did. Just reset that. I think I have all the stuff for it too. I mean, what does it need? 125 furniture and 150 stone. Easy enough. Although I'm going to go here. And I'm going to go here. This is going to be for... Well, this one's going to be empty, but this one's just going to be for the ore up there. We may need to recruit some dwarves for this. This makes you feel like playing Anno and Factorio. I mean, Anno is a bit more strict of a production line game than this. Like, this is a production line game, but I feel like it's a little bit more loose. I do think that Pharaoh is a better comparison. But that's just because I played more Pharaoh than Anno. Like, I played 2205 and kind of hated it. I played 1404 and kind of liked it. I played, not the most recent one, but the one right before that one, and also kind of liked it. How many more people is that? 18? It's not too good. Actually, how often are these orchards producing? It's every 14 more days, 4 more days on this one. So is it every other year? I guess it's every other year. Could also make a bakery and produce a bit of food that way. But I think that eats coal. Let's just focus on this. What am I importing at the moment? Export, import, and import. Bread's expensive. I'll set you back to exporting grain. We'll just export grain. It's just like having to, oops, no, not that. Having to set up another production chain for one type of food is just kind of a bit much at the moment. Okay, so good news is we're in the middle of summer, which means it's almost harvesting season. What are we doing up here? Knowledge is good, innovation is terrible. I really wish it was split into 2 different trees. It'd be really nice. Because, like, I've got knowledge built up, I just don't have innovation. Locking this tech will result in more workers in the affected industries. Well, that, okay. You know what, actually, I'm gonna do work safety. That's something I can spend points on. It'll just minimize injuries if there's an accident. Bundled with the game, Java 21 from 2023, the current old Java. I mean, we also, like, as Dwarf Fortress players, assuming you're a Dwarf Fortress player in the chat, we can't really make fun of this game for using Java. Dwarf Fortress was on SDL 1 until 2 days after SDL 2 officially stopped getting updates, and then they moved to SDL 2. So, like, I don't know if we can really poke fun at that. I'm just saying. Like, I don't think in good faith we can poke fun at that. I'm just kind of filling in the edges. With more fruit farms. Don't want to remove too much water because that will actually impact the ground moisture. Fuck it, we'll bring in 34. So 3 days until you produce food. And I can also go up to you, re-employ you, start bringing in more meat. And the other thing I can do is I can let them have more clothing, because I've got 788 clothing built up at the moment, which is kind of a lot, actually. I can also let them have nicer furniture supplies. Which will consume the supplies that I have, but it'll make them happier, make them more satisfied. Also, we finally caught up to all of the housing that I had, which is actually kind of nuts. Enjoy your lurking, Emily. Okay, let's copy you. Yeah, people also want to work and live in similar areas. So if you put like their housing too far away from where they live, they just will move out. Which is kind of a pain, actually. I wish they wouldn't do that, but they do. So if you have an area that's just like completely abandoned, it's like there's no jobs nearby, so they just leave. What do you mean real life comes first? That's not true. My stream should take priority over all of your bodily needs and functions. Oh, hey. It's drinking season. It's an eclipse. Speaking of, if jobs are too far away, then they just straight up won't go there. So I need to... whatever that task is, wherever that task is. Workstation. Dunk. Dunk, dunk, dunk. And the other thing I need to do is copy area. Get a janitor up in there. Might as well bring that too. You know what's wild? Or funny? I guess maybe not wild. Wild's the wrong word. You know what's funny? Is the do you guys not have phones thing? That game came out and made money. Nobody really cared. The eclipse is over. You know, the thing that the music in this game reminds me of the most is The Witcher. To me, it sounds like a Witcher fan album. You know, I love that my biggest complaint about my city functioning is, what do you mean I have to feed all 1,000 of these people? There is something truly hysterical about that, actually. There is something truly funny about that. Where's the nearest storage to this? It's down here. If I could actually just move you down one, just do that, up by one. Then if I have any, they'll just get moved over there. Pretty sure I don't have any at the moment. Okay, how big is my neighbor's army? Still 76, with a strength of 136. I've got whatever that is. I mean, actually, if I go to the overworld, what does that say? 97. They have question mark. Lovely. Probably will end up being a quest for tomorrow, but I like how I increase the amount of furniture people can take, because I'm just like, I'm gonna be nice to people, and then they like suddenly I just have like no furniture left. Because I also made a whole bunch of bedrooms all simultaneously, and a bunch of people moved in and they all claimed all the furniture, and now we have no furniture, and now I'm sad. It's crazy how that works. All right, well, let's just get more orcs in here to help with the problem, if you want to call it that. I'll be honest with you. I've played maybe 90 minutes of the Witcher games, Shady Necromancer, but I've listened to countless hours of the soundtrack. Because back when I did listen to other game soundtracks while streaming, The Witcher was one of the soundtracks I listened to a lot. So it's less of that for me and more just unavailable metal. Well, there was metal right there. Okay, fuck it. I really should just, like, research makeshift weapons is what I should do. Okay, so I'm not currently importing this. I will, however... Fucking fuck. Do you think, like, chat, if you were right next door to people who you were extorting, and they suddenly asked you to, like, export weapons, would you be like, yeah? Because I feel like I'd be like, nah. It's like, hey, how about you sell us some of those spare spears you got out there? Business is business. I mean, true. You make a valid point with this. But, like, wouldn't you be, like, slightly sus? Especially if, like, you're actively extorting them. Which, they have extorted me on behalf of the bandits next door several times already. Alright, well, let's clear all this, clear all that, clear all this, clear all that. Okay, so I'm going to currently just load ore. Yeah, just ore. Coal as well. But I don't have any coal, so just ore. One spear. And it's like it's dulled, so it's just like a wall mount. Okay, we're letting in another 20. I could queue up another one of these. But I don't actually think that's all that wise. Well, I'll get to that eventually. Let's do a bakery. Let's see, can I do this, or are you going to be annoyed? Nope, I can do that. Can't remember if bakeries are one of the shops that aren't happy with you and ask for metal. They might be. Maybe it's the auxiliary that requires metal. Nope, okay. That must be an upgrade then. Could have sworn that they required metal. Okay. And let's go into here and then go door and door. So that's gonna be kind of a lot of materials, but that'll allow me to start using wood and all of that surplus of grain that I have just sitting here. Might actually work in these kind of games. What, just having one spear? It'll just like tip you over the edge to survive. It'll be enough. I mean, they did actually let me purchase spears. I have imported 20 spears. Speaking of 20 spear. Okay, you've equipped spearses. You've equipped spearses. And you've equipped spearses. Okay, so we do have 3 squads filled with spear. We have leather armor and shield. It's time to queue up another squad. That's kind of on purpose, Filthy Phil. But I could turn it up if you want me to. In regards to the game audio. What, if I get extorted? Just having like one... Oh yeah, true. I mean, like, if it's like... You just need to have a military, that might do it. I'm actually kind of curious as to what the output of that bread-wise is going to be. Do I don't have a market up here. Activate this job. This can also just take meat and bread. Because right now there's literally no work for these guys up here, and that's not done yet. It's getting worked on slowly, but it's not done yet. Oh shit, we're in an ad break. I'm sorry, thanks for sharing, Suited Giraffe. You drove 30 minutes to try to get a photo of the aurora and NOS cloud coverage. Should be slow until about 8 p.m. An hour now, completely overcast, and if I want to take photos of gray, I can take picture of my wall. So wait. You tried to go see auroras and busted real hard and got there and there was no auroras? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to like comprehend that sentence, but I think I get it. Speaking of things I think I get, chat, for those of you who haven't been here all day or don't pay attention to the Discord or don't subscribe to my blog, if you are in Twitch chat and you type in !legends, or if you just go to your web browser and go to legends.blindirl.com, you'll see a nifty little linkery-do, or you'll see a nifty little thingy that I'm hosting now, which is very much not ready. It very much is beta. However, I'm just gonna clear out this. The idea is we will be able to host and keep an updated Legends instance that you guys can witness and examine in real time. Let's get some lights. Just kind of realizing I didn't build torches anywhere, and they, I think, like torches. They might hate them. I don't know. I'm assuming they like torches. BlindIRL.net. Yeah, sorry. I also own .com. And I didn't want to potentially mess with my website, so bought a .net. Also, hear all that mining sound? Well, good, because it might as well not be happening. I don't have enough housing right now. Let's do that. And you. Four days worth of food. That's interesting. Today I learned that torches help with the law. I guess that makes sense. Actually didn't really know what torches did up until about 5 seconds ago, so. The more you know, the more you realize you didn't know. Let's also plunk another shrine up here. Holy shit. Well, turns out we've certainly come back stronger from the previous failures. And now they're mining. So I'm just gonna go until we have, I don't know, a good chunk of ore. I need to go to this and say, coal? Well, that's coal revolution. Do I need to research coal mines? I don't think I do. No, I don't. Hey, so now I just need to build another mine. You know, because like, sort of already had one. Now I need a coal mine. I could also make a charcoaler. But a charcoaler would... I think this might be my favorite song in this soundtrack, by the way. Charcoaler would use up wood, which is a bit of a pain. Also need to make this space bigger. We are becoming coal mining orcs, purely because our neighbors are violent. We didn't want this. We could have been peaceful farmers, but instead, we must mine the coal. So much for being peaceful farmers. We're now just peaceful coal farmers. I can't even say that with a straight face. Born to, you know, be orcs, I guess. I also love the vibe of this game when it hits. When it hits pretty hard. Experience gained. We now employ more than 50 in the ore mines. Mines or what is what I truly have to ask myself. Let's actually subtract this down to like 50 because I don't need like 60 people working over there. I do, however, need a bunch of people working over here. They do hate mining, though. No cave adaptation is true, but like they don't like being underground. Like there's a lot of things they don't like. What could I do? They want a barber. Sorry, but like them wanting a barber is just really funny to me. Benches! I always fucking forget benches are a thing. But that's going to use up all the furniture for a bit, so. Uh-oh. Somebody starved to death? How? What? Are you... Okay, so, never mind. This is just Dwarf Fortress. This person got stuck back here and died. Just thought I'd... Just want to remind people that this is exactly the same as every other game I've ever played. I mean, I intentionally lowered the numbers of that. That's not what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to do. Okay, so you... you will take a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, and then a little bit of this, a little bit of that. What am I currently importing? If I can find my import-export area. Okay, so currently we are importing spears, which I can stop doing, actually. Just gonna import bread, which is much cheaper. Still expensive, but it's cheaper. I can export clothing. And I can export honestly nothing. You rebuilt a room for your carpenters, and then got stuck inside the room, and thankfully, the only thing that at that time that happened... I mean, in my mind, this is just like a cave-in, right? And just nobody knew. Like, that Norda, or whatever that person's name was, just mysteriously disappeared. Conscripts available in my realm. But what am I training then? Have your city troops join this army. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. And this right here. So if I put city troops, I need to give them rations, yeah? Supplies are needed by certain conscripts and city troops. So if I stop importing stuff, I could actually just hire these guys to go do it for me. But they don't seem to have much in the way of strength. These guys, on the other hand, a lot more strength. But, they're expensive. So, I have no idea how strong this army is. I do know that they have 76 things. So I'm going to make a ration maker. I'm not going to let my people eat rations, but I'm going to make a ration maker. And then my hope is we can build up enough of a rational force that I could get rid of that army that's on my front doorstep. Which would be a crazy thing for me. Like, truly. Actually don't know if I can tell them to only make a certain amount. Have to look into this. Thunk. So in older versions of this game, if you'd like drag roads like this over top of an area that was being constructed actively, it would just cancel the entire area that was being constructed, and it makes me wince whenever I do it still. Like, it's been years since the game has done that, but I don't trust it. Ruined my trust once. Takes a long time to get it back. Okay, so I'm going to stop importing anything. Isn't it the orcs that like rations? We are orcs, sir. But I think you need to send rations specifically with armies if they leave your city. And because I want to go get rid of that army, then I have to send my people out of the city with rations. Unless I'm completely missing a step, but if I'm missing a step and you know better, please tell. I will listen. Otherwise, that is the assumption that I'm working with. Music never truly misses. Well, there's not that many songs, so it's hard for it to miss. Let's just do a real quick hunt. Running a little low on food. It's way too easy to move around this game way too fast. Probably makes it hard to follow, so I'm sorry. So chat, what are you guys playing today? It's been kind of all over the place recently. There's been very little consistency with the games that people are playing. Usually, like, people in my chat will be pretty clear. It's like, oh yeah, no, this is the sort of thing that the chat's into right now. There, for a minute there, it was Hightail, but it's been a while since the overwhelming response has been Dwarf Fortress as well. Ellen, how is that game doing? I know that game's like just actively being developed, if I'm not mistaken. So, let's see how much money I can make just exporting stuff. It's like I could bring another 53 people, but yeah, fuck it, we can do it. There's one deranged person, and one person died of a wrongful death. They died to getting mauled to death by some random wild beast. Oh no. Whatever will I do? Where's healthcare? Don't have the knowledge for it. I just need more labs, which I've been putting off. Although, is there a research that makes research faster when it researches? Ah. Requires a lot of knowledge. Game about feeding a black hole, which is completely unrelated to the game about digging a hole. That is going to use up the rest of my militia, so smithy is what I need. Which needs smithy. Which needs 10 innovation. Alright, it's time to make more lavatories. Which isn't to be confused with lavatories. Those are very different things, regardless of how similar they might sound. For the people with the big head noodles. Has it improved? I don't know. I also haven't played it a lot in the last few months. I've been told by a few people that combat is more not bad now, but I have yet to see enough to believe. It still seems like that vibey chill space. I guess I would say it depends on like what you're asking, what part of it you're needing to improve. Because I don't know. I would say, actually. Mostly right now, we're just waiting on this. Thinking about trying Elder Scrolls Online. I used to know a few people who streamed a ton of Elder Scrolls Online, and I'll be honest with you, it completely perplexed me. Like, I don't get it. Not my thing. But I don't know. It's one of those MMOs where I've never really heard anything directly bad about it. I know that's maybe not, like, the best, most glowing endorsement, but... That's such a fucking big diamond mine, though. Holy shit. Okay, so I'm minus 30 on the housing. Although, let's just dig through that so nobody gets stuck again. Mostly soloed it. It's very different from the normal ones. I feel like soloing in that game is not very uncommon. I don't know. Maybe chat can probably tell me I'm very wrong and don't know what I'm talking about, and I probably don't. And I'm also most likely very long and also very much don't know what I'm talking about. But I feel like Elder Scrolls Online is much more in the vein of like the Final Fantasy MMO, FF14, in like what it allows the player to do in a single player capacity. Like single player is not only a viable option, but like a popular playstyle. Unlike a kind of, I guess, your more traditional hardcore MMO. Have I ever played CDDA? Yeah, I find it very, very tedious and slow. I'm not a big fan of open world survival crafter games, which is the reason I kind of just go, yeah, maybe one day. Whenever people suggest Project Zomboid to me, because I really don't like that style of game. Like it's not my thing at all. I would actually say that I'm kind of anti them. If like you make me go collect resources and bring them back to a place to then build a thing, unless it's like one of the very rare instances where I'm interested in like, okay, I need to bring in, just cut this down to like there. Unless it's one of the rare instances where I'm actually interested in like an extraction shooter, which is very rare for me. Odds are pretty good it's not going to be for me. Okay, let's grab the smithy. Farming tools. This is going to be loud, so I don't want it close to where people are sleeping. And I could cram it up here. Which in some ways is kind of fitting, actually. I'm a wee bit offended by the fact that I have to make sure that there is a roof in an underground building. It's truly just a little bit, ever so slightly offensive to me. Just gonna throw a door right there. An auxiliary workbench. I'm gonna need to import some metal, aren't I? Thankfully, metal's cheap. Well, actually, no, I don't. I've got 15 metal bars left over. Hells yeah. But like the cave that was standing up on its own before I put the stuff in there, you know? It's like, yeah, the support needed for the cave. Yeah, the cave that was like already there, that I'm just like occupying now. I can also swap this bakery, which I actually have no grain. I can swap the bakery out for using coal, but I'm out of grain again. And you... let's just make rations out of meat. Meat and herbs? Beg your pardon? That's annoying. Green farm. Square. It's 81% moisture. While they can work on this, I can irrigate this later down the line if I need. 75 will do. Also, I feel like if I were to get into an MMO in the current year, just because chat was talking about Elder Scrolls a little bit, I feel like if I were to get into an MMO, it would probably be Guild Wars 1. Because that was the last... God, I feel old all of a sudden, even though I'm really not. New MMO that I played. And I think that might actually be the last MMO I had fun with. I played a couple other MMOs. Or rather, the last new MMO that I played that I enjoyed. Because, like, I played Rift. Fucking hated it. Thought it was awful. I played Runes of Magic, and I knew it was awful. I didn't just think it was awful. I played... I'm trying to think of other dumb fucking MMOs that I played. I played some Korean hack and slash MMO that looked kind of like a knockoff shitty Diablo. Never played Ragnarok online. I did play RuneScape. I talked about Kenshi twice already today, so I'll give you the very short version. What Dang Feng? I think it's very slow and grindy, and I don't like looking at it, so I generally don't play it. I think there's games that fill that niche if I want to play a game that feels like that. That doesn't require me looking at Kenshi. I will take a look at Kenshi 2 when that releases. Asheron's Call, never played that. I played Terra Online. I was a fat hamster with a massive broadsword. Although I didn't play that game for very long. I played it when it went free to play because I had a friend who wanted to play it, and I thought it was kind of shit. And he's like, this game's pretty good. And I'm like, no, it's not. What's wrong with you? I think Terra... Actually, no. The last MMO, if you want to call it that I played was APB. APB was the last MMO that I played. I also just realized how badly I screwed this up, so I'm gonna get rid of all these. And all of that. APB was dog shit. That game was so bad. I had some fun with APB, though. APB was not good, but, like... Can I put a tree underground? Holy shit, I can put trees underground? Why does that work? What? I've streamed Tome. I've never streamed Angband. Angband's a bit far back for me. I like old school roguelikes. They're very, very difficult to stream, so I don't stream them as much as I would like. If people tuned in to roguelikes as much as they tuned into City Builders, I would play them probably about as often as I play City Builders, which means once every 6 months. Yeah, I really like old school roguelikes, but that is maybe the hardest, one of the hardest, if not the hardest, type of game to make content out of. Truly. Wait. Oh, I see. Metal smelter is what I needed to make, not a smithy. Hold on. Let's just remove all of you. That's what I needed to make. I feel slightly stupid, but it's okay. Let's just do that. You're in ads? I must be looking too far up in chat. Let's get some furnaces up in here. Actually really like building underground like this. Maybe it's the dwarf fortress in me, but well, it's not that I find them hard to stream. I actually quite like streaming them, Alfie. It's hard to convince people to tune in. Numbers are terrible. And I know that it's easy to just kind of point and go, capitalism or whatever, but like at the end of the day, I've got a mortgage to pay and this is my job. So it really hurts me to say it, to be honest. Because old school roguelikes are one of my favorite types of games. I will recommend people play Brogue until the day I die. But yeah, I don't know. I don't find them hard to stream. People just don't tune into them. It's the same reason that I don't stream Dwarf Fortress and ASCII. It's not because I don't like ASCII. It's because I know that a much smaller portion of the normal audience would tune in. So what is the point in handicapping the audience I could potentially have? That's actually kind of funny because I was talking with a game developer a little while ago who was trying to convince me to play their game, and I did, admittedly. And the kind of funny thing was, while they were trying to convince me to play their game, they were also bragging on a game developer subreddit that they only needed to sell 300,000 copies of the game to break even or something. They were like, oh yeah, we can do that easily. And it's just you're making a traditional roguelike. There is no world where that is going to sell more than 10,000 copies. That's the audience just, unfortunately, isn't there. Caves of Cud? I like Caves of Cud, but I don't stream Caves of Cud that often because Caves of Cud has actually very similar problems. I spend more time explaining the bare basics of what I'm doing. The problem with those games is the people who like them tune in. But those are the power players, and I'm not a power player because I don't have the time to play them, because the types of games that I'm a power player on is city builders, colony builders, things like Dwarf Fortress and this sort of thing. This is the kind of game that I can pick up and play very easily, so it takes me a little bit to learn what I'm doing when I pick up a game like CUD for the first time in a long time, right? And then it's extremely hard to initiate somebody into a game like that if they've never seen one before or played it before. So power players get frustrated watching my stream because I'm not a power player. And newbies get frustrated when watching my stream because they don't know what the fuck's happening. So it's I can stream them, and I do sometimes, but it's never the most pleasant experience for me because I don't only stream them. It's the same reason that it's hard to convince people to stream Dwarf Fortress, because they think their audience won't like it, and then they go into it with that negative attitude, and then one thing leads to another, and then nobody has fun. Whereas if I sit down and play Cogmind, I would probably have a decent audience for a day, but then I would get frustrated because the power players would just be like, why aren't you doing this extremely micromanaged thing? Because I have 2,000 hours in this game and I know exactly how to do everything. And then I go, well, now I feel overwhelmed and inadequate. And then it becomes harder and harder as I start getting into the game to explain what I'm doing, because I'm just re-explaining the very bare-bone basics, and in some cases badly, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And it's a very hard genre of game to explain to people. If you tune into late game CUD, you're gonna have no fucking idea what's going on. But at the very least, the games that I'm used to playing, most of my audience plays already, so they have an idea. So I don't have to like explain. Like when I'm digging too deeply and greedily, it's not very often that I need to like explain what the heck I'm doing going down into hell, because most of chat already knows, right? But like if I'm in that whatever that purple area is in Caves of Cud, I don't fucking know what I'm doing or what I'm looking at half the time. I've never played Guild of Dungeoneering, so couldn't tell you. Dang it. Sure. I watched a lot of the developer of Cogmind playing Cogmind. Is this game good yet? I think it's good. I don't know. I don't dislike this game. I've got problems with it. I wouldn't say it's in maintenance hell, though. YouTube chat. Sounds like we are in a pretty different opinion space. Unless you think that the combat in this game sucks, in which case then we can agree. But I don't think this game is bad, so nor do I think it's in maintenance hell. I think it's just quietly developing. I am very perplexed by the fact that they let me build trees underground, though. All right, you're making metal, and now I can make tools. What else can I make? Make swords. Or metal warhammers. Let's make metal warhammers. You know, just about every time I turn my stream on for a day, we have an obituary to Dungeon Keeper. And it's like, if you miss Dungeon Keeper so bad, play one of the open source projects that resurrected. Play one of the inspired by alternatives. Or go buy the IP rights, because I'm sure they'll be cheap soon. And that's only like partially a joke. I'm sure they'll actually be cheap soon. Okay, so you down here. Let's see what we've got. Got one person starving because you're stuck behind a wall, of course. I don't know how you ended up over there, but 2 people trapped. Right. Eddie Inky Weedle. What a name. I like parts of the UI. I think parts of it are pretty bad. I think like this screen's pretty great. I think this is one of the worst tech trees I've ever had the like misfortune of unexperiencing, because every time I forget about this game and then 6 months later I remember that it exists, my brain has a minor aneurysm having to remind myself how to actually use this thing. And I'm not a fan, in case it wasn't obvious. I should wait a little bit. Because that's what I want. Although that's innovation, not knowledge. Probably sell coal, actually. It's a lot of relearning. Certainly, I mean, that's like one of the impressive aspects of this game, though. Is that every time I come back to it after 6 months break or whatever, it's like learning a new game. Which I guess, like, on one hand is maybe frustrating, but it's also, like, kind of incredible. The part where, like, for me it gets frustrating and where I don't enjoy that portion of it is when I don't like the changes that were made, which has happened a couple of times. I'm also going to plop another fruit orchard up there. So I've got 2 there. I can do maybe 2 more up here. If I do like 1 of those per year, that'll help. That'll help me keep up. Also, we've got 1,000 orc. Oh, if you mean like literal maintenance, I thought you meant like maintenance as in like development maintenance. Yeah, I've never really run into, well, at least not the last few times I've played, have I run into issues with maintenance just taking up everything and scaling poorly. Unless like I completely misbuilt the city, which I could see that happening, but I don't think I've ever really had an issue with that, YouTube chat. Forage is never a word I think of. It's like, I know that's the word it's looking for, but like, I do quite literally never think of that word. Zoom. So this is going to take 64 days. We're heading into summer, or no, spring, rather. Getting close to summer. Okay, so I've saved up 20 grand. Yeah, sure, but I don't think that you are the majority, right? Dark Cloud. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it never feels good talking about games the way I currently am, which is the, like, why I choose to play what game and why I will play this game before I'll play that game, etc. Like, it's a frustrating thing, and it never makes anybody feel good or feel happy. Certainly doesn't make me feel good. I just feel like I'm bashing things that I like, because these are all games that I like. But, like, at the end of the day, I love this job. But it is just that, right? It is still a job. And I'd be, you know, mocking myself if I was saying it was anything different. And I do need to do this responsibly and in a way where I can pay my bills. And I have a lot less confidence in the traditional roguelike scene than I would in the, you know, the city builder scene. That's not going to stop me from, like, doesn't mean I'm never going to play one again. Like, I will 100% stream Caves of Cod again. I will absolutely play Jupiter Hell Classic again. I will play those games again. But it's not the focus, and it's not the focus for a reason. Just gonna plunk a bathroom back in there. It'll take them a little bit to build it, but... And we're out of food. Because I spent a whole bunch of food on that new orchard. So now we just gotta wait. I do have 3 deranged people. Nobody's starving, though. I think I'll just slow down time real quick. Grab a hunt task. No, this is when I start streaming Mario Maker 1, because that's still relevant, right? You know, I never really got super heavily into Mario Maker. It was one of the games I owned for the Wii U. Can I just say that, like, I feel bad for people who really liked Mario Maker because of how much Nintendo just fucking abandoned that thing? Like, it baffles me. It is like a crime. Like, Nintendo should be like, I don't know. Don't want to be too dramatic, but it's like I don't know. That game deserved a better fate. Should have gotten more than a patch, you know? It deserved better. An accident occurred, and it was probably significantly less bad than it would have been. Because I did upgrade some work safety. Not much, but some. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, I can unlock Skull. I can also unlock a hospital. Holy fucking sirens. Something's going down. It's not me, though. Really? And you were really excited about the Switch, too. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of things in the games industry right now that is staggering, and I think that's for a lot of different reasons. You know, it's for like irresponsibly increasing costs. Like, some of that is the fault of the games industry, but a lot of it isn't. You know, because of gouging in a lot of parts of the games industry, I think that, like, just a lot of people falling out of interest in buying traditional games is not helping. I think that my generation is partially to blame for this, and maybe you'll agree with this, chat, maybe you won't, but I am of the opinion, I don't have kids, so I can't really say for certain, but I'm of the opinion that when I was a little kid, I asked for a console for Christmas and got a console for Christmas. These days, I don't really hear about kids getting consoles for Christmas. I hear about parents buying themselves consoles for Christmas. I need to make tools. And kids get V-Bucks. So I think that's helping. But it really feels like we are falling into a period of, like, games turning into something for a very different audience. Like, I mean, how many households out there with kids? You can be in chat or not, doesn't matter. Do you know of whose kid asked for not a console, but, you know, Roblox? Because I do honestly think that, like, that is the market now. This looks like it's degraded, but it's not. It's just the material it's full of. I need tools. Where are tools? Tools. There they are. I can massively turn down the amount of workers on this, and massively turn down the amount of workers on this. We are also almost out of food again. Good news is I got 24,000 doll hairs, so I'm just going to import a bunch of bread. Nobody your age has kids? Yeah, I know that, like, people my age don't have kids. I'm in the same boat as you. I mean, I don't have kids, and I'm 31. But, like, I'm talking for the families that do have kids. How you doing, Norm? Or no name, not Norm. What? play more on their PC than consoles, or like a phone, right? And they're probably not, you know, buying Nintendo games. So like I know this is like kind of a bummer, but I'm not surprised that the Switch 2 is just whelming. I'm kind of not surprised. It's harvest season. Goes. This I can actually get rid of. Just like that, food goes back up, loyalty goes back up. Actually, I wonder. Yeah, I'm gonna elevate somebody to the position of noble. Because that'll help. Can I elevate? There we go. That'll help. Built that hospital like a minute ago and I can't remember where I put it. There it is. It's over here. Okay. Tools are coming over pretty quick. Well, I mean, it has Thing of Nothing. They're just all PC games, right? Like, they're just not exclusives. Like, I would actually say that the Switch 2 has had a very similar launch to the Switch 1. It took a while for the Switch 1 to actually have decent games on it. But it was such a novel device that a lot of people bought it. It's no longer really a novelty, right? And combine that with it, you know, having a pretty Nintendo-style launch, which is whelming at best. I don't know. It's about as much as I expected, I guess. I mean, at the very least, like, you know, right now the Switch 2 is more or less just the remastered Mario game console, like Suited is sort of saying. Kid wanted a tablet and got it from grandma. I don't know, man. I think if I was a parent, I would be either extraordinarily overprotective or, like, the worst parent of all time. Because, like, I have so much trouble letting myself on social media these days. And, like, letting myself within, like, the tech spheres currently. I don't think that I would ever be okay with a lot of that. Like, the current state of, you know, just tablets. Like, I won't buy a tablet for myself because I don't think that's, like, a safe investment for me, personally. Is there a new update or something? I don't know. Is there a lot of streamers that play this, Cornetto? I play this game maybe once a year. And it had been about a year. I don't know. It's kind of something I play whenever there's been, like, half dozen updates. Or, like, 3 big ones. Switch 1 had Breath of the Wild. Was Breath of the Wild day and date with Switch 1, though? And also, I guess, like, for comparison's sake here, Breath of the Wild was a Wii U game. Just nobody owned a Wii U. The difference is everybody owns a Switch, right? And it's like, everybody already owns a Switch. And, like, the only example of, like, a game that you need a Switch for is a Mario Kart game that nobody wants. Well, not as many people want. And a very mixed response Metroid game. Sure, Think of Nothing. And then, like, you know, they moved the... They ported the really good Mario Kart game from the Wii U to the Switch, and then everybody was like, oh, new Mario Kart game, because they hadn't played the old one. Because they hadn't played it yet. Like, I didn't buy a Switch when the Switch released. One, because I was broke. Like, I was working full-time nights and my ex couldn't keep a job, so like I was fucking broke. And the Switch released and I owned a Wii U. So like, why in the world would I ever buy a Switch when the Switch released? Because I already owned Opiate Farm. What do I need for that? Why would I ever buy a Switch when I already owned a platform that played all of the games that I wanted for that platform? Like, I literally already owned a Wii U, and the Wii U, you know, at least when the Switch 1 launched, played most of those launch titles. But nobody owned a Wii U, so I was like the one weirdo in that discussion. Except now everybody's in that position. And besides, they never put the best Legend of Zelda on the Switch, I don't think. The updated Wind Waker. Also, I think we're about to get hit by ads, unless they just ended and I misread it, in which case then I feel kind of dumb. You know, the only way to truly feel completely immersed in this game is to have a dog in the room with you farting. And you have smell-o-vision. I think that's with the gameplay emulation thing, but you don't think? What? Wind Waker? No, Wind Waker HD was not an emulated. That was a Wii U exclusive. That they didn't release a mini N64. I mean, whatchamacallit? The pandemic ended. People went outside. People stopped buying those devices. A few of those devices have, like, okay, the pandemic didn't end, but like, you know what I'm saying. Like, people went outside again. So they were selling those devices because, well, initially we were in the pre-pandemic boom and everything was really cheap. And then the pandemic happened and they continued selling those for a little bit. And then as soon as we hit like constrained with hardware costs, it's like, well, it's not cost effective anymore. Like if they were to release one of those devices now, it would be like not worth the price. Like if you want, just get an analog 3D if you want like a fancy device to play N64 games. Or just buy a modded N64. Or, like, get a Mister. Like, I am of the opinion, and I realize that, like, a tiny N64 would be cute. If you want that, depending on Nintendo to do it, and to do it right, is the wrong decision. Yeah, that's fair. You gotta get the Intelligent Vision one. Okay, I mean, we all have silly collections. I collect houseplants. But, like... Why? Would you willingly subject yourself to an Intellivision? I understand that there are some people out there who are misguided, unfortunately, and have a deranged sense of nostalgia for that terrible platform. But why? There's better wastes of your time, man. Some will even give you half-decent, okay games out of it. Because of Utopia? Okay. I can play that on an emulator in like 90 seconds. I don't know, man. I don't know if I can truck with that need that you have. Actually, not going to import that bread. I changed my mind. I'm just gonna keep saving money and then just hire a bunch of mercenaries to go murk those guys for me. I think that's what I'm gonna do. You have none? Terrible video games to play? Disagree. Emulator? I'm sure you could find one. But I don't know. There's worse people that you could give your money to than like the current iteration of Atari, who's the people who currently own the Intellivision name. So I guess in that sense, I respect it to a point. Might as well just shut this thing down because there isn't enough capacity there. I actually have a grain farm now, which is kind of nice. So that'll make 34 in a year. And that eats 35 in a day. Great. Let's just go to you. No access to rations. Those numbers will slowly go up. Keyword there is slowly. The best bet for an emulation suite right now? I actually kind of disagree with that. Just because, like, I don't know where you live or how much you make, but a Steam Deck ain't cheap. And they actually sort of artificially just raised the price of the Steam Deck because they just discontinued the cheap one. If I wanted to get a emulation box at this point, I'd probably buy me one of these. Probably buy me one of these. Just because, like, shush. You know, you want something that's, like, definitely not the Steam Deck. Like, this is, like, if I was looking for, like, a retro game emulation box, I would get something like this. Because it's, like, one, if I'm going to emulate stuff anyway, I'm probably going to want something in this form factor. Or, like, even better, actually, like this form factor. So, although actually, if you live in the US, it might be, like, murder trying to import one of these right now. I don't actually know. I mean, yeah, you need to supply your own SD card, but, like, whoop-dee. Whoop-dee freaking do. So I don't know. That's just me, but that's the route I would go if I were to build an emulation box right now. Retroid Pocket's way better. Ambernick's cheaper though, and none of those devices are great quality. But yeah, there are better devices out there, but that's probably the route I would go. That is presuming that you have an old Android phone sitting around, but yes. Yeah, I don't know. We have so many options to emulate, unless, like, specifically what you want is the official brand name. Like, there's no reason to buy a third-party emulation box or, like, a mini console. At that point, it's like, you know, it's like buying an action figure, right? You're buying it because you want the product. You're not buying it because, like, it's a logical purchase, I guess. That actually sounds way harsher than I mean it to be, but I can now go down to you. are you running into? Room is poorly insulated. Are you fucking with me? I need to stop copying the broken one. Which I keep doing, apparently. Can I no longer just, like, assign tools? Oh, there's the button to assign tools. I'm confused by that now. Is that not something I can do? I'm making this up. Do I need to unlock this? Bizarre. Might be a technology or something I need to unlock. Okay, so that farming tools will allow me to put tools in farms. Crude crafting tools will let me use tools in car. Okay, I see. I should have guessed. And that'll use up all my tools pretty quickly. There was like a noticeable hitch there. Tools degrade, but it'll give me a work speed bonus. Did I ever successfully make that opiate farm? No, I didn't. I guess we'll have to wait a little longer for that. Consumed this year, consumed last year. How much metal do I have? I still have metal. That's fine. Should be fine. How about you? Properties. Remember giving them a day off made them really fucking happy. We'll never quite forget that. Need to do. Did I not unlock restaurants? No, I didn't. Well, chat, I've been live for 9 hours, and we are hitting that point in the day where it's like, oh no, I could like just kind of keep doing, oh, here's another level of tech that I could do, or here's another level of this, and here's another level of that. I think this has been a much better start than the last one that we did like a week ago. We have 1,040 work, and we have food, and in several years, I will have a larger supply of food. Obviously, we still need more food. There is a, if I go to the overworld, there's an army right there that I want to get rid of. But I might actually be getting close to having enough of an army to take that out. I'm just not entirely sure how to do that. So that's something I need to figure out. But I do think that we've made some progress. You guys enjoying this? A little bit of Songs of Six this week. A little bit different than what we've been up to. I think it's time for us to wind down for the day. I mean, we played 2 games today. That's like 100% more games than I normally play in a stream. We started off with Earth of Oryx, beginning of the day, and then swapped over to this. I really want to play some Manor Lords. I don't know if I'll get to that this week. This is going to be a short week. I won't be streaming Friday because Thursday I'm going to go see Bad Religion. So I've got a friend who's going to come over and crash for the night, and then we're going to go see The Offspring and Bad Religion, and I can't fucking wait. I'm so excited. I haven't seen Bad Religion since 2019. I saw The Offspring a couple years ago, but it's like 2024? 3? 4? I want to say 2024, but it might have been 2023. But we'll be playing this tomorrow, I think. Zoom Zang, we're just winding down for the night. But thanks for swinging by. So, I'm going to quick save and quit to the main menu. And I think we will pick this little colony up tomorrow, right here. Same dwarf time, same dwarf channel. Dwarfs will return next week, and next week we will start a new fortress, probably. But yeah, hopefully that works for you guys. But YouTube folks, thanks to those of you who swung by today. I do appreciate you. Things have gotten a little quiet on over there as today has gone on, but thanks for the 99 likes and those of you who've stuck around. I mean, I think today YouTube peaked at like 120 people, and it's now down to 40. So you know, it's gotten a little quiet over there as time has gone on. But thanks for hanging out today, YouTube folks. We'll see you on the flip side. If you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow at the normal time.